Good evening. We'll call the Stevens-Port Area Public School District Regular School Board Meeting for Monday, November 25th, 2013 to order. Roll call and verification of quorum, please.
Mr. Ebel.
Here.
Ms. Faxon. Here. Mr. Larson.
Here.
Mr. Presley.
Here.
Mr. Rothman.
Here.
Ms. Scott.
Here.
Ms. Scheibele. Here. Ms. Sherrick.
Here.
Ms. Totten.
Here.
Item 3, approval of the agenda. We do have a request to split items 8A and B under the consent agenda. Are there any other proposed changes to the agenda tonight?
In 7D and E, I'm not sure why 7D wasn't considered an action item, but it wasn't posted that way. When the board had stated that when a board item comes forward, it comes forward as information and possible action, and that did not happen, so I'm not sure what the story is there, but I know we can't change that now. But then E, the approval of the district in Jackson Middle School for the Learning Center, that's an action item, but it's listed under information, so because it was listed both ways, I'm not sure it would be appropriate for us to actually take action on that. And then on 9, we also have, where did we have a delay there?
Yeah, you do.
Didn't understand why, and maybe this is just the way we're doing it now, but if we're listing items like A, B, C, D, E, and we have action behind them, are we saying that every item underneath it is action, where some of them we have action under C, and then like 1 doesn't say anything, 2, second reading, 3, possible actions? So I think we need to be clear on posting what's action and what's information so that we're following open meeting
And those
laws.
items that are marked for action are here for action tonight. That's why they're listed the way they are.
Okay, but, so then number 7, when it says it's for information, then everything under number 7 is information.
No, you don't need to be that specific, Lisa. If an item says action, even though it's under information, we did that in consideration of all the people who are here to present about the expeditionary school. So that's why it's listed under presentations. So if an item has action, even though it may be under a heading that's a little different, it can still be acted upon.
Okay. Can we somehow change that so that it's clear for next time? So if you want to do presentations, information, or possible action, then that's fine. But is there a reason the cadet program wasn't an action item?
We had no intention of bringing it back as an action item because that's a program that the administration is working on, and we wanted to simply give the board an update about it. If the board wants to act on that, then it can certainly do that, but this was an administrative function, operations.
If you look at last week's agenda, you'll see that the cadet program was under my name as coming forth for a future agenda item with the date of November 25th as the tentative date. So when a board member requests something, it's supposed to come back as a possible action item.
Understood. In this case, we're just giving an update about where we are with it, so we'll bring it back to the board.
Well, I was under the impression from reading this and given the last agenda that this was my request, the cadets, and I have Sergeant Lucas here that I've invited to come and speak about the cadet program.
Yeah, we're aware of
because
that.
he's
Right.
run it and stuff. And I just think it's inappropriate, actually, that it's not listed as an action item when it was a board request, and the board has said that when board members' requests do actually finally get on the agenda, it should be as possible action.
No, I had indicated to Terry and Angel that we were not ready to bring forward a final proposal, that it was an update because we're still working with the governmental entities.
And that was fine for you, but for the board requested items.
Yeah, I'm just indicating what I did.
Okay.
Are there any other amendments? Chris?
I was going to make a motion to amend the agenda if the board did not have any questions regarding a couple of the items that just because we have such a long agenda, that we might possibly add them to the consent agenda, and they would be the second reading of the calendar, and also the personnel recommendations. If there aren't any questions or concerns regarding those, that we could add them to the consent agenda. I'm not sure about the policies, the second reading of policies, but if any of those items, just to, for the sake of time, if people don't have questions or concerns, we could add them to the consent agenda. And so I'm going to make that recommendation to amend the agenda,
there a
unless board
second?
members have a question or concern on those items.
I have questions on the policies.
Okay, and the other two?
Fine.
On 9C2 and 9D1,
Right.
those are the two that you'd like to
Yes,
see added to the consent agenda?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had it written on my other sheet, and this is the revised one.
Which
So
ones
they
are
would
they?
be,
9C2 and 9D1.
right. Just to add those to the consent agenda.
Okay.
And Terry,
Yes, Renee?
my WASD report, I can remove that from the agenda. I have things for people at the table. I don't need to report on that.
Right, I saw them, and good, thank you. Thank you. So then we'll eliminate 7C. All right, with those 4 changes, are we ready to move forward? We do have a request to do the minutes separately because somebody has to abstain.
These two are separate.
And you need to abstain from, Lisa, from 8B.
When we vote on it, I'm abstaining from support or
Okay,
approval.
but it is 8B, so we can, why don't we take that one now, and then we'll take the other 3 items.
We haven't approved the agenda yet.
I think we have to approve the amendment
Correct.
and then the agenda.
All right. Is there a motion to amend? Or there has been a motion to amend. Is there a second?
Second.
All righty, thank you, Jeff. Is there any further discussion? Barb, roll call vote,
Oh,
please.
Kim has
Oh, Kim, I'm sorry.
I guess I would like your explanation on why things are presented last week or last meeting as an action item, and why they're not on there as an action item then. I guess I would like yours or Angel's, your perspective of why that keeps changing, such as the cadets. I mean, in my assumption too, we were bringing this back as so that the board could maybe do some action. We wouldn't have to, but we had the opportunity to do it. I thought we went over and over that again. So I'd like your perspective of why you guys keep changing what the board is voting on.
Well, and I think Attila's explanation covers the conversation that the 3 of us had. Staff is working on it. They do not have a final, they are not completed with their work, and they do not have a final recommendation for the board. So that's why it was put on as an informational update.
I would just add to that Lisa talked to me about this earlier. I think she's right, and it was just an oversight, but it was too late for me to do anything about it. But it is correct that that is what we agreed on, that if it's a board-requested item, it would be listed as possible action. So I apologize for not standing up for that, but we'll make sure it gets on as an action item in the future.
All right, any other discussion? Roll call vote, please.
This is on the amendment?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shibley?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shibley?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. And we're going to handle the minutes for 8B separately. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the special board workshop on November 18th, 2013?
Are you skipping the
Let's
rest?
skip it all the way to the
I'm sorry, what?
Are you skipping 6 and
Oh,
7?
I'm sorry.
Pledge
Nope, you're
allegiance.
pledge.
We have to go back to 4.
Right.
Oh, you're right.
I thought I was dysfunctional.
I thought we were making good progress tonight. I was
Very
wrong.
good. You got it very good.
I'm-
Good attempt.
The Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Kennedy, mention Kennedy.
Yeah. Kennedy School, folks, come on.
I know, I did that on purpose.
Whenever you're ready.
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we have a few certificates to hand out. Mrs. Faxon, Vice President of the Board, is going to hand these to you. Remember what we're going to do after this? All right, make sure you know that. Kyla Ganskow. Ruby Sasuski. Now, we may not have one for somebody because I think there was a replacement. So if there's, so we'll get you one. Okay, we're going to ask you to introduce yourself. Gabrielle Cornell. Knox Metzler. Ulysses. He's not here. Okay. Kendra, not here. And Alexis. There you go, Alexis. Okay. And your name?
Skylar Densko.
Skylar, good to meet you. Okay, I'm going to look into the camera there. Hold up your certificates. Turned around facing this way. There you go. Big smile. Okay. So let's start down here and have Skylar introduce your parents. Are they here?
Yep.
Okay.
My mom's right over there.
Okay. Welcome. Go ahead.
My mom is right over there.
Her name is
Michelle.
Michelle. Welcome, Michelle.
My dad's over there.
And his name is?
Richard.
Okay.
My mom's over there and her name is Amy.
Amy, welcome.
My mom's over there in the black. Her name is Bonnie.
Bonnie, okay.
My mom's in the red coat and her name is Amy.
Amy, okay. Well, thank you very much. Let's give the folks a round of applause. Right here.
I want to shake your hand.
People at the
Good
table,
job.
we're big.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for doing that.
Great job. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Rick.
Good job.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you very much.
Nice
Thank
job.
you, Sean.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mom, I said hi.
Most of the time when we have our community service partner recognition, it's done to large organizations or groups. However, tonight, I think it's only the second time that we've done this in 3 years. It's going to be given to an individual. And while the individual's business is, I think his name is on the plaque, it's really the individual, Dave Suhan, and his wife, Donna, who are being recognized. But Donna's a little gun-shy, so we're going to have Dave come on up. You might have to introduce your mom and dad, Dave. Turn around facing your angel there. So Dave is the owner of Dave's Auto Body Shop. And Dave has done tremendous amounts of community service for this community over the past 20 years. And we particularly, and that is our students, have benefited from Dave's generosity, and he does it without any fanfare. He is actually very, very laser beam focused on making sure that kids get bicycles. And he's done that for over 20 years. And so we thought it would be important to recognize Dave for that kind of service to the community. So over 20 years ago, Dave and Donna, his better half, began their community service to people of all ages in the community. Initially, it was done through elementary schools in which students could collect canned goods for those in need, and he would in turn donate funds to a local charity, for example, the Salvation Army, local churches, and other organizations. For many of those 20 years, they've contributed new bicycles to the young and old alike, seeing a need in the community. He has routinely donated bicycles to our students in the fall as school begins, at Christmas time for kids who don't have Christmas gifts, and in the spring. We venture to estimate that Dave and Donna have contributed hundreds, maybe even over 1,000 bicycles to our students and to the community. And he has also donated bicycles to the Cadet Recognition Program in the past as well. So we felt it important to recognize Dave and Donna, and for some reason, I don't have that plaque. But Sarah's going to go get it in the office. So in the meantime, while Sarah's getting that, which we do want to give you and read to you, Dave, maybe you want to relate that story, particularly about the one at Christmas time where a young boy benefited from your generosity.
Yeah, in Jefferson School, we donated 2 bikes to a lot of the schools last year, and this principal called me up and says, we have a young boy, they're making presents for each other kid. And the boy was a really smart student. He didn't want to make no presents. And he says, why don't you want to make a present for your other school people? He says, I never got a Christmas present, I never got a birthday present in my life. He says, I'm not making no presents for anybody else. And they called me up, he says, would it be okay if we give a bike to him and his brother? And I says, give it to whoever you want. And it's kind of hard to believe that the parents never gave the kid a birthday present or a Christmas present. And I don't know how old the kid was because I didn't want to know his name, but I take it he must have been like 5th or 6th grade at Jefferson School. And so now this kid, maybe this is going to change his life for him. I mean, because he was a good student, but he had a hard corner on him, and just kind of maybe go round him off. But we give between 80 and 90 bikes away a year. We buy brand new bikes. People bring me old bikes in, and I say, please take them back. It's cheaper to buy a brand new bike than to fix a bike. And so we just bought 20 bikes on Saturday, and we handed them all out. And then we'll go back again next week and buy another 20, and you get them from like Walmart or wherever.
So it's probably been over 2,000 bucks.
Oh yeah.
That would be my guess. So I'm going to have Angel there read the plaque to you, Dave.
In recognition of the significant and profound contributions to the district for advancing the education of all its students and for helping us to fulfill our mission, prepare each student to be successful, with deep, heartfelt thanks and gratitude.
Thank you.
Oh, just, yeah, most stuff, there you go. Okay, great. And I think the board members certainly would like to meet you. Donna, thank you very much.
This guy, I think.
Yeah.
A little bit. Thanks, Jeff.
Great, thanks.
Dave, you do us so proud. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next award is a little bit unusual. If we could have the Fernandez staff come up. I think they're out in the hall. They're obviously not watching the TV out there.
I can't imagine why. They're pretty excited, huh?
All the way up here. The smaller folks in the front and the bigger folks in the back. Good to see you. Sherry? Good to see you. I should take the jacket off because we're going to have a photo here. So, yeah, there you go. I'm just being a dad, that's all, Jerry. That's okay.
It's cold outside.
There you go. It's very unusual that we would recognize the entire staff of one of our schools. But this is the entire staff, I think, right? Is anybody missing? Okay.
Is Maggie there?
Of the...
Oh, there you are.
Of the
I see.
Fernandez Center,
Make sure.
who today we're preparing for tomorrow's Thanksgiving feast, an annual event, so I got to see some of that take place today. So the reason that we wanted to recognize the Fernandez staff was, number one, for the incredible work you do with kids who probably would fall through the cracks. So it is one of our many, but probably our greatest safety net that we have, that the district didn't have to do. We're required to do special education, and we do a wonderful job of that, getting kids forward. But the alternative school is something that's very unusual. And thanks to Charlie Fernandez and his vision, but the hard work that you do on a daily basis, we do save a lot of kids, and we get them on the right track to be productive folks. But this year in particular, Jerry's the new principal. And you have undergone enormous changes prior to the start of the school year, and you spent a lot of time during the summer on your own, working hard to make sure the kids were ready, and we thought that that deserved recognition. So let me read just a short list of the things that we think that you've done already. You developed the pathway system, which is a wonderful new way of getting kids moving forward and excited about learning and about themselves. You arranged the Fernandez Center to enhance the safety and security. You as a staff spent many hours cleaning, arranging, and creating more flow within the building to enhance greater access to rooms and maximize student access. You developed the Fernandez School business by working collaboratively with community members. You created a system of consistency for students to enhance student learning and accountability. For example, the student pass system and collaborative teaching. Developed a schedule that advocates for student learning by enhancing the length of the school day. The school day has increased for all students by at least a half an hour and for some by at least 3/4 of an hour. And that may not seem like a lot to the viewing public, but I know that it's a lot for you and for the students. You enhance professional collaboration between instructors within the building, especially due to instructors increasing caseloads and working outside of their traditional classes. You enhance the School to Work program through a better utilization of staff. You developed a new mobility fitness program at Fernandez, and I know that the equipment is not there yet, but I know that it's coming thanks to both Dave Lockett, Jason Schrader, and also Dwayne Benke over at SPASH. I know that they're going to make sure that that program gets put in. Enhancement of a currently existing PE program in partnership with the YMCA. This program will allow students to participate in a fitness program along with the already existing PE program, which has seen a great number of changes. Create a mentor program between students at Fernandez and students enrolled at SPASH, which is just a wonderful way to collaborate with students. And created an enhanced support network for special ed students transitioning between SPASH and the Fernandez Center. And you did all of that in a very, very short period of time, and the results, I think, are showing themselves each and every day. And as I visited the Fernandez Center today, it was really wonderful to see how engaged students were and how engaging they were with me, which was really wonderful. And that's a direct result of the work you do with them every single day. So what I'd like to do is hand you each certificate that reads, Certificate of Recognition for Your Excellence in Serving the Students at the Charles F. Fernandez Center. It's signed by Terry and myself on this 25th day of November. So I'll Angel Faxon, our Board Vice President, hand you those. Sherry Kruger, Steve Sorensen, Deb Oliver, Tim Heeson, Pat Leahy, who works in the detention center as well as over at the Fernandez Center, Marge Pazinski, Jackie Klingvale, Tanya Pataki. She's not here. I'll take it. Oh, you got it? Okay. Heather, how do you pronounce? Smida. Okay. And Gabrielle Goes. Is that right? Gabrielle? Okay. Let's give a round of applause for Jerry, do you want to say anything?
Just one small piece, and I sent you the email this morning. We just got a congratulatory email this morning from Beth Lewis from DPI. She officially approved our Path 3, which is the GED Option 2 program today.
Wonderful.
That's amazing.
Congratulations.
That's great.
It's wonderful. So if you want to hold up your certificates, they're going to take some pictures. And it is streaming live, so those of you that have family at home, big smile.
Everybody but Pat. And Angel, you're blocking Jerry. Sorry.
Yeah.
Be shorter. There we go.
Can you get shorter? Trey.
Wonderful. And each board member would like to shake your hand. Happy thanks.
I'll trade you.
Ma'am?
We'll just
Congratulations.
got it?
Thank you for all your work.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. That turkey. Thank you. You got a picture? Hi, Deb. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. You will. Thanks. Hey. Thank you.
Thanks, Jerry.
If we could have the varsity boys cross-country team and their coaches, Don, Kevin, and John, come on in. guys know the routine here, right? You guys can step over here in front of the coaches, that's okay?
I'd say, Angel, can you make yourself shorter?
No need.
Between each other, that's good.
I'll just say my shoes are great.
So, Don, did you bring in that signed thing? Is that good?
It's in there.
It's in there, no? Okay, you'll mention that then? Or do you want me to mention it? Well, she's on the phone, so I think you can mention it, didn't you? So it's our tradition to recognize individuals and teams that achieve first, second, or third place in state in any category, athletics, activities in any way, shape, or form. This is very special, though, because this is the 2013-14 SPASH boys varsity cross country team, and they've achieved something that is pretty much a milestone. They have won for this district, for this program, for SPASH, the 10th state cross country championship, and that is an amazing feat in the state of Wisconsin. In addition to that, they have won 26 consecutive conference championships, and 36 out of the last 37.
Wow.
Which may be even a bigger thing than the 10 state, but you can weigh it. So congratulations on that achievement as well. So we have a certificate for each of you, including the coaches, and I do want to introduce the coaches, and they can introduce the runners. Don Benke, of course, just a great coach, great human being, and does great things for kids. Kevin Hopp back here, who teaches at the elementary level, but coaches at the cross country, so you are clearly multifaceted. And John Ciplina, who's a volunteer coach, I believe, John, from the community, and it's just amazing what you can do with young men, and we appreciate that very, very much. So let Angel hand out these certificates first, and then I'm going to ask Don to say a few words. Evan Hatton, Derek Cruz, Sam Shively, Isaiah George, right here, okay. Tyler Tanko, Tyler, Brad Luchwater, Derek Franz, Sam Anderson, Tom Negard, Michael Wallace, not here, Michael Timish, got that right, I think there's only one, and Zach Kleesmith, not here. Did you miss anybody? Okay, that's all, okay, great. So, I know that Sam, your mom is on the board and she's on the phone, so she can hear and she can see also live streaming, but I don't know if your dad would like to stand in for your mom so that we have representation. Are you okay?
Sure.
Okay. Do you want to do that?
Do what?
Stand in for Renee?
Oh, can I? Sure.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You stay right behind me because you're taller than me. There you go. Okay. All right, can you get us in? Not so. All right, big smile.
We're good. I mean, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Sure, ring it.
Okay. Don, would you like to say a few words?
Well, I would just say the same thing to you that I said to our guys at awards night, which is that winning a state title does not make us better people, but it is the things that you do that allow you to win a state title that may very well make you better people. And I believe that pretty well summarizes my philosophy of our coaching staff and our program over the years, and I hope you agree with me that that's the value of athletics. The things that we learn along the way are the things that stick with us, and these awards are nice, but eventually they end up in a scrapbook or in some dusty drawer bottom someplace, but it's the pride of accomplishment that you hold on to for a lifetime, and that is exactly why I'm coaching today, because I had such a great experience as a high school athlete myself. And I always do this. I'm going to turn it over to Sam, because he's got something to add to that. Oh, and the picture that Mr. Wettinger talked about was the wonderful picture of us guys standing at the state meet after we found out the results. And so we have this beautiful picture. We've got a picture frame, and we've had the mat, on the mat, all of our guys signed it. And that's the little gift we like to give to Sam's mom, Renee Shipley, so.
First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to the school board for recognizing us here. We don't really get a ton of recognition, but when it comes, we like to appreciate it. So this is something really special to us. And about the state title, it's really called a team title for a reason. No one individual really made this happen. It was a factor of many of the people on this team other than just the 5 that scored and the 7 that ran. We have 110 people on this team, and each one of them has a connection to this state title and this conference championship and this undefeated season. But more than anything, I think what this season and what this sport has done to me and the rest of my teammates is it's taught us lessons. It taught us lessons of self-discipline, patience, and how to succeed. Because at the beginning of the year, we didn't just have some wild-minded idea to go win a state title. We woke up before 8 a.m. every morning, went to Don's lawn, and we ran. And we ran because we had a purpose, and we ran because we had 6 other guys or 109 other guys next to us that were doing the same thing. And we all believed that if we put the work in the off season, it would show up at the end, and all this is just what it's supposed to look like, I guess.
And the board members would like you to shake your hands. You can start right with your student.
Congratulations. Great job.
Really proud of you guys.
Good job.
Very, very proud of you guys. And I do watch you guys running all over the place. You guys are great.
Congratulations. Nice speech.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Make me want to run again.
Congratulations.
Awesome job, you guys.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great job.
You guys.
Congratulations. 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 Come too fast. Good job. Good job, Coach.
So this evening, we're going to move from state championships to international championships, and then we're going to move to a world championship, and I'm not kidding. So this is very, very special, and if you don't have a reason to be thankful this Thanksgiving, you will by the end of these next 3. And if it still doesn't work for you, check to make sure that you got blood in your veins. This is really unbelievable. I'd like to have Max Reichert come up. Max, I'm so impressed you wore a tie. You have brownie points immediately. Way to go. Way to go. Mrs. Faxon there, our Vice President. I'm going to read this. Here it is right here. So Max Reichert competed in the November 1st International Weightlifting Competition in Prague, Czechoslovakia, which I've been to. Great city, isn't it?
It's wonderful.
It is. And he took first place in his weight category. Max competed in the squat. I think we all know what that is. Bench press and deadlift. He squatted 590 pounds. He benched 405 pounds. And he deadlifted 530 pounds. Now, it was an international competition, right?
Yep.
Was it a world championship competition?
Yes, it was. There was over 30 countries that competed.
Okay, so our first world champion tonight in weightlifting. Let's give it up. So, introduce your parents.
The guy in the blue holding the flip is my dad.
And his name is?
His name's Gary. Without him, none of this would have been possible. He's my coach. The woman sitting in front of him is my mom. Her name's Linda, who also, without this, none of this would have been possible. She provided most of the food and lots of
Great. Anybody else? Any other family member here?
No.
Okay, great. So tell us the most significant thing that you remember about the competition.
Just all the different people, because there was representation from over 30 different countries, so we got to meet a lot of people. What probably stuck out the most is our gear got lost on the way there. They lost our luggage. But one of the companies that makes gear for us was able to give us a great reduction in price and get us so that we had stuff to lift in.
So what's the next goal next?
There's nationals in May again, and then from there will be worlds next year.
What about the Olympics?
It's not an Olympic sport.
Okay. All right. Congratulations.
That should
Good job.
be.
Well done. Okay, board members, let's meet.
Thank you.
I'm going to stop you midstream here, Max. Just turn around with your Kodak moment. There you go. There you go.
Nice job. Congratulations. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Actually, good.
Congratulations.
And to be fair, we want to recognize the female component of that world champion. And so if Callie Sherrill would please come up. Callie? Callie competed at the World Championship Bench Press and Deadlift Championship in Reno, Nevada. Callie was declared the world champion in the bench press. Callie broke her own world record 3 times, pressing 160.8, 170.7, and on her final lift, pressing 181.88 pounds. She is a 5-time world record holder. Congratulations. Wow. Point, Wisconsin. How about that? So if you want to introduce your mom and dad, and I know that you have other relatives here as well.
In the blue there is my dad, Tim Sherrill, and without him, I didn't know this would be possible. He's my coach and inspired me. And then my mom in the pink, Sarah Sherrill, and she's supported me. And then I have my grandma there in the dark blue, Ann Sherrill. And she came out and supported me, and I would like to thank her for doing that.
Is that it? Is that everybody's here? We have more relatives here.
And the audience.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Max. What's the most significant thing that occurred during the competition?
I would probably have to say all the people there, the inspiring people there, and the guy, Tiny Meeker, he benched over 1,000 pounds, and that was really interesting to watch. So,
No better was. What's your next goal?
right now, with sports, it would have to be with the state and gymnastics.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations. So let's get a picture of Sarah. Congratulations, Kim. Job well done. Congratulations, Kim.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congrats.
And our final recognition, and I can't think of 40 minutes that are better spent than doing this, because it's just recognizing all the hard work that the entire district does, especially students. If Alex Brzezinski is here, and if Marlene McLaren can come up. This is a real surprise to Marlene. She did not know this was happening. Alex, step back over
he's
here.
here for student council tonight.
Right,
so
he is,
that's,
right.
that's the line I got.
Right, exactly. So a little white lie doesn't hurt. Yeah, exactly. So a few months ago, we began recognizing individual staff members because it's important to do that. We recognize teams, as you just saw, and individuals for accomplishments, but I think many times the staff, regardless of the staff, all 9 employee groups, truly don't get enough recognition, but particularly from students. There are times when I know that in my career I've had students come back 10, 20, 30 years later and say, here I am, remember me, and here's what you did for me, and I really want to thank you and appreciate you. And those are very private kinds of things. But I think it's important to publicly recognize staff from the very people who they affect the most, students. And so Alex, I don't know how you were picked exactly, but I know Mr. Banker had something to do with it. And before you begin, I want you to introduce your folks by name.
That's my mom, Renee. And that's my dad, Gary. And that's my sister, Angie.
Hi, Angie. Okay, so Alex is going to read something about Marvin.
Hi, I am Alex Brzezinski, a 6th grader from Madison School. When I was first asked to write a speech about my favorite teacher, it was a very hard decision because Madison School is full of great teachers. But after lots of thinking, I finally chose Miss McClarnon. She has been a role model for me since 5th grade and has taught me to think different about teachers, like how much work they put into teaching you and making learning fun and challenging. She has taught me lots. In 5th grade, I remember her making us make an expository and narrative story about a subject on colonial America. My subject was the laws of colonial times. I enjoyed it a lot. I was then very excited when I heard she was looping with us to 6th grade. In science in 6th grade, we started off with the human body unit. And after taking very many board exams, we were placed in specialty groups. I was a pulmonologist and worked with the respiratory system. I then prepared a presentation for my clinic with 8 other group members and took another test explaining about the diseases we learned about from our other clinic members. After taking many tests, I realized that Miss McClarnon encourages me in lots of ways, one including encouraging me to do really good on my tests by studying. Another activity I enjoyed with her was hosting our own parent-teacher conferences. I remember in the making, one of my classmates, Sylvan, saying it was more like making a confession. We also had a team building time where we do arts and crafts and minute-to-win activities. One that stood out was Face the Cookie, where we had to put an Oreo on our forehead and get it in our mouth without using our hands in a minute. Of course, Miss M could complete all the challenges. I also remember a day when I was sick and my favorite teacher being very nice and letting me off the hook with only a little homework. With a teacher that nice, I always respect her and she respects me back. One of her sayings, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger," has taught me that it is okay to make mistakes as long as you fix them. One thing that I forgot to mention is that actually she isn't my favorite teacher. She is my favorite Times Infinity teacher. Thank you.
You have to sign this because we didn't get your signature ahead of time, so if you could sign that right on the dotted line. Okay, and if you want to present this to Ms. McClarnon yourself.
Thank you for the speech, too. It's, each day I get up and I'm really excited to go to work and I get to see kids and interact with them and try to make them a little bit better. And I know with American Education Week it was nice getting some of the notice from other students too, but you realize that in the moment, yes, they're going to remember you and they have those memories, but you also know that when you see them out in public, working behind the subway counter or wherever they are, that they remember things that you do too. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. And I think the board members would want to meet both of you. Alex, we're going to ask to keep that because we're keeping a log of all of them. So when you're 35 or 40 years old, you can come back and you can see it. Okay. That sound good to you? Okay, good.
Picture.
Photo. Sorry. There you go.
Congratulations. Don't let your dad give you a hard time. I'll give him a hard time for you, all right? Nice job. Thank you.
Great job. And congratulations. Congratulations.
Donations.
I would like to recognize Judy Cable Anderson in memory of Bob Schultz, who contributed $25. Also, Artis Winters in memory of Bob Schultz, who contributed $25, both to the district. $900 from DBA Truckin' Buddies Club, Barbara Strong, for our special sports program. And $1,050 from the Middle Wisconsin Chefs Association, Chef Jim Duhame, for our food service program. So the district is very appreciative, especially at this time of year.
All right, moving on to public comments. Due to the number of people we have speaking tonight and the number of items they're speaking to, we're going to limit comments to 3 minutes each. Printed on the agenda is our board policy regarding public comments, and we do respectfully ask that you follow them. Our first two speakers tonight, and there are 7, will be Albert Rackow, followed by Leon Zick. So Albert, you're up.
I'm Albert Rocco, 1824 Gilkey Street in Stevens Point. The memo dated August 26, 2013, entitled Draft Framework for District Morale Plan, indicates the school board intends to improve the morale of its employees by implementing the provisions of that 5-page document. I note that staff morale plan as an action item is scheduled for your December 9th, 2013 board meeting. Those two items should be encouraging to your employees. In your effort to improve morale, you might also consider an article in the Green Bay Press Gazette by Herbert Grover, who has been a district superintendent, legislator, and superintendent of public instruction for 12 years. I've given the board secretary copies for you. I'll emphasize portions of his article by reading them now. Teacher turnover through resignation or retirement is at an all-time high in most Wisconsin school districts. Traditionally, about 1/2 of new teachers seek another career in the first 5 years in the profession. Many find teaching more difficult than originally anticipated, and with society's harsh criticism and lack of public support, other professions become more attractive. The proclamation that teacher turnover is good because new inexperienced teachers bring energy and enthusiasm to the profession, and that the district can save money by paying entry-level salaries is without merit. Energy and enthusiasm are only a small part of being a good teacher. There are a couple of paragraphs I'll pass over. The question needs to be asked, would you engage the services of a law firm or medical institution where most of the employees are recent graduates from a training institution and there's little senior staff to share judgment and experience? With the demise of the American family and the coarsening of our culture, children present themselves to the school with a host of needs that must be addressed. Sometimes the children must be cleaned and soiled clothes replaced. Nutrition and medical attention are critical. Counseling to handle the issues of abuse, parent abandonment, and neighborhood conflict must be dealt with before instruction can take place. The dedicated Wisconsin teachers who daily face the abandonment and neglect of our children deserve our admiration and support. Thank you for being able to address the board.
Thank you, Albert. Leon Zick.
Leon Zick, S309, Stevens Point. Just got some comparables that I'd like to give to you. For the 40-mile radius, like Mr. Carlson said in his meeting, his bullet point, DC Everest, Marshfield, Wausau, Rapids, and Sheboygan I put in here just to show that we could find areas that pay more, but in my notes here it said don't use them, and I'd like to hand them out. Plus I've got the handbooks from all 4 of them districts too for you, and we didn't use University or Mid-State because they deal with adults, and that's a whole different ball game. So I would hope that they wouldn't use that as a comparable too. So if I may, I would hand these to you to help you, and they're free. Can I bring them up to you?
You can just pass.
Put them on the end and we'll just pass them around.
I only got 1 copy of all the handbooks. And the rest is just a few copies of the wages and benefits. So
Okay. We'll get it out to everybody.
I just appreciate your time, and I would hope that you use this information. And this is a fair comparable because they're the same size. Districts are close to, and they're in the 40-mile radius. And they also do some of the same work. I think Wausau does a little less square footage. I don't think Mr. Carlson used any of those numbers, square footage, or what. He just did points type thing. And one other thing, I was just thinking, a couple years ago, I just got a short story, if it'll help. I was doing the floor in the cafeteria, and a kindergartner ran into the thing and says, "Mr. Zick," I won't use the name, "a little boy needs your help. He exploded in the bathroom." And I went, well, I came right away, and I heard a little boy saying, "Help, help, I need help." And when I opened the door, the poor little guy did explode everywhere. And so we got rubber gloves, and we carried him out and cleaned him up and cleaned everything up, and he thanked me. And then after that, every time I see him, he'd say, "Hi, Mr. Zick." I wonder how many points Mr. Carlson would give us for a little compassion for the students on his point system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Vic Ackerman and Tia Hagenbucker, and your names were bracketed. Were you planning to speak together or separately?
I'll explain. I have a new insight, and so I thought rather than canceling out, I would kind of explain what my intention was. You have a really nice 11 by 17 handout that I made up for you, and Greg just handed me a real nice 8.5 by 11 that clarified a couple things for me. A little bit embarrassing, but still, I think the point can still be made. If you look at my handout, I've got 3 figures on there. One is pointing to an alternative site, figure 1 and 2, and what I did is a panoramic view of that. And then I took a panoramic view of this in figure 3 for the Living Skills Center, the Living Center. And I realized that I was pushing my view of the site a little bit too far to the west. I'm the advisor for the environmental group at SPASH, the SPASH Student Peace and Environmental Action Coalition. And we took a look at this and thought that the current proposed site would have too much of an impact on the wetlands that are featured on the northwest corner and the one that's a little bit further to the east. Well, it turns out it's right in the middle of those two. The ground may be a little bit higher. It clarified some things for me, but I still would hope that you would look at the site that's placed a little bit closer to in proximity to some things that are highly utilized by students, and that's the ropes course area, the ball fields that are to the east, and the greenhouse that is on the northeast corner of SPASH. So access-wise, it might be a little bit closer, and I think my original argument, and Tia worked hard at preparing something, and it turns out her advisor was a little bit ill-informed about the actual location, and Greg set the position correctly for me. But I still think it's something to be considered, to take a look at, is this a better drained area, the area near the ropes course? And the area that I'm talking about, it's a little bit skewed on the panoramic view, but I hope that you'd take a look and really compare the two sites. Maybe do a soil survey and see if those wetlands will be impacted on the corner, the northwest corner of the proposed site. So that would be the thing I would leave you with in terms of considering the alternate, what we're calling the alternate site proposal by the Speak Group. So, 3 minutes.
Can I ask you a question, Terry?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question, sir? I apologize.
Sure.
Just so I can kind of clarify my own thoughts. You are suggesting, or this organization is suggesting, that we do it by the ropes course, by the football, across from the greenhouse. You're suggesting that's a better land than out in front of the school where that small little photo or the little bit bigger one is?
I'm not suggesting that it is better. I'm suggesting that it might be. And I think that if, and that the considerations that I had are bulleted there, low site development impact, but, now I look at the other site and I'm thinking, well, maybe that's low site development impact too. Because we originally thought it was the corner on North Point and 2nd Street. So now I'm thinking, okay, if it's between the two wetlands, then still take a look at the impact it's going to have. So everything I bulleted there, I think it still remains. If you look at Figure 2, low site development impact, low initial species, trees and herbaceous plant diversity, low diversity. That means that you're not having an impact on a large number of species, right? And then a well-drained area, except when it's not well-drained. Some people kind of know that. And then, excellent access to SPASH, the experiential facilities, the universal challenge area, the greenhouse, the playfields. I don't know what exactly is going to happen in that building. I was looking at it from an environmental impact and high use of students. That's what I was looking at. So.
Thank
Lisa.
Can you tell me, are you aware, are there any of your science teachers that are using either the already approved site or this proposed alternative site in their classroom? Are you aware of it?
Well, years ago, I proposed that be made into a prairie area.
Which one? Which site?
The current.
That site?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it actually got approved, but you have to have people behind it. I can't do it all by myself. So, so that's another idea. I thought of, community gardens and things like that. I apologize. I know that I'm taking up other people's time here, but if maybe I don't need to apologize. You're asking me questions.
You are fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tia, did you wish to speak?
Are you sure? I'm sure. Can you at least acknowledge Tia? She was...
Next we have Sam Levin, followed by Liz Anderson.
Sam Levin, 1600 Sherman Avenue, Stevens Point. I read the agenda, and I was quite surprised and very interested in the recommendations, tentative recommendation, I should say, by the group that was reviewing the cadet recognition and rewards. I'm not here to talk about the cadets right now. It's actually for something else, but so for people that didn't get the agenda, I'd like to read something real quick off of it. And with a few words changed, I think it would apply elsewhere. Performing their assigned duties faithfully, reporting for duty on time and being reliable, obeying those in authority, being well-mannered and courteous, maintaining a positive rapport with staff, students, and visitors, using sound judgment in handling their patrol responsibilities, and displaying leadership. I think maybe we should have this group evaluate the school board. And maybe the school board ought to take these recommendations to heart. And don't ask your students to do something that you can't do yourself. Thank you.
Liz Anderson.
Sorry. Liz Anderson, 809 Summers Street, Stevens Point. I actually have a question first, because I couldn't hear. It was really busy out there. Was there a change made at all to the end of the agenda? At all? No? Okay. So my question just was that when I was looking through the agenda last night, and I got to the end of the agenda and saw under 12 about reconvening into open session, I guess my question was just related to the consideration for ratification of a tentative agreement with the unions, and as far as just how that would come about, because it was my understanding that there were some negotiations this summer and it didn't go anywhere, and that nothing had really been done since then. So I was just kind of curious how that all would work to approve an agreement when negotiations hadn't taken place. So
That item is for the Teamsters.
no, but then it says with the Stevens Point Area Education
It's
Association.
just pro forma language, Liz, that's always put there.
Okay, all right, I was just curious about that. And then just the other thing that I thought of, when I don't remember his name, the head custodian from Kennedy that was speaking, just to say, our custodians that are district employees are wonderful, and they go so far above and beyond any of the custodial work that we get from the Clean Power does a fine job, they clean my room, but if I need something done, kind of above and beyond the normal cleaning duties, I can always go track down one of our district-employed custodians, and I know that it's going to get done, and it's going to get done well, and that they're there for the kids and for the teachers, and it's more than just, picking up after everyone and keeping the building clean. So just a little, they do a great job, and they deserve to be compensated according to that job, I think. So, all right, thank you for answering my question. That's all.
Thanks, Liz. Glenn Reindl?
Glenn Reindl, 1024 Brawley Street, Stevens Point. I just wanted to mention, Mr. Rothman, if you please cross me off of 9B4. I'm going to try and shorten this meeting up. You don't need to hear from me in a lot of cases. And I just would like to echo sentiments of Liz Anderson. When we go into the building, I've been able to be at SPASH for 13 years. And there are people there that I know by the first name for the 13 years. Not all the 13 years, but there's Rick, there's Terry, there's Greg, okay, there's Scotty. These are people who are custodians who I don't know why they're not qualified or, I guess, classified as management positions. The things that they do, the things that I go to, the things that I need, they're the ones that get it done. Because ultimately, everything is a conduit through the custodians who are there full-time. I mean, they give their time, they give their energy, and like I said, regardless of what you're going to talk about with Clean Power, I'm saying what they do is something special. What they do is they stop and they talk during saying, hey, just to let you know, this was wrong. I fixed it. I want to let you know it's taken care of. Plus, I took care of this because you needed this done. And I said, okay. And I said, hey, can you look at this? They're doing preventative maintenance. They're doing a lot of things in our classroom. And I don't know what's going on at the elementary level, but I hear similar things. I'm just saying, when you're on a first-name basis with someone for about 12, 13 years, and anything that you need done gets done, they are the problem solvers. And I think that's something moving forward with all of us. There is something to be said. Mr. Rakoff said the same thing. There is something to be said that somebody who has a history and who has a relationship with the building, the staff, and the culture that's created there that you work with, I think that is invaluable. Whether you're a senior teacher or you are a custodian who, like I said, you get to know by a first-name basis. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Moving on to item 7. Sam, you wish to speak to 7?
I'm sorry, that was supposed to be for, yeah, for
7D?
Yeah.
Okay. And Sergeant Lucas, I'm assuming you're here on 7D as well? All right. Got you both. All right, 7A, SPASH Student Senate Report. Ashley.
Okay. So last week, the Student Senate went to the WAC Fall Regionals, and each year at the Fall Regionals, it's a leadership summit, so you go to multiple sectionals and there's a keynote speaker, and the big thing is a donation of canned goods. So this year, our Student Senate won the canned good donations. As a Senate, we each brought in at least 4 items, and we actually ended up donating over 100 items, which almost quadrupled any other school that brought items, so that was pretty cool. The first home boys basketball game took place last week. Winter sports are off to a great start. The Partners in Education will be conducting the reality shop which is a business or businesses that come into the school, into the library, and students are given a job, and they have to budget on their salary. So it's a great real-world thing. Education Week, Senate wrote thank you notes to every teacher, secretary, and EA. On Thursday, teachers wore their alumni shirts, so it was interesting. They told a story about where they got their education from. And then we were just, as students, we would like to say that we are very appreciative of everything the teachers do for us. The plan test for sophomores, which is a practice ACT, will be given on Wednesday, December 4th. And that is my report.
Thanks, Ashley. Board member comments. Lisa?
Pass.
All right. Kim?
Also, I will pass at this time.
All right. Chris?
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment to the board. I was very, I guess, surprisingly optimistic after our board workshop. I think we had a good conversation, and I just hope that after hearing the conversation from each of the board members about why we're here and what we're looking forward to, actually went home feeling really positive. I think we have really good people on this board, and it was very, very, just a positive note to leave on. So I hope we continue that. I know we have another meeting coming up in that, and I know that the community would really like to see us working together because they know we're all here for students and for staff and for community and parents. So I just wanted to thank all the board members who were able to be here, and I hope we move forward.
Thank you, Chris. We're eliminating 7C. There is a handout at your place from Renee on recent legislative issues. We're up to 7D, cadet recognition. We do have 3 public comments, folks, and we'll start in the order they signed up as Sam Levin, followed by Reed Rocheleau, and then Sergeant Lucas.
I'll make it very quick. I had asked several years ago regarding the cadet program, how many total cadets are involved? Not how many from each school are getting rewarded, how many total are involved? And I'd like to get an answer for that. It can be via email, it could be any way, I don't care. I'd just like to know how many. Secondly, I had offered once before. I have done a lot of negotiating in my life. I have no problem going to places and negotiating for a reward for the cadets. It doesn't have to be to Dells. We've got water parks in Toma. We've got water parks in Wausau that are closer. And I'm sure we can get a much better rate than what we're getting in the Dells for everybody, not for some. The other thing is, there's been a lot of talk about not taking them out of school because the Dells trip is not a learning function. These cadets provide, first of all, you're going to get a better price any place you go on a weekday. Secondly, these cadets provide a service before school, after school, and during school. And as much as I'm against people missing out on school days, I don't think it would hurt for a reward for their services, and that's what it is, a service. A non-educational item. What about the 6th grade track meet? What do the 6th graders learn there? How to run? If they don't know that by the time they're in 6th grade, we've got a problem. So don't put it off as being an educational thing. That's not what it is. It's a money thing. And I think the money's available either through the government or the local governments or through donations for the cadets to be rewarded for the service they provide. Thank you.
Reed Rocheleau. We should all be outraged at Superintendent Winiger's attempt to arbitrarily control this important but simple issue with lack of information, misinformation, disinformation. This report was an improvement over what we've been getting, but it's still lacking. This rewards that Mr. Carlson did, and did a fairly decent job, but once again, you're not getting the correct information, you're talking to the wrong people. And you suggest here that it's almost entirely funded by 3 law enforcement agencies. Yeah, but they get their money from the county. In the case of the Sheriff's Department, the Village of Plover gets a lot of theirs from the village, $3,000. That's not recognized. In Stevens Point, you used to get it from the city, and they cut it out. And because we got this information from Mr. Winiger, we could have probably embarrassed them to put it back like the other agencies. Okay, but let me go on. What Plover is getting is $3,000 from the village, $1,500 from Walmart. Maybe someone here could also ask Walmart for us to put towards our cadets, and they get additional money from other people, But we could have had it for Stevens Point people by gentlemen like Mr. Suhan, who offered to send the cadets last year when we tried to send them, and we were given misinformation from Mr. Winiger. And if you look at that little chart, I hope you're looking at that chart in front of you on some of the things that was put into this report. This positive, but why this is sponsored as it is, this is sponsored by AAA. This is a statewide recognition of cadets from all over the state of Wisconsin. And yes, you do. They send in these track teams all over the state, and they're paying for the buses and everything else like that. And now you got estimated cost. Last year, and Mr. Lucas is here, and thank goodness he's going to be talking, and you're going to get the straight answers, and if you can't believe him, who are you going to believe? But anyways, $750, that's what we offered last year. And we had checked it with Mr. Lucas. That would have been one bus for the Stevens Point kids and enough for the 10 kids from each school, which that is suggested here, that they would have been spent. They are recognized and rewarded for the hard work they do, not just on helping crossing guards, but in schools. I've been there where these cadets help throughout the school, and we can recognize other people. It builds them, and it's an educational experience that hopefully, Mr. Lucas, you will tell these people. Let's start getting some accurate information. Wish we'd have 5 minutes. I could have given it.
And Barb, I asked him to come, so he's my speaker on behalf of this, so he shouldn't be timed. Sort of like when Kim did Glenn for her topic.
Okay. I am Sergeant Mike Lucas from the Sheriff's Office. I do run the safety cadet programs for Portage County for our jurisdiction. We have 9 schools. Stevens Point is a separate jurisdiction. Plover has 1. I can go over duties of the cadets if you guys have questions coming up, but I can go over the cost just to kind of let you know what we do for each school out in the community right now. Right now, for each school out in the community, including the Catholic schools out in our jurisdiction, we offer a top cadet trip. That is, this year it'll be on May, I want to say it's 18th if I'm correct, or 16th on a Friday. And that is sponsored through AAA. And AAA, what occurs with that is you get 3 events during the day. You get a lunch, and then you get an Upper Dells boat tour. They give you the history of the Dells, and then you get the Tommy Bartlett Show, which does have the state recognition for all the schools in the state of Wisconsin. So there's usually about 3,000 to 4,000 cadets down there at the time. So we bring 2 buses down with our 9 schools, 116 total. The cost for each student for that day is $13 for the admission for the day for all the events and the lunch. The Sheriff's Office then also does sponsor a supper where it costs about $2.40 per student. So the total cost for that trip for the Sheriff's Office is $15.40 per student, running at $116 to $119. We also offer a all-cadet trip. Now this, what Sam stated, is for all the cadets that are active in the school year. They go by points, they go by grades, they go by everything, and if they're active at the end of the year, then we offer an all-cadet trip. This is occurring on Tuesday, May 20th. By the way, the busing is also paid for on the Top Cadet trip by the Sheriff's Office. The busing on the Top Cadet or All Cadet trip on May 20th is responsible of the schools, and I know that all parent-teacher or the organizations have paid for those buses in the past. What we do is we go to Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus gives us a great deal, $6 for admission. So we have $6 for admission, they give us $1.50 for a hot dog lunch, and then we take those students down for the whole day, and they get to have a day of fun with us. During that time, we have two people from the sheriff's office along with either parents or teachers come along and chaperone. So we have those two trips. Those are the two big trips, and at the end of the year we have our recognition awards. I heard Mr. Suhan talk about bikes. We give a bike to each school. We also give three $25 Portage County gift certificates to the runners-up. Now, when we're talking about recognition and we're talking about how these cadets are picked, it's not just, hey, he's popular, he gets it. I mean, I've had the most popular kids not get it because they don't have the top points. We make the final determination at the sheriff's office. Okay, so if it's a tie, I'll draw out a hat and we'll pick it. It's out of the teacher's hands because we supply the bike and we supply the certificates. We also supply pins and also handwritten certificates to them at the end of the year. Coming up here in January, all active cadets are also invited to a 2-hour YMCA day at the YMCA. We close it down from 4 to 6 at night, and all of Portage County cadets in our jurisdiction and Plover are invited. And I will talk to Mr. Carlson about that this year, that I have no problem inviting the Stevens Point's cadets in regards to coming to that because we close it down. The cost of that is usually about $250 to $300 for our sheriff's office and $250 to $300 for Plover. Those are pretty much our awards that we give out through the school year, and we feel it very important because these kids they don't get recess, they don't get lunch hours, they take extra time for each of the kids. I mean, these kids are out there putting on the boots for the kindergarten, they're crossing the street, we've got bus cadets out in the county. So we have an active cadet program which incorporates all the 5th or 6th grade, whichever we have. Speaking of numbers for the county, we have between 350 and 400 active cadets out in the county. So I imagine you have about that much in the city of Stevens Point with the other 6 or 7 schools that you have.
Jerry, can I ask?
Sure.
Mike, thanks for coming.
Yep.
We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bill wrote this memo after having talked with you and having talked with Andy Huffenbarger over at Plover, and then also...
I didn't see the memo.
Yeah, it's okay. Tony Bobble over at Point.
Correct.
I think the total county budget, and correct me if I'm wrong, when I looked at all of the things that are done just for the spring trip, not for all of the other awards and stuff that you do, is somewhere in the vicinity of $6,000. Is that right?
For the trips?
If you combine all of the costs involved?
For our safety cadets,
for all the entire Portage County that you cover?
Yes, I figured it to be approximately $6,000, $6,400 at the max.
So that's what you spend. Now, you mentioned that Plover does one. Doesn't Plover do Roosevelt and Plover Whiting?
That's correct. Sorry about that.
Okay, so they do. They have 2 schools.
That's correct.
Okay, and Point has 5. Okay. And one of the things that you've been able to do over the years, which apparently was not done in conjunction with Point or Plover, I could be wrong, so I'm asking the question, is you were able to get some discounts, for example, through the busing and the ticket prices and some other things because of the numbers involved, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you have the top cadets, which are 10 kids from each school?
Well, it all depends. How many active cadets are per school? So I'm going to take, for an example, MacDill. If MacDill has 50 cadets and I have Amherst who has 20 cadets, I will give MacDill, I'll put the ratio so that they'll get 12 or 13 compared to Amherst, which will get 10.
And then the larger number, as you described, all of the other cadets go the following week.
That's correct.
So there is a group of kids, I mean, I don't know how many, I'd have to add them up, but there are a group of kids that would be out of school for 2 days.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I will say that I did talk to Mount Olympus, and they will grant the special price, what I've told you in regards to $6, but it's $2 for the hot dog lunch on Saturday, May 24th. But I will tell you this, that all the other schools this year have booked it already, and I can't change the date for the rest of the...
Yeah, and Bill and I talked about that, and that was very nice on your part to do that, looking forward to future years, rather than having 2 days.
But if it's something the school board wants to look at this year, Mount Olympus will grant that Saturday, May 24th, that the price that we get on May 20th or whatever.
Right. We had thought we were going to leave this year alone in terms of the dates, but I wanted to just get some of that information, and then I'll hold my other comments after Bill gets done. Thanks for coming, Mike.
Okay. Any other questions for Sergeant Lucas while he's with us?
Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa.
All right, we're on then to item 7D, the Cadet Recognition Program Development Update. Bill.
Thank you. We were given the task this year of taking a look at the Cadet Recognition and Rewards Program, because as all of you know, that program, the recognition and the rewards have changed over the last couple of years, probably less to do with philosophical change than monetary changes. As I had indicated in the memo to you, both Village of Plover and the City of Stevens Point, Plover reduced the funding they have for their program significantly, and Stevens Point cut out the budget for the Safety Cadet program. So at that point in time, there was a lot of, in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of disparity over what particularly rewards are being given out at different schools, and Mike did a nice job of describing what he's doing for the county schools. So the first thing we attempted to do was kind of put that table together that I shared with you tonight in the packet of just what are the discrepancies, what are the different schools doing, and so we gathered that information, and it's pretty apparent that there's quite a discrepancy, quite a difference in the rewards that are been given to cadets. So from there, we tried to look at what do we want to do for recognition and what do we want to do for reward. We think it's pretty important that we differentiate a little bit between that. A recognition, again, is something that's predictable, but really doesn't have a market value. It can be a certificate, a compliment, public praise, an assembly where you're recognizing kids. A reward is something that's predictable and has some market value. If I do this, I get this, such as prizes, trips, gift certificates, those kinds of things. So trying to find that equilibrium of how we can recognize all of our cadets and then reward cadets in a meaningful way. We believe that at the school sites we do a great job of recognizing our cadets. We all have programs that we have towards the end of the school year where we recognize the cadets in our buildings for the service they do, and we believe we can continue that recognition piece without outside monetary help. The reward piece, as Sergeant Lucas went through tonight, is a stumbling block for us. In the tentative proposal that we have out here tonight, we believe that we could put together funding to take our top cadets on the Dells trip. I do have the figures there. We don't have the funding available for that right now. I do know that Sergeant Lucas said that he felt that he could help us out with that by going to some private donators, maybe some businesses to do that. It makes us a little uneasy to do that because, again, we're doing it, as we do that, it's hard to sustain a program from year to year and be consistent then if you're always depending on donations to do that. Our hope is to try to come up with something that's sustainable, something that we can keep doing and not having to be scrambling from year to year to do that. But at least for this year, we believe we could pull off sending our top cadets to the Safety Patrol Congress in May. If we did look at the Mount Olympus trip, we are certainly interested, I think, in moving that to a Saturday so we don't have kids missing too much school. Those school days are important to us. We need to have the kids in school. So we are certainly interested, I think, in a reward program like that. If we could move it to a Saturday for our city schools, and Sergeant Lucas has indicated they would honor that price to do that. However, when we do send those kids, we have about 460 kids in our total program. That includes the county schools, the Plover schools, and the city. So we do have 460 total kids in that program. But if we needed to try to raise funds for the Mount Olympus trip, and I didn't include this in your agenda, but I just did some quick math after Sergeant Lucas gave me the numbers, at $750 per student, We would need to cover all 5 of the city schools. We would need about 9 buses to be able to transport that many non-county schools at about $450 a bus. So we'd be looking at about $6,800 to pull off a trip like that. So that seems at least less doable in my mind. I'm pretty confident that we could pull off the Safety Patrol Congress for our 10 cadets, pulling off a trip of sending all of our cadets on that trip. I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but it's certainly an expensive venture, and we would need to find some source of funding to be able to do that. So at this point, this isn't a final proposal. This is some preliminary work. It was helpful to meet with the law enforcement officers to find out where their agencies are as far as financial support and where they are as being able to support our cadet programs. And we truly appreciate all that they do. Again, I believe we can pull off I know for sure we can do the recognition programs in our buildings. I believe we can do the Safety Patrol Congress. It would take some more study and some more community help if we were going to try to pull off a larger trip with all of our cadets going to a Saturday event.
If I could just add a little bit, Bill. Did you say that among all 9 of our elementary schools there are about 460 cadets?
For all 9, correct.
Sam, that answers your question, I think?
Yeah.
Okay. The second thing not to forget is the reason that we're still talking about the cadet program is because the city, in its budget 2 years ago, said that it couldn't continue it. So we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this were it not for that experience. And what we now have is a situation where the county and Plover both provide funding, some of its own, some through donations, to take students within their respective jurisdictions to the Safety Patrol Congress and this larger trip. And the 5 city schools don't have one of those governmental entities. So essentially what the discussion has really been all about has been partially educational from my point of view, because I think if we took a look at the 180 days of school and we began to take out from those days all of the things that are done that aren't necessarily directly related to what happens in the classroom, I think we'd be concerned about the number of days that we're actually educating students formally. Somebody mentioned the 5th and 6th grade track meet that's done. I would defer to the physical education department who runs that program to step forward and to tell the community all of the things that are learned during those 2 days, and there are many, and it is immense. So I think that's an apples to oranges comparison. The last thing I would simply say is this. If the board chooses to fund one or both of these programs from its budget, it is quite likely that at some point in the future, I'm not saying tomorrow, I'm not saying next year or the year after, but there clearly then is an inequity, is that the district has decided to pay for this event, whereas for 4 other of our schools, the entities are paying for them, the governmental entities, and there's clearly an inequity there. So the district is paying for some, and these governmental entities are paying for the others, and that could be a bone of contention at some point in the future. I'm mindful of the fact that boards don't want to tie the hands of future boards. Personally, do I think it's a worthwhile event? Absolutely. I think that Mike Lucas just indicated why the Top Cadet program is worthwhile. I think the following week, the other larger trip, the fact that it could be held on a Saturday is, I think, something that's very, very important, because taking kids out of school for those kinds of rewards, I think educationally is not as valuable. But that's just one person's opinion. The board has to decide what it would like to do with these funds. On paper, it might not seem like a great deal amount of money, but Bill just mentioned that if you're going to do this for all of the cadets, it's probably in the $6,800 range. So it is something that everybody needs to recognize. We wouldn't be sitting here if one governmental agency didn't have it in their budgets to do, and secondly, we're creating a situation where the district will be paying for something that for 4 of our schools is paid for by law enforcement agencies.
Questions or comments for Bill?
I've got comments. My own personal opinion is that this should be handled by the Stevens Point Police Department. The board should not be involved. It should be handled like it's been in the past, Portage County, Plover, and then Stevens Point. Having said that, maybe if we make an exception for this year, maybe Stevens Point might come around and put it in their budget. But we have the Fund 80, which is a community fund, over $1 million sitting in there. There might be some extra money in there to use. We've got a $392,000 budget or something like that for personal travel for events for district personnel that I believe we could make an exception one time to take care of the cadets, seeing that Stevens Point, the city won't take care of them, and let them enjoy the other rewards that the other children are getting from the Plover and Portage County Department Enforcement.
Chris?
I guess the question I would ask is the description of what we do in the schools, I think is really nice. I guess what I would like to know, do board members, at least for this year, do they want to send all the cadets on a trip, or would they consider the top 10? One of the things I would think, at least if we were just doing it temporarily for this year, I'd like to see all the students go. I don't know about the cost. I personally think if the board is really interested in helping support this, I'd be happy to give 1 or 2 of my board member paychecks to do that, to support having the kids go. But I think it depends, are we going to set a precedent saying this year we're going to do this, we're going to send them all, we're going to send the top 10? I think that needs to be the decision before they come back with a recommendation. But I would be happy to do that.
Other questions or comments? Kim?
Well, I beg to differ that it's not an educational thing. I mean, we always talk about children's social skills. This is a big thing for them. And as one of the speakers said, I mean, my kids did it for multiple years. They didn't have recess. In the morning, they were there early. They were helping. They got it for helping. Yes, maybe a little bit more adults would help and volunteer. Might be better parents, I want to say it that way, or just better for the community, because there's a lot of people that said, I won't do it because of, that I don't never volunteer. These kids are volunteering their time. I think they need to go. Physical education. If you've ever been on one of these trips, if you're a lazy parent, don't go, because you're running around with these kids, and plus it's probably 20 degrees out when you're going. It's always the day that you're going that it snows. Going on the weekday versus the weekend, you got all the other families coming out. It's either probably Memorial Weekend or something like that. You've got sports that you have to deal with for the summer because them start. I know it's all picking and choosing what you can. These teachers are prepared for allow these students to go. They do their education around these dates being off. We could list numerous things or people in the community don't think that's educational that we allow our other kids to go to. So to pick this out, also, for things to be unequal or equal, you're never going to find every 2 school being equal on doing stuff. So to pull things away from one school and not the other, that's been happened to a lot of other schools. Some schools will have playground equipment, others don't because of where you are. This is a really hard one. I really think they need to be recognized and rewarded for their time. I don't know if I'd give up my little money because it barely pays for my gas to come here, but I have a feeling that we could find, don't be laughing at me out there, we could find people in our community that would donate, even if it is a year to year. Let's see if we can get some organizations to donate the money, but only put aside for that. And let the Portage County Sheriff or someone else than the school district be in charge of that. Don't give it to our special funds and shove it in there. I'd be afraid it would get lost for the future.
Any other comments? Jeff?
Yeah. Are you planning on making a recommendation, a committee?
At some point, I believe we'd come back with a final recommendation once we can nail down if we have funding sources or not. And also, we're looking for some feedback from you. This is helpful to know where you guys stand. There are some philosophical differences that I think we need to address, and as far as a school day and non-school day, some of those kinds of issues I think are important, and it's helpful to hear this discussion and kind of know where you guys are at. That will help, I think, help us come back with a recommendation.
Bill, just a follow-up. We have 4 meetings coming up, 2 in December, 2 in January. Is your group looking at having a recommendation sometime in the next month or 2?
I believe we'll need to. If I could just ask, Mike, you need to have reservations in by when?
It's one thing.
Yeah.
The one thing I want to add, your figures, in regards to that all-cadet trip, wouldn't cost that much. Your parent-teachers and your school, the kids would actually pitch in for the busing for that trip. So look at the $6 or the $7.50 admission, but don't look at the busing, because that the other schools, that's how they do it. The other schools and the parent teachers and the kids put in for their busing for that trip.
And I do recognize that. I do know that we do have some schools who have indicated, at least their principals have indicated to me, that getting that kind of funding from their school would be difficult from their PTOs or from their organizations. They just don't have a lot of funding.
And then we'll be doing that YMCA Day after the first of the year in the first 2 weeks of January. I'll get you the date here real quick. So yeah, there'd be a recommendation sooner.
And what were the dates that we needed to have, like if we wanted to do a Dell's trip, do we have to have is there a drop dead date for?
February, the first week of February is the registration where I have to send into the AAA. And if you've got like a 2-week window there to send it in, otherwise you get late fees. So February is probably when you need it.
So we need to come back probably in January with a final recommendation for sure.
All right, that would be January 13, the first meeting, but then you're going to miss the Y night, correct?
I think you said you were willing to include us, regardless, right? With
I will talk to you this week, but I have no problem this year including and seeing what kind of turnout the cadets can, from Stevens Point, turn out, during that day.
No cost.
I think, if I understood correctly, they graciously invited just to include us this year.
So you,
No,
Lisa?
go, you can finish.
so you can make January 13th work, because that gives you a couple of weeks leeway that Mike needs.
To come back with a recommendation, yeah, I think we should be able to do that.
Okay, then we'll bring that back for for action on January 13.
Mr. President, can I ask a question?
Here, we're having our conversation, Sam. Lisa?
I just want you to know that I'm a huge supporter in believing that these children need to be recognized. Like it was pointed out, this is a AAA program. The Wisconsin Safety Patrol Congress, they buy the belts, the badges, the video training, all that kind of stuff for these kids. And I actually find it very sad that the Stevens Point School Police Department would have cut that from their budget, because this is a very valuable service, what the kids do, and how they give up a lot of their fun time to do this. And like Ms. Shurik said, there is tons of things that our students do outside of the normal classroom that are all educational. So to say that there is absolutely no value in this, I don't believe in that philosophy. So just so you know.
Bob?
If what Mike just stated was correct, we're talking now for 460 students, a cost of $3,450 to send everybody to Mount Olympus. I don't know why we had to wait till January to make a decision on something that I think everybody on this board would agree it's worthwhile. And as long as the Stevens Point Police Department is dropping the ball, we should make an exception and do it ourselves for our students. That's just my opinion.
Jeff?
Just to remember, you're talking about different tax entities too. Portage County is Portage County as a whole. So theoretically, Portage County gets tax out of Stevens Point. To say that it's responsibility of Stevens Point and the village of Plover, you're double taxing those individuals theoretically for that trip. So just keep in mind, thinking when you say it's Stevens Point's responsibility, you're actually you're taxing those individuals twice for that trip, because they pay Portage County tax and they pay city tax. So in reality, we should look at this as a district-wide program, Portage County-wise, as opposed to pitting the village and Stevens Point and whatever entity, because the other outlying communities who have their own school districts aren't singled out like we are. Just keep that in mind.
Ashley?
As a student who went on the Dallas trip and many other trips during elementary school, I think anytime you take students out of the Stevens Point area, it's an educational experience. You're told as you get off of Stevens Point School District bus that it's your responsibility to represent Stevens Point, and I think kids take that to heart. And you learn a lot of different responsibility things on trips, so.
Other comments or questions for Bill? All right, and we'll see, it'll be back on the 13th?
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Thank you.
Item E, the approval of the contract between the district and Jackson Middle School for expeditionary learning. Reed, I believe you wish to speak to this?
Yeah.
Can I use this?
Public comments first, Connie.
Sorry.
That's okay. We know you're excited.
I guess I won't be too long on this, but it's you know, only several months ago the administration was telling us that the Jackson School was unfit for the plover wading replacement. And then it was going to be remodeled into some tech computer center. You know, all of this stuff, and I come to these meetings and I'm sitting here trying to figure out when did the board ever decide that you were going to make it into a tech center? You know, this has always been the guy that left here, the superintendent of schools, just coming up with all these ideas. He comes up with these ideas, and somebody inserts them into your agenda pack, like it's been somehow decided to, and he's supposed to be working for you, the board. You're supposed to be making these decisions. We take the tour of Jackson School, and the thing's fantastic. It was in better shape after 10 years than what plover wading is right now. But this is the kind of stuff that's fed to you people. And some of you guys were on this trip, but, you know, and then you don't question this stuff. And about this charter school, I never hear, is this good, bad, or indifferent? But we're already going to do it because it's in a big hurry. How does this stuff, you know, I read the packets, I try to, and I still trying to find the basics. What the heck is this charter school stuff? How does it work? Is it good, bad for our rest of our system? You know, who's paying for it? Come on, start asking some of these questions as the board. You know what happens here is these guys are all doing this stuff by email. I'll guarantee you it's all done by email, so the people in the public, even when they want to know, you can't figure out what's going on. I'll guarantee you this is what's happening, because I try to find out. And maybe this is good, maybe it's not, but right away, you're rushed to do it. On a school that, what is it? What is it going to be? If it was going to be a tech center, you never agreed to that. Well, and then if you did, Winiger does things, and you guys just kind of go along with it, because the guy, I'm telling you,
Reed, you're out of order.
He's overpowering. It took 3 minutes.
Out of order.
They were the fastest 3 minutes I ever...
Connie? And Connie, you're up. I know you have a team here. I'm not sure if they're all going to be part of this, but they're all welcome.
Evening, everyone. Thanks for your time tonight. I'm here with members of the Jackson Middle School for Expeditionary Learning Charter School Governance Board, as well as an Expeditionary Learning School Designer. So I have Jeremy Solon from UWSP as a part of our governing board, Jen Zock, parent and former school board member, as a part of our governing board. Christine Munson is also from North Central, and she's a part of our governing board, as well as Mia Chemmel, who who's a school designer from Expeditionary Learning, and Alan Martin from Martin Machining. We also have several members of our planning team that are with us tonight, and that was the larger group that started working on this project last February. We are here tonight to provide further information, ultimately asking for your consideration of the charter school contract, which, as mentioned in previous meetings, would be the next step that the board would consider in entering a contract to provide an Expeditionary Learning School as another charter school, as a charter school for the district. So with that, just some work that's been done since we've last met, and we've been providing you updates on our work, and so we will continue to do that tonight. First of all, we have developed a mission, and that mission is very much, I'm not going to read for you, but it talks about just how the mission of this school coincides with all Expeditionary Learning Model schools, which are throughout the nation. Successful students that are providing authentic experiences and partnerships with the community to build character, intellectual achievement, and civic responsibility. And then our vision is a model expeditionary learning community as an instrumentality of the school district, as an instrumentality of you, the board. We value student inquiry, creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, embracing diversity. And with that,
Oh, that's not a clicker.
No.
Oh, it's a clicker, it's not the clicker.
Next.
Oh, there you go.
The Jackson Middle School for Expeditionary Learning Governance Board. So we've really tried to get quite a representation of our community, and these folks are very much interested in looking at a different kind of model for learning in our school district. We have joining us Ray Eckerlin with Skyward, and Keel Arneson is the Director of Secondary Education, of course, who is also a member of the Governance Board. Alan Martin, as I introduced prior, Christine Munson and Jeremy, Jennifer Zock, and then we will also have one other community member position that will be determined, and then 2 staff members should this contract get approved, and should we look at plans to open a school, 2 staff members would serve on the governance board for the charter school. We've had a great opportunity to work with Mia, and she'll tell a little bit about her story and what she brings to us, and what we've learned from her, and also some student achievement data that she's going to share.
So my name is Mia Schmiel. I am the school designer that will be working with the Jackson staff eventually down the road. I've had the opportunity to work with this fine group of planning team for Jackson School. I was a teacher for 12 years prior to beginning my work with Expeditionary Learning as a school designer. About 6 years ago, I was part of a team in Marathon that was looking for a way to do something different to educate our kids. We saw for the first time a population of students that were disengaged. We had behavior issues that we had never faced before, and in a small community that just didn't happen. And we were trying to figure out what to do about the issues that we were having, and kind of came across this whole charter school idea. And looking at the numbers, the fact that there were so many charter schools around us gave us an idea to try something different in trying to reach our students. So there were 15 charter schools in Appleton, 4 in Wausau, 3 in Wisconsin Rapids, and 1 in Everest. And what we found in doing our research was the fact that these charter schools could really draw on kids and meet their individual needs. So we looked at going through the charter school kind of model and wanted to find a way to reach kids that was very hands-on and project-based. And we ended with the expeditionary learning model, if you want to go. So the reason that my school in Marathon decided to go with EL, as you'll hear it referred to, really came down to 2 really important like achievement data scores. So the score on the left talks about the higher achievement scores as you continue to work with EL schools. And kind of reading the graph a little bit, the part that we were really excited about was looking at literacy, so reading and ELA. The school that I was in at Marathon, we were not one of the higher achieving schools when it came to literacy scores. We were kind of middle of the road. So seeing a model that we could implement that would help us perform better, outperform the schools that we were kind of competing for students for, was really important for us. What you see on the right was the deeper implementation. So the number of schools that would outperform the schools within your area. And that, again, we were looking at after a 5-year implementation, a 76% possibility of you outperforming those schools you're kind of competing against. One of the other pieces that was really important for us when you were looking at the type of model to implement was looking at MAP scores and MAP data, which again is a standardized test that was being used to measure us against consortium schools in our area. And, Connie, if you want to go. What we found as we went through the process is the amount of growth was kind of beyond what we anticipated. So the typical growth for an EL school over 5 years is to outperform districts by about 2 points. And what happened in Marathon after partnering and implementing the EL model in their school, after just 4 years, Marathon beat their consortium average by 16 points. And this is from a school that was just kind of your middle-of-the-road average school. And the model worked. The model worked very well. In fact, that put the Marathon schools #1 when comparing to the other middle schools in the consortium. So Marathon was pretty stoked about that this fall when they had a chance to look at the data. Same is true with math. Typically at an EL school, after 5 years of partnership, math scores should be anywhere from 1 to 2 points above a district average. Marathon's math average was 8 points above the consortium, so they're pretty excited about that as well. And it also pushed them #1 in the consortium looking at advanced and proficient schools. So in looking back 5-6 years ago at whether or not to go the charter school route, for Marathon it was really successful. And we had that opportunity to kind of be part of this movement that was going on in our area and definitely in the state to take advantage of some federally offered funds that we wouldn't have had an opportunity to get our hands on. And the way that we were able to create a school and an environment for our kids that we weren't able to prior to creating the charter school was pretty amazing. So I show you some hard facts, some data about achievement. The one thing that you can't measure with a number is what you see with parent satisfaction. And Marathon just completed this fall a survey of all of the parents that have students currently attending MBA. 82% of all the parents said that their child feels like they're part of a crew, and that's an EL term where it's you're part of that team, you feel like you're able to contribute versus just being a passenger or being one of those people who's just kind of there. And that was a really important statistic for us to see because we knew 6 years ago we had kids that didn't feel part of anything. And now looking at our scores and where parents are seeing themselves or seeing their child is pretty amazing. 91% of all the parents surveyed said their child is engaged in their schoolwork and the expedition work. It's the way that we will develop curriculum at Jackson. That was absolutely shocking to see as a statistic because the whole purpose in creating a charter school was to find a niche for kids that were not engaged. So looking at that number is pretty amazing for the staff that was involved in this whole process. And then I also included 2 quotes that came from the survey data that I thought were important for you to know as a board. The first came from an 8th grade parent. My child enjoys coming to school every day, which says a lot about a school. And the second, having recently moved into the district and very pleased with MVA. It is a big difference, like comparing apples to oranges from our previous school. Our daughter has always been a good student, but now is happy and excited to go to school each day. For us, it was important to understand that kids wanted to be at school. and more importantly, to be at our school, because we were creating that environment that was welcoming to them, but was also teaching them without them necessarily feeling that, it was this, everybody sitting in rows type of traditional model. It was meeting the needs of kids. So having gone through the whole process over the last 6 years of creating a charter school and implementing a model that has data to support itself, I kind of took the switch and went into the school designer role to help folks like the people involved in Jackson create a model similar to what we want to create here. What's amazing about this group is they've done so much already. And when I look at comparison between my experience in creating this very same type of school with the same number of students to what this group has done, they're ahead of the game. And I applaud the efforts that they've already taken. So they've already gone through a number of key pieces. They identified a need and a gap in meeting student needs actually last year. And I remember a group of people from Stevens Point coming and visiting my school. So it was kind of cool to see them kind of looking back at this over a year ago. They looked for community support, interest, and involvement. They visited sites. They researched different pedagogy or different ways of meeting the needs of individual kids. That's when they decided to kind of settle on the EL model because they've seen the data. They've been a part of a school. They've felt the culture that's created. Developed a larger planning team of parents, the UWSP reps, business leaders, and bringing it to the staff so that staff understands kind of what a different model will look like. Created a governance board, so basically a group of people that will be the foundation of moving the school forward and helping craft the decisions that will be made in their future. Drafted a mission and vision that you've had the pleasure of reading already that will steer us in creating the important decisions that will need to be made by this group of people. There were, I believe, 5 representatives at the national conference, so they had an opportunity to talk with people literally from across the national EL network and talk to them about, how do you go through implementing a model like this? What is it that you found was really successful? What are things that maybe we should not do? But an excellent way to network with people that have gone through this exact same process that they are. They wrote a charter school contract, which is what is in front of you today, and we'll talk about in greater detail. Wrote governance board bylaws, basically how they will function as a group, and then filed for non-stock corporation status, which is something that is required by DPI. So they've gone through that kind of laundry list of really important steps to get to tonight. And there are 3 things that they will need from you to make this model part of the Stevens Point schools. They need a site. The financial support, which we explained in great detail tonight, and then also the approval of the charter contract. And we'll explain to you really what that contract means and what it's asking for you as a board. Okay?
You received in the packet this document, which is a best estimate of district obligations for the majority staff this school, and it is a huge obligation. I wish I could say that we know that of the 127 students that are homeschooled right now, and I believe 30 to 50 of those kids are in grades 6 through 8, it would bring all those students back, but we don't have a crystal ball. Nor do I know that if it took 50 kids at each grade level from one specific junior high or the other, which would bring the staff over and decrease that cost. If I had a crystal ball, I could tell you. So what we had to put together was a document that would be required staffing costs for the startup of this school and our best guess at the other services that we would need for kids: transportation, food service, utilities, and those annual costs. The building is heated at this time, but certainly there's going to be some one-time costs to reopen this kind of a school. And with all we know, the biggest cost is staff, and those projections include average teacher's salary and benefits associated. So this is, again, a huge obligation, and we understand that. We also know, though, that there are students that are homeschooled that may re-engage with our district. There might be students open enrolling in virtual schools that may want to re-engage in a smaller middle-level expeditionary school like ours. They may bring students from our traditional junior highs that are interested in a middle-level kind of expeditionary learning experience and could bring with those kids FTEs associated with numbers. The bottom line is we just don't know exactly how many kids would be interested this fall, should it happen. And we don't know where those students would come from. So the document that we gave you is a very a close and a generous projection of what the district obligation would be to staff mainly, although there's certainly other costs, this school. The grant, should we continue on this journey, we would be showing really good progress and most likely receive an implementation grant next year of $225,000, and again the next year after that, should we show good progress, achievement, and board dedication to the grant, would again receive another implementation grant, and then that's followed by optional dissemination grants, which could come in the future. As I've mentioned in the past, charter school money is not allocated for staff, and I mentioned also the reason for that is the federal government and nor does the state want to fund staff, and then when the grant goes away, the school closes. So when the schools are mainly associated with staffing costs, they're asking schools to consider a different model, to use the seed money for these kinds of equipment and materials. This is a completely new curriculum. It's going to involve lots of new materials, technology, those kinds of one-time costs for the most part, as seed money, help you get started money, and a huge chunk that we need of professional development when you're opening a school that's a completely different model. And so again, I go back to what the district obligation would be, the upper portion, which would be our best guess at what our staffing costs would be. I'd like to introduce Jeremy, who's going to talk about resources we do have available to us.
All right. Thank you, Connie. Again, I'm Jeremy Solon. I'm a parent of 3 young children in the district, or I guess 2 right now in schools and 1 coming up. But most relevant to this project, I'm representing the university in the planning group and on the governance board, and specifically I'm representing the School of Education and then the center that I direct, the Wisconsin Center for Environmental Education. And I drew the long straw in this one. Connie got to tell you the numbers that's going to cost. I get to talk about the assets that are available to us. So I get the easy part. What I'll say is I know there's a lot of interest and excitement about this school, whether it's people I'm talking to in the community or at the university or other parents. I know there's excitement and interest, and that in a sense is a huge asset to this school. So some of them that we talk a little bit about, thinking about Jackson as the site for this school. That school is a perfect site for an expeditionary learning school. It's designed incredibly well to allow for collaboration. The grounds themselves are perfect for this type of learning, which is very hands-on and experiential and connected with the community. And we know that there are neighbors there who are really excited. Some of you, or most of you have been on the site, know that there are community gardens there, and there's even without the school happening there, there's been community involvement in that site kind of regardless, with the hopes that someday there'll be kids back there and they'll be able to jump right into working with students and teachers and parents. And when we were out there earlier this fall, we found out that was very true. We had lots of excitement of the potential that something could happen there. So the site itself is an asset. Connie mentioned the grants that will potentially be available. Obviously, we don't know specifically about those, but that's the level of funding that could be available for those. UWSP partnership. The university is committed to working with the district and the governance board on this school. We see it as a lab school, an opportunity to place our pre-service teachers, especially ones who have an interest in environmental education, but all of our pre-service teachers there. And that's really a twofold relationship. Obviously, the students get a great experience out of that. We as a university have a place to put our students to get that experience. But the school benefits from that energy, excitement, the innovation that comes with those students. And so there's benefits on both sides of that. And then obviously there's the connection overall to the university faculty and staff. I'll just mention a little bit about the center that I direct, the Wisconsin Center for Environmental Education. We work statewide with schools to integrate environmental education into the curriculum to support student learning and develop environmental literacy. We are committed to working on this school as well. We have a variety of model schools throughout the state that we work with that we commit staff time to from a planning standpoint. And we're excited as a staff to be able to work on a school in our backyard instead of traveling 3 or 4 hours like we do with a lot of other schools. And the added bonus there is that most of us are parents who have kids in the district, so we have a vested interest in this school. So there's lots of opportunities through the university. And then I'll just say, broadly at the community level, there's lots of support, lots of resources. Organizations that I'm connected with, such as Farm Shed, are really excited about the opportunity to engage with a school that's focused on community-based learning. And we know that there are businesses and other parents. And just to demonstrate kind of one piece of that puzzle, Alan Martin's going to talk just a little bit about how he sees kind of the opportunity related to the school from a business perspective. So, Alan.
I'm Alan Martin from Martin Machining, and what I'd like to do is share a few experiences that we've had with the Youth Apprenticeship Program. We think of the Youth Apprenticeship Program as a project-based learning tool. And I didn't quite realize it at first, but one of the first students that came in, we started explaining what we do in machine shop. And we talk about speeds and feeds. And the student didn't quite understand it, and I started laying out the algebra for it, and he goes, oh, well, I learned that in school. I know something about what you're talking about. Had a chance to talk to his math teacher, and the math teacher says, boy, it's interesting how much more engaged he is now that he has an application for this math. Next thing that we do in our process is we talk about how far the tool should stick out of the collet. And that's kind of strange information to you probably, but there's a lot of physics in there. And you can understand why things stick out, how many diameters it sticks out, and what the difference is between the levers and the deflection and yield strength. Again, another reason where somebody can go to their physics class and say, yeah, I've actually applied this. Then the next stage of that process would be we talk about how to set up a setup sheet. And we talk a lot about the important details to put on a setup sheet, how to make it legible, how to make it spellable. And this little side note here, I don't help with the spelling. That's nothing I do with. But again, it's English. And what we find in general is all these steps have a way to spark more interest in learning because they see a direct relationship in real life situations. The gains of this is even a little bit further. You see the students grow with confidence. They try something, they're able to succeed with it, and then they grow with their confidence level and become a little bit more leaders. You see them walk with a little bounce in their step and their head comes a little bit higher. We have one young student that's worked with us, and he was really kind of, weren't quite sure what is going to happen to him, but he went through all the steps I previously explained, and after that he decided to go to MSTC, and he's actually being hired as a student assistant for the teacher. Because he understands the process so well. So you go with one student who really wasn't sure what he wanted to do to be an example like that. It's the project-based learning that's really done it. The other thing that has worked real well for us is some of the students that have worked with us have gone to college, and then they go on to a job. And we've been able to stay in contact with a couple of these students, which is very rewarding. But one of the things they all talk about is when they get to the job, their supervisor saying, where did you learn that? because college does a great job of teaching about theory, but you have to be able to practice theory. And when you come into a shop environment like ours, you understand a little bit about why a press fit is a certain size or how many diameters deep. A really good example is we do a lot of research and development work, and one of our customers is Boston Scientific out of Twin Cities. Had a print for a hole that was about 10 thousandths in diameter, and just to put that into relationship, 10 thousandths is about 3 human hairs side by side. And he wants this hole to be 2 inches deep. And I asked him, how are you expecting us to do that? He went to college. It's just, in theory, you put it on a CAD machine, it works. But in reality, it doesn't work. So when these students come through a program that's project-based, they get a lot of practical experience, and they learn what can be done and what can't be done. The other thing that also helps, and would be for SPASH or for any other school, is when these students come out, people that hire them like us say, wow, that school really knows what they're talking about. Where did they get that experience? Again, project-based is so important, and that's kind of why I got voted on board here. I really believe in this strongly. So then the third thing for as business is concerned, the positive for a business and what we really gain is fresh ideas. These students coming from your school have such great ideas. The teachers are doing a pretty good job. Put them in a project-based situation like ours, and we gain a lot. The other thing that I would mention is, for us, is really big, is watching them grow up and becoming responsible citizens. Parents and leaders in their fields of interest is a huge reward. We do have to run a business. There's budgets, things we have to keep in mind, but that is a really, how should you want to say it, icing on the cake as far as we're concerned. And the last thing, I was one of those people that got a chance to tour a marathon. And we had business in Wausau later that day, and this assistant that we were talking to says, what brought you to Wausau today? And we told her, and she says, you got to hear the story. My son was a troubled son, wasn't sure what he's going to do, and he's in this school, and he's in the top of the class. And I thought, yeah, that must work. So that's my experience.
So basically, the contract that you have in front of you between Jackson Middle School for Expeditionary Learning and the Stevens Point Board is, in a nutshell, basically we're looking for 3 things that the governance board needs the freedom and the capacity to be able to do. And those 3 things, one is to be able to create an integrated, engaging curriculum. So the staff will be working with myself in creating that curriculum, using all the resources that Jeremy that Jeremy kind of outlined for you. The rich history of Stevens Point is incredible, and it is definitely the perfect environment to create an expeditionary learning school, just knowing that what you have available here. And that allows us to create that hands-on, engaging curriculum for kids, and giving them a real experience and then getting their fingers dirty in real work. The ability to hire appropriate staff for this model, it takes a very different type of a teacher to be able to open up their classroom doors and team the way that we do in an EL school. In an EL school, kids are talking about social studies in an ELA or an English classroom. They're talking about math concepts in science and even in social studies. And as a staff, they need a capacity to be able to basically collaborate and do so freely, and also be able to respect each other and the expertise that they have. So engaging curriculum, appropriate staff, and then third, the flexibility of a calendar and professional development. That calendar, as we begin to move forward as a governance board and as a staff, it may include like an early release day once a month or something to have that opportunity for staff to collaborate or to work with their school designer and further professional development. So kind of in a nutshell, what the contract would allow the governance board at Jackson to do is basically those three things. To be able to create their curriculum, hire a competent and amazing staff, and the flexibility with the calendar and the professional development.
So school board, thank you so much. Every time we come before you talking about the charter school, you hear
the passion that we have about it, because we know it's the right thing for the students in our district, and especially the students who have become disillusioned and disengaged from us in recent years, and who maybe need a really valid, great reason to come back. And expeditionary learning provides those students an opportunity to learn that is so different than our traditional classroom setting, and yet it's standard-based. So they're learning everything they need to learn, but it's in a very different and engaging way. And I can't say any better what these fine people have already said about this school, so I certainly hope you'll consider the charter, the contract that has been put in front of you tonight. And again, just thank you so much for your time. And I think we would take questions at this time.
Questions? Jeff?
I actually have a number of questions. Let me first preface, I like the idea of this concept, but I have a lot of questions. Number one, has the district, because it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, you want to get this up and running by this fall, have we as a district in our current budget budgeted for this calendar year for the funding that you're looking for to get this started?
No. We have not necessarily. We've had conversations with Attila, and we've had conversations with Tom Owens. Again, you don't know, the school could start with, we have to have a minimum of 50 students, or it could start with 75, or it could start with 150. If 30 of those students were out-of-district students or homeschooled students, then that wouldn't have been in your budget anyway. So it's just really, really hard to project.
So I'm going to beg the question, where's the money going to come from if we didn't budget for it this year?
The board would have to make a conscious choice, Jeff, to either remove programs for next year to that amount and insert this in its place, or take the funds from the fund balance. As Connie indicated, the budget that was outlined there is actually $500,000 less than what was in the planning grant application. The planning grant application indicated that it would be about $1.4 million. That's what the board had approved. It didn't approve the amount, it approved the planning grant application that went into the state. But as Connie mentioned, it's a somewhat generous budget. We don't know, for example, that it's going to cost $85,000 to reopen Jackson Middle School, or Jackson School, if that's the site the board approves. So the costs could be less. We could get a lot of students who are currently homeschooled. We could get few. We may not get 50 who want to even be a part of it. There are a lot of unknowns. And there was no way to budget this amount or any amount into the budget for 13-14 yet, because that budget process is ongoing, as you know. It's not for 12-13, it's for, 13-14, it's for 14-15. So the options, quite frankly, are really up to the board to determine. If the board believes that the Expeditionary Learning School is a worthwhile venture for the school academically, educationally, and in all of the ways that the team has described, then it values that decision by making some tough choices regarding the $965,000 or less. And I will say, Connie has said it, and maybe not these words, I do think that in the past 3 years and 3 months, this is probably the hardest decision the board has yet to make. Because it's really looking at a program that is fairly expensive but has great value, and where do you seek those dollars?
I got a question for them too.
You have more questions, Jeff?
I'm not going to, I'll come back to another question. I don't want to monopolize.
Bob, you had something?
Yeah, I've got comments, but I'll save those for later. But I do have a question. Who elected the governance board? You got a president, you have a treasurer. So who?
We haven't done elections yet.
How are you going to get elected? You going to go out at like a general election for our school board?
No.
Or do you elect yourselves?
No.
So when you create a charter school, the purpose of a governance board is to, in essence, kind of basically run the school knowing and being very well versed in the model that it is implementing. And it takes the pressure off of a board like yourself in running a small model. So the governance board at Jackson, initially, they have a board that will work through like the adoption of the bylaws, and they will serve, for the most part, it's a one term to kind of get the school up and running. From a DPI standpoint, you need the governance board to serve as a working model in order to have the next phase of funds released to your building or to school. But as far as elections, for the first time, the board is created really by the planning committee.
Okay, so you guys are going to vote yourselves in, basically, president, treasurer, secretary, right?
Right. So when that first
How are you accountable once you're in? Because you don't get elected. Let me finish.
Oh, sure.
Don't get elected, right? You elect yourselves, basically, right? You choose who you want on, kind of like Mid-State Technical College. Never figured them out yet. And basically, you guys want the same thing. Once, if the board decides to authorize this charter, you're basically running the school. We've got waivers where you guys are basically running everything, right? And you have no accountability.
No, the only thing, and to answer, I think, what's like a three-part question, the first part is the planning committee has the capacity to basically put together a group of people that they feel best represents a number of different people within the community. So yes, you're right in that they select that group. Second, as far as the officers of that board, the group will then decide by a vote who will have each of those positions. So you're right. And third, when you look at the contract, basically the only three things that the governance board will have the capacity to do without you having some say at this board level is the calendar, the hiring, and also the curriculum.
That's quite a bit.
It's things that will make the model easily implemented, and that's what a charter school does. It's taking something that's not traditional, which is what the district is, and it's an opportunity to try something, to do school in a different way, is what we're doing.
Right.
And you need the release from those three things in order to try that.
But to give you an example, if the board would decide and sign the contract, all your grant money for the next 4 years, you spend it the way you want. We have no control. It's in your contract, right?
But it was also in the planning grant that would have been submitted to you in the spring.
Planning
So
is
that's-
different than running a school. Okay.
Yeah,
Something else.
but the reason that Jackson was awarded the 200 or 250 was because they had such a well-documented plan. And DPI would not award a school a grant unless it had a really well-organized plan. And you are not given an opportunity for a year 2 grant unless your plan is implemented. So,
Say one thing, but you're not accountable to the people, because you're not elected by the people, correct? And I'll leave it at that.
people referring to?
Citizens, the taxpayers. Once you people have your governor's board, we have no say on who we want on there. There's no accountability.
About the assessment piece. So basically what will happen is this first time that the board is created, it is a group that has shown interest. And from that group, a number of community support. So the people that Connie listed earlier have all come forward and said, we do want to be part of this. You notice it was people from the business community, parent support. So it is a fairly well-represented group of people.
Lisa? Okay, I have a number of questions too, so, this $965,000, it's not in our budget, and I, from my perspective, and I believe the whole board here, just if the board would decide not to support that, that is not saying we don't support the idea. So to tie the two together is not a fair statement, because we would have to cut programs, and we'd have to decide which programs weren't as valuable as this. And I wasn't part of the board when that had to be done years ago, but I know it was a very difficult thing. So to say that, I just think is a very unfair statement. Do our other charter schools have a governing board like this? So like our Idea Center, all those, they have their own governing board that get to get grant funds and do whatever they want with.
Charter school money's been around since previous to 1999, for sure, but it's as of late that they have required governance boards. So Roosevelt Idea School was new. Roosevelt had a governing board, but not the other charters, Lisa. And also, Bob, in terms of accountability, the charter clearly outlines that should we not attain the educational goals, or if by any chance anything within that charter, and you saw the document, it's pretty extensive, that we're an instrumentality of you as a school board. We are accountable to the board because you can end that contract should we not do the things that we said we're going to do in terms of student achievement. And so that's part of the contract. So we are accountable not just to our governance board, we're very much accountable to the school board because we're an instrumentality of you. And I think, Lisa, we have talked over and over and over in our planning team and our governance board. We are well aware of how many different entities, like tonight, are vying for school district funds. So we understand that piece. And we do understand that there is a lot of support. You've all been very, very supportive every step of the way. So we recognize that very much, that is a large chunk of money in an organization that has limited funds with lots of folks vying for those funds. We completely understand that. At the same time, one thing is that this is, it is fluid. It could bring some funds back to pay for itself, not in its entirety, but somewhat. It could. And the other is, it is a proven model that we're asking you to think about making a leap of faith in some cases on student achievement because of this proven model.
So is there a reason, like with the Idea Center, the River Academy or whatever, those all were like within a school? Mm-hmm. So is there a reason we're not doing this within a school to maybe reduce those costs? And is it...
That's a great question, and maybe someone else might want to jump in. One of the things that's really unique about an expeditionary learning school that is appealing to people that might have disengaged from our district is it's a very, very small learning environment. When I talk to parents who might choose to homeschool and not come to one of our 2 junior highs, it really is about size.
Yes, it is.
And so to put it within another school is not necessarily going to attract some of the students. And I'm not making any kind of judgment on homeschooling whatsoever, but I do know that some parents would like to have kids into a school setting, but our 2 junior highs are really big. So that's just one component of it. We're very traditional. Kids are moving every 46 minutes in a very, very traditional setting in our junior high schools. And for some of our students that doesn't work. And they become disengaged and they're not achieving, and in a situation like this that's more hands-on, project-based, smaller, with advisory and crew, could be just the kind of situation that they need to show their success.
Go ahead, I'll take it.
Did anyone else want to answer that
I have
question?
more questions, but...
Chris, did you have?
I did. What's the projected, largest number of students you would imagine?
I'm going to refer to Mia and her expertise. That's a great question.
I believe in the planning grant, they capped it at 160. A minimum of, so the first year it's 150 students. Knowing the staff projection, it will be a new staff that we will be working with. And then I believe in year 2 it's 168. And what that allows for is basically like the small class size, but then also the opportunity to be working out in the field with experts from UWSP and just kind of creating our hands-on curriculum in that way. What does happen is if you have students that are less than, I think it's 100, you lose planning grant funds. But knowing just kind of the parental feedback that we've heard, I really feel that the school will be in a lottery situation where we'll have more students vying for positions than we will have available, which is a good issue to have.
One of the things we do is, in all our schools, is differentiation, and this is so perfect. And I did get to hear the school present at the WSB regional meeting. They came and talked about that, and engaging the students on the project base was just so exciting. One of the things that I really like is I look at the grade levels, and I think if you talk to any parent in this community who's had kids go through the grades, those grades, we kind of lose our kids. What's wrong?
No, I'm trying to figure out what grades are we talking.
Yeah, that was one of my questions, so.
6, 7, and 8.
6, 7, and 8, I'm sorry. It seems like we lose our students just as they get into that area. And if students are really not engaged, that's a grade. So what I'm wondering is, these students who went through and were successful and engaged, are they followed through to high school? Does it change? Is there any way to tell, you know what I'm saying, their success in high school? Is it any different?
So the model in Marathon is now in its 4th year officially as a charter, but we had quasi-implemented a year before that, so really 5 years of implementation. What's interesting is that now the students that have only known the EL model for grades 6, 7, and 8, the teachers at the high school level that do not practice EL practices, what they see are kids that have the capacity to collaborate and to problem solve. And I had a department meeting last year, and they talked about the advantage of creativity, and that the kids that come from MVA have a different kind of creative lens than the kids that come from another school. And that's because they're forced to problem solve. You're not completing kind of rote memorization and worksheets and that type of thing.
And if I could just ask one more question, what Lisa was talking about, and Jeff, the money, the amount of money. So if we did not want to cut programs, I'm asking the wrong people, if we weren't cutting programs, where would we get the money? Out of the fund balance? Okay.
Jeff Presley, you had some follow-up questions?
Yeah. So what is to prevent this charter school of being a lot like our other charter schools, as far as this is going to be a neighborhood school? If you lived on that side of town, I mean, it's not rocket science. Put my kid, I don't know if they go to PJ's or wherever, do we send them Ben or PJ's on that side of town?
Jackson goes to Ben.
Usually to Ben.
Used to.
Ben, okay. So would I rather have them walk down the street to this school, and then they're going to fill up that capacity, and then all the kids that we really want to have in this program won't have any space? What's to prevent that?
And that actually gets into the lottery system. So as a charter school, one of the kind of rules that you need to follow from DPI is that you have kind of a diverse group of students. So we can't just pull kids that are geographically closest to that site. We need to pull kids that are interested. So it is possible that a student that lives, 2 doors down may not be selected if there are more than 150 students that first year. So it's not based on location. It's based on basically a lottery if there are more than 150.
Go ahead, Gib.
Well, I'm glad Chris finally clarified, because, I read this back and forward from North Dakota back, and not driving and reading at the same time, so it was hard enough to read the way it was. 6th to 7th to 8th grade, that's what this school is going to involve. Okay. Now, I've heard 150 students for the first year, 168 for the second. What would be the maximum if we can sustain this?
That would be part of a long-range plan that as a governance board they would need to consider. With the number of staff that we have allocated now, 168 is a good number. I don't know what it would look like to have a larger student population than that. The same model that is being used in Marathon, it's a very similar number of students. The number of staff is the same as projected for Jackson. We probably could take up to 175 there. But that is a different building, and that's more of because of the facility that school is based in. But it's a very similar number of staff.
And I guess that was one of my questions too. Is it based on the square footage of the school is and where it can grow?
Yeah. So that one
the
is.
district would throw the money into?
No. Are you talking for Marathon or
No.
Jackson?
For Jackson, because Jackson School is a large school. I don't remember what that used to house in.
Right.
But if we could keep growing and sustain it with funds, we could grow until that school square footage would outgrow.
You could.
Does that make sense? Okay.
I guess you could.
Okay, yeah. In the beginning, how were the students picked? I only got about 6 questions, so I'm going to throw them at them. How are the students picked?
So again, the first 150 students would be in. If we have 152, then it's a lottery. And that lottery was actually defined for you, I believe, in the bylaws of the charter school, or it may have even been in the contract. So you would know how that
But starting out, if you only have 125,
all of them are
it's
in.
basically whoever applies for it in the beginning. I mean, you're going to send it out to all of them, all the students say, hey, we're doing this, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And they're going to apply for it.
Right.
Okay. My problem is that, again, we have to have this money and then cut other funds. We have so many projects, as Connie said, Mrs. Niegard, I apologize, said, if this is a big priority for, again, our students, then some of them other projects in my mind have to go. Have to go. Okay? Again, we cut our gifted and talented program, basically, in my mind, somewhat the same program, differently. These kids have different ways of learning. Every child has a different way of learning. We cut that program because we didn't have money. Now we're bringing this back. Yes, we might be working with more children than just the gifted and talented, and I apologize, that's the wording that I'm familiar with.
Can I just, it's not a gifted and talented program, though. It's meant really to meet the needs of a diverse group of learners, and that's what makes it rich.
From one end to the other, and I understand that, but you got to understand too, one of the first things I had to do on the board is start cutting programs.
Right.
I don't want to do that again. I mean, I'm trying to get where our students are learning, the majority of our students are learning, for the majority of our students, not for 160, not for 4 or 5 that we're doing with another project that's coming down the road. I want our majority, because most of them fall in there. Them are the ones that are going to be our doctors, our lawyers, our Walmart workers, our Subway, someone brought in Subway. That's who I want to be able to serve myself. Not saying that these children aren't needed. I mean, I probably would have fit in that school very well, because I'm a hands-on learner. But just to have to know that we have to cut, and also, many, many times we said, we cannot do a project out of the special funds that cannot sustain itself. We've been told over and over, we can't do that. We can't do that. All of a sudden, now we can. Again, great project. I don't know if I can support it because of that.
Lisa?
Okay, you brought up the 965 as the initial cost, okay. And just listening, I'm thinking if there's a lottery, I mean, it's going to be a transportation nightmare, so I'm not so sure 40,000 is going to be enough to cut it. But what are your anticipated costs after the initial year to keep it operating? Essentially, what are we committing to approximately, or?
Well, those costs would be yearly costs, and the staffing and the services.
Okay, so you don't anticipate anything changing, so it's...
No.
Okay.
Again,
I think we need to be a little bit more clear. Can you put the budget back up there? So the costs that would continue would be the staffing costs, the transportation, as you point out, Lisa, it's a dartboard kind of question. Food service, reopened though, that cost would not be there, so it would be the cost of the staff. The utilities, we'd have to see what those costs are on an annual basis. The snow plowing, garbage and so on, but the one-time reopen would not be there either.
So we could just say 900,000 instead of, or 865,000 if we knock off 100,000.
Yeah, I would say, that's generous, but again, it's a dartboard question. You don't really know.
Go ahead.
You need to, I'm sorry, and just to piggyback on Lisa, don't forget purchase services too. is within their contract. Additional costs and additional services that we provide now in our mainstay population, now you're going to have to duplicate that effort at another site.
Yep.
That's a soft cost that's not
Not in
reflected in here, which is probably at least another $100,000.
Okay. Then, what impact is this, I mean, I see now, financially, it's going to be a huge impact on the rest of the district, because, they're going to have to give up something for this benefit. But I'm thinking about all these reports we're supposed to be getting as far as whether we do grade realignment, whether we do this, that, whatever. And if we jump into this, I mean, right now we don't have the middle school concept. So this is, like a pilot, so to speak, on that. So what happens if we come back and say, nope, don't want to do any middle school, we want to realign, we want to reopen Jackson, we want to do this and that, where do you get moved to? I mean, you'll be displaced for all practical purposes, I would think, and I'm a little concerned about committing Jackson School, and then you have the whole issues that were brought up that, and I did participate in the tour, and I think Jackson's a great facility. I mean, I really, whatever. But when they tell us that they can't open it for plover whiting because of, this and that, and yeah, there were rodents up the what? I mean, and now all of a sudden it's okay. It's just, it's constantly, if the project suits whatever the desire is, then it's fine, but otherwise it's not. So I'm having a little bit of issues with that. It just doesn't make sense. So,
Seeing you brought it up, I had run some numbers, your numbers. The first year, there's one for everybody. Might just pass them out and move them on. The first year, the cost was $225,000, which you have that money in your hand. That's what you told me, right?
We have a $225,000 planning grant. We've expended $27,000.
But if we were to okay the Jackson School opening, year two, using your numbers from your sheets, we would have to kick in I'm going to round these numbers off, $1.79 million. And if we applied the grant, which we don't know you're going to get, we're down to $1.4 million. The next year, we're basically $1.6 million year 3, 1.5 year 4, 1.7 year 5. We have a potential to, in a 5-year contract, is $7 to $6 million you're asking for us. $7 to $6 million on a lot of gray area. Like, you don't know if you're getting the grant, you don't know how many kids are going to be involved, and you want us to sign a 5-year contract, and we're still waiting for 4 major facility studies that are supposed to come out this spring, which might change the whole picture, and we're going to be locked into a 5-year contract. I think a responsible board, myself, I wouldn't support this. I'd vote no, just because of those two things. We can't even afford the cadet program for $6,800, and all of a sudden we're going to find $7 million. I don't get it.
And I'm not sure where you got the $1.7 million, but quite honestly, nobody's disagreeing with this, with any of the questions that you have financially. We understand it's the commitment, but what we do know is that our number of homeschool kids is not going down.
No, I understand, but those are your numbers. You don't know
Right, those are from the planning grant that we all submitted last April. We didn't have, right.
The numbers that you put on there.
Right, but
as
those.
a board member, that's what I have to look at. These numbers.
Can I just ask one question? What was the staffing cost on the planning grant? So the one that you just held up, so the one that was submitted this spring.
$225,000 is what you guys got the first year, correct?
As a grant awarded, right.
$225,000 maybe the second year. $225,000 maybe in the third year. $125,000 maybe in the fourth year. $125,000 maybe in the fifth year. So we got $225,000, but we got $700,000 that it's a maybe, right? It's like a roll of the dice. We might get it, and we might not.
So the question that I'm asking is the staffing number that was proposed in the planning grant?
I'm looking on the sheet for the first year, it says total salary and wages, $674,614.
More staff.
Okay. So in actuality, we cut the number of staff that would be needed in order to...
I didn't know that. I'm going by this.
Right. So that's kind of why this slide is up, because we looked at the model that has been successful in schools like Marathon and in kind of in the national network, and knowing the number of students that we could have as a capacity using that number of staff, we took initially what the grant, the planning grant stated was 1.4 million, and we were able to look, and just cutting a staffing cost, it's $965 right now. So that number that you're seeing in the planning grant was with a staff that was larger than the one that we will need to actually run Jackson.
You don't know because it's all gray. You don't know if you have 150 students. It's like rolling the dice. You know, let me finish as long as we're on this. In 2005, 2006, we closed Jackson. Why did we close it? Our enrollment was going down and budget constraints. Now, in 2012 and 13, you want us to basically open Jackson. If you look at the actual seat count in our district, in 2011 and 12, we were 6,845 students sitting down. I guess that's how you call it. In 2012 and 13, we're 6,781. We had a decline of 84. You're asking us to spend $6 to $7 million, reopen Jackson for a potential $925,000 grant, because we don't know we're going to get all that money. I mean, there's so many gray areas on this thing. We got, like I said, the 4 facility studies. Task force is coming in the spring. Might change everything, and yet if we okay this tonight, we're locking ourselves into a 5-year contract.
And I'm going to say again, we understand it is a commitment. We also see students that aren't achieving, and the soft costs associated with truancy officers, remediation, getting kids back engaged are also costs that we can't put on paper. The DPI saw this as a high potential school with high potential to be a charter that could be successful for some students. But again, you know, we're not here to try to argue that finances. We understand it is going to be a commitment on the part of the district, and we completely understand that it's a huge decision. We're just bringing forward a model that works, a model that somebody saw potential in us, and we're also seeing some data that really could be looking much better for our district, for some kids.
Well, and then I'm going to keep my mouth shut, but we have employees that haven't had a pay raise in 4 years. I would think that would override going out and spending $7 million or $6 million for opening another school that, based on our enrollment, we really don't need, okay? I could say spending $1.7 million or whatever for a security system for all of our schools that would be better than what we have now, like an entry lock so people can't just walk in our schools. I looked at a presentation last board meeting, they're talking 2 or 3 years away. So when we have, I think, more things on the plate that are higher priority than this. One is pay raise for our employees that haven't seen one in 4 years, a better security system for our schools so you're safer and the students are safer, and that's all I'm saying.
And we understand. You have difficult decisions and lots of folks vying for limited dollars.
All right, we have some hands. So Chris, Jeff, and then we'll do Angel. So
Just
Chris.
a quick question. Did Marathon get all their grants?
Marathon received their planning, their 2 implementation, and then we're in the process of writing a dissemination grant.
So you've gotten them all so far?
Right.
Okay, that's it.
Jeff.
The fact that you're kind of segregating this population from the general population of the district, what about co-curricular activities and them in participating in those co-curricular activities, so when they go on to SPASH, which will be their next step, that they're not, for lack of a better term, the redheaded stepchild in the district because they've been segregated for 3 years.
It was in the charter that students will have every opportunity to participate in co-curriculars at what would have been their home attendance school.
Angel?
I think everyone's points are valid, and I think the fact that we, as a 9-member board, each have a vote is an important thing to remember. I will say that my vote will go for this. It would always go for this, and I'm going to explain a couple reasons why. First of all, the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade years are, I guess in our house we would call them the lost child years. It's, the kids get lost I think in almost every event except maybe at home specifically. I mean, it's hard. Their life is changing, their body is changing, everything's changing, and a lot of them are figuring out that the support of an elementary school, which is usually very supportive and cheerleading and helpful, is being lost. They're moving into a new situation where there's a lot of independence, and some of them are really, they're not capable of making it work in that. And I think this sort of school, this expeditionary school, fills the gaps for a lot of kids. And there are a lot of kids that transition into junior high just perfectly fine. I think what we're talking about here is the group that doesn't necessarily, or that learn by, building their Legos all day long. That's one thing. The other thing, and whatever, you can listen to my personal story. We're going to be here all night anyway. When we adopted our children, we adopted them from a state in the United States, and I remember the judge saying something to us about adoption assistance, and we didn't know anything about it, and we were like, well, I don't even get it. What is that for? And he said that basically, if I can assist you in raising this child, you will keep this child out of prison for me and out of the foster system their whole life. And this is a really small stipend I'm going to help you with, but you're going to invest your life in this child. And I guess I would encourage you to look at it a little bit this way, that this is it's a really short period of time, and it's a financial investment, but if we take out of the 150 kids, say we got 150, and yep, it's a crapshoot, 30 of them succeed completely differently than they would have if they didn't have this learning experience. They go on to be something they never could have been, or they learn to teach themselves in ways they never could have done before. We won, and that's what we're doing as a school district, I think, is that we're choosing how to spend money to validate the most students and help them succeed. In my opinion, this is a way to make a chance for so many to succeed that maybe wouldn't. Not the cream of the crop, the ones that need help being inched along. And the last thing I want to point out is that one of the major factors in my vote is the people involved in this. I mean, look at this group. This is a group of attentive, intelligent, well-versed people that are not going to give up on this place, that are not going to drop the ball. This governing board, I'm thoroughly impressed. It's exactly what it ought to be. And I will eat my hat if they don't get this grant every year. Are you kidding me? They're gonna push, and they're gonna work, and they're gonna get it done. And as for the group of people who don't have their kids in the schools, several of my friends have pulled their kids, and it is exactly that reason. It's the size. It's their child needs something a little more hands-on or a little less structured. I think the homeschool population is a great population we are going to reach out to again. Maybe the second year more than the first. I think people maybe need to see something succeed. But I just want you to know that I'm impressed. I completely support this, and I'm excited to see it happen.
Okay, while we have the group up there, Jeff, you have a question?
I have a comment and a question. First comment, again, is very impressed with the presentation and the concept, and I would like to spend time on trying to figure out how we could possibly fund something like this. And a question, you said that it does cost more per student to use this model. Is that true?
The professional development That's why the planning money, a huge chunk of that is for the professional development, to write curriculum, develop curriculum, implement it.
But over the long term, is it cost per pupil more for this model than for the standard model?
You know, unless, if your class ratios, if your per pupil staff ratios are similar to what they are in the current district, not really.
Jeff, no. It wouldn't. I'm looking at Tom back there, and both of us are shaking our heads. No.
Okay, and then is this a model that could be expanded? There you go. Beyond one school?
There's a number of, I would venture to say most expeditionary learning schools start out with a certain grade configuration and expand. Top and bottom.
And you're also basically at Jackson creating a capacity within your staff to then basically run professional development in other schools. So you're almost creating a group of what we would call instructional guides, who by the time they've gone through 2 years would have a fairly well-versed language of EL and know the protocols, and the curriculum could then be implemented within your other schools too. So it's not something that expeditionary learning would own, but that curriculum.
Renee, do you have any questions while the governance board and Mia and Connie are in front of us?
Yes, the one question I had was regarding the charter school funding. It was my understanding that perhaps that funding wasn't going to be ongoing from the federal or state government. Can someone answer that for the next 5 years if that has been approved?
It has not been allocated at this time. The memos that I've received from DPI is that for next year, should that not be allocated, there's funding left over from this year for grants to apply. But it has not been, there has not been signed on the dotted line of the federal government dollars for next year.
Is there something, and you have to just help me here, but is there something that if that grant money doesn't come through, that then the district isn't obligated with the grant? Is there an exit for in the contract for the district?
Well, that would be a violation pretty much of the contract that's being signed.
But part of the agreement is that we were going to get those planning grants from the government, I thought.
That's what I mean. If that funding would run out, the school board can relook at that contract because that's built into those contract the wording.
That was my question.
Yeah.
Do we have any other questions for the group while they're here? Kim?
Basically, I was just going to piggyback on something that Angel said, is that, you know, all the transition from the elementary to the junior high. So, again, versus just trying to help out 168 students, you know, let's look at possibly getting the middle school to everybody so that transition is a little bit slower, or more helpful for all of the students, not just 158 or 168. I mean, I don't know how many 6th through 8th grade students we have, but I can guarantee you if we gave them all a little bit extra time, and that's what I'm shooting for our high schoolers, you know, if we could give them a little bit extra time or spread them out, I think we could do wonders in helping all students out, not just a small little section of them.
Lisa, I think I have a question.
You can go.
You said you want to target a specific student, the ones who are not disengaged. So how does that process work? Do you refer them to the school, or you talk to that parent, or how do you get them to apply if they're disengaged?
Well, charter money is going to allow us to do postcards and send out flyers and get that information out. That's part of the reason you get that planning money.
We also held, I believe, 3 different parent informational meetings, and this was prior to the open enrollment period, and it was a little different 4 years ago because we didn't have a lottery system, and that was a little different in Marathon, but we were very adamant, and we kept record of how many of our parents were involved in the informational meetings that we had. And we had them at different days of the week, different times, so that we could meet those needs of parents that maybe work shift work, or were on the farm or in Marathon. But the informational meetings are key in parents understanding what the model is and just creating that dialogue within the community.
I just have a couple of clarifications. These are not statements or even questions that are in support of or not in support of expeditionary learning or the proposal. They're really meant as clarifications. Bob, I think you raised a really legitimate point about the governance of the charter school versus how, for example, the board is elected. The process of applying for a charter school grant and then identifying an advisory council and identifying a governance board and so on, that's all pretty much DPI controlled. In other words, it wasn't a matter of a group of people getting together saying, well, we're going to decide to do this. So it was a process that is outside of what you refer to the election. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. Secondly, the sheet that you passed around had, and just for clarification, had $640,000 salary and wages. Actually, these numbers up here include salary and benefits, which include what you have down here: FICA, Medicare, employer-paid benefits, and so on. So those are already.
But I was going off of this sheet.
Yeah, I understand. I just wanted everybody to know that salary and benefits includes all of that. This is not for this year's budget, the 13-14 budget. This is for the 14-15 budget, which is under development. So the board issues approval of a preliminary 14-15 budget sometime in June, and one of the things that was put into place just a couple of board meetings ago was the opportunity for the board to take a look at line items in terms of that preliminary budget. So this is not for this year. This is for next year, and that budget is under development. And I want to just make two statements to make sure that one, that I wasn't misinterpreted. One of the things I said was that it's up to the board to decide if this value educationally is worth the cost. I did not mean in any way, shape, or form to say that if the board chose not to do it, that they wouldn't value it. Not at all. And my statement was simply one of, if the board chose to do this, it was simply saying that it valued it perhaps over something else, or that it valued it enough to, for example, take money from the fund balance. It was not to say that the board doesn't see it as a good idea. I think the same issue is like with the Life Skills Center. I mean, the same kinds of problems occur. And the final question is, or the statement I'd like to make just for clarification is, the one of sustainability. This group, nor the administration, is coming here saying, well, we're asking the board now to sustain this. I think there was reference to that. Not at all. Everybody knows, Connie has said it several times, that it's a hard choice, and the board isn't being asked to sustain this over, to sustain it. I don't think that that's I don't think that that's maybe an accurate thing to say. I do want to also say thank you very much, because I don't think anybody said that yet. And I know how many months has gone into this, and I know how many hours and so on you've put into this, plus the advisory council, some of whom are standing in the back, our own staff. And just as a point of reference, this really all began on a field trip up to Marathon on the part of 3 people to say what is expeditionary learning and can it benefit our district. The board has a tough choice to make, and it's not one that I think is a bad choice. I actually think this is a good problem to have. And the reason is that a group of people have brought forward an idea that has proven success for kids. And that's part of what I think a board's job is, and administration's job is to bring forward ideas that are going to benefit kids. The hard choices come down to money. And so, I saw the numbers very early on. I didn't get angry. I didn't get upset. I got concerned. But I was trying to work through the pros and cons of it, and I would hope that the board could do that it would be made in the sense of what Lisa referred to, which is we value it greatly, but maybe not, or we value it greatly and we're going to.
Any other questions
Ashley.
for the group while they're still standing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ashley.
So what group of students are you, like, would there be like a requirement to get into the school, or could any child apply?
Any child could apply. There's an application process that students and parents would complete. And in fact, DPI expects that as an instrumentality of this school board, that the demographics of this school are going to reflect similar demographics to any other school in our district.
Lisa?
What funds was Renee talking about? Was she talking about the grant funds, or was she saying that the feds aren't going to do the cost sharing with those students that are in the charter?
All of this money comes from the federal government, who allocates it to the state, and the states allocate it to those who have supply. That federal to the state hasn't happened yet.
Okay. So it's just the grants? Okay.
For the grants.
Okay. Then I beg to differ on the cost per student. When you have a school open, you have certain fixed costs that will be distributed to a smaller group of students, so it will cost more than the other schools. It doesn't make sense that it couldn't. The other thing is, if we're taking 150 kids from some other elementary schools and junior high, we're obviously going to open up space somewhere else. Would a model be possible where you actually could break off a section of one of our already running schools with a separate entrance and all of that, so that we don't have to, in fact, open Jackson or wherever?
I don't know, given, being on the grade level committee, I just don't know where there would be space.
Is there a reason we can't wait until the studies come back and we decide where we're going to realign and stuff to go forward with this? Can it wait until we figure out how to finance it and what the holistic approach for the district is?
I asked that question to DPI, and your planning grant can extend to 18 months. Right now, it's a one-year grant. Whether they would allow, because that would take it through December planning, it's more time, which is good, but I don't know then that you would qualify for the next round of grants, because you still would not open then, it would be hard to open mid-year. You would wait until the next fall, and if there's a break in that, I did not get an answer on whether then you would qualify for that next round of grants.
Thank you.
Any other questions while the group is here? Jeff?
So what is your projected average classroom size? Based on 6.5 FTEs and 150 students, that's like 23, which is well below what we have in the district for class size.
We based that on class sizes of 25.
And there's also scheduling that we will play around with larger chunks of time and moving kids around too. So having that number of staff and the capacity to create a calendar or a schedule that best suits the model helps us kind of work with those numbers too.
I think one of the things that could happen, this is obviously the first bite at the apple, so to speak, in terms of the overall comprehensive application and contract, is that this item could be postponed or delayed, and here's one of the reasons. I would like to answer Jeff's question actually very, very specifically about what is the cost per pupil for running this school beyond the first year. And I think that's something that the board should have and that we should provide. So we may have been a little bit quick to answer Jeff's question earlier, but I think we should figure that out. What is the actual cost per pupil in the second year and beyond? And so getting more information, I think, is important. Also, the information that Connie just talked about, having conversations with DPI about extending the planning grant and therefore extending the opening of the school year. Beyond that, can we get a waiver? Can we request that? I think those are the kinds of things we could use some time to do. So I certainly don't, and I don't know, I don't want to speak for the group that made the presentation, but I don't see us needing to make a decision tonight. I think there are some other things that you folks may need.
Well, and is there also an opportunity, as Tom and his team are starting to work on the 2014-2015 budget, to look at funding options and how it might look? But Connie, you need to tell us, time-wise, is, if we delay this to our next meeting, which is in 2 weeks, December 9th, does that...
In terms of staying on the timeline for opening in the fall, we would want to get an answer in December. The grant, the first year, the $225,000 is released in phases, and the first phase has been released, which we're using now for planning purposes. The second phase is not released to a school district until bylaws are in place, a governance board, and a contract in place with the school district. And so if there isn't a contract with the school district, then you just don't get that phase 2, which makes sense.
So you could wait until the 16th even?
Yes, we could.
Okay. Is that the preferred date?
I think it all depends on how long it's going to take to get the information.
Probably to get your answer, your specific questions on finances you need answered. That's clear.
What, may I ask? First of all, I want to thank you all for coming. And if I was the treasurer of the federal government, I could spit out $80 billion a month. We wouldn't be having this subject, but we don't. And you're talking, you're going to want to delay it a couple more weeks. Why? The difference is we still have the spring task force, which could totally change the dynamics of our district. Why are we spending all the time on these 4 facility studies, and before they're even being presented to the board, we want to sign a 5-year contract, which could have major ramifications on our district if we needed to do something with Jackson? What is 2 weeks going to do? We need to wait at least till the spring to look at it. And as a taxpayer looking to reopen Jackson after we closed it because of declining enrollment, and now we're still declining and we still have budget constraints, you want to open it up? We're stewards of the taxpayers' money, and as far as I'm concerned, at this point, it's not a good spend.
Anything else for the group while they're standing? Otherwise, please let them sit down. And
That's it.
thank you, folks, please. And
Thank you all.
yeah,
Thank you very much.
and we will continue with our deliberations. Chris?
So do we want to make a motion and have a discussion on what we want to do? I'd be happy to make a motion to accept the contract between the district and Jackson Middle School for expediential learning. And just put it on the table.
It's been moved. Can die for a lack of a second. And apparently it does. So we know where Bob stands. Bob's know whether it's tonight, the 9th, or the 16th, and I respect that. Have we, with what we've talked about, with some questions about financing, cost per pupil, those types of things, is there a benefit to have these folks do more work and bring it back on either the 9th or the 16th of December? Lisa?
The only way I personally see that it would be beneficial is determining if we can postpone this and still get the grant dollars. I really think Bob makes a very valid point that we get the studies back, we make a board decision, what we're going to do with those before we move forward. I mean, it's a great concept, but the timing, it's just not right. So if we can push that off to make the decision until after we've made the decision or, looked at the recommendations for realignment, whatever, for me, that's the key.
Jeff?
I would like some time, a couple weeks, maybe mid to late December, to get more information, take a look at this, because this is really a strategic decision here, where we want to take this whole district for the long term. So it's not just, one little program we're talking about. And I think that really requires a lot more information, at least from my part, to make a decision.
Chris, you're nodding your head yes. Jeff?
I would agree with Bob as far as the concern is, we're looking at grade realignment. We don't have the conclusions of those studies. That's the first factor. But the second is just from a pure financing standpoint, it's a 5-year commitment that we need to see if we can run the numbers and sustain that for 5 years. And we need to look at it as a worst-case scenario that we don't get the grants, because we can't budget assuming that we get the grants. We have to budget assuming that we don't get the grants, that we have the money set aside, because once we commit to this program, we need to stick with it.
Renee, thoughts, comments?
I would advocate for getting a little more information. It doesn't sound like the board has all the information to make a decision tonight. I do think it's a good idea. It just is challenging to support a program like this that I know could benefit students when they do have things that they can do differently. When we have the rest of our classes that are at capacity with size and things. So I think that it's really a challenging decision to make when there's a lot of need in our district. So I guess that's what I would have to add.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Information would be good.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Mia, I'm sorry to put you on the spot about this, but this is a leading question. I want to be sure that it goes back to Renee's question before, I think. If it wasn't exactly her question, then maybe it's a takeoff from it. If the DPI does not come through with the other implementation phase grants, does that still obligate the district to the contract? In other words, would we have to build into the budget those monies we would have otherwise received from DPI?
No. What would happen at that point is the governance board could dissolve itself. So the governance board could vote, knowing that there isn't the grant funding to move forward with professional development or any of the needs. The governance board could say, okay, they could dissolve if need be. You are creating an instrumentality of the district. So again, the only thing the governance board is asking freedom of are those 3 key things. Really, this board still has the greatest power over the school. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, it answers part of it, so I just want to clarify. The answer is that if we don't receive the DPI other implementation grants, then the contract becomes essentially null and void if the governance board chooses to do that.
Right.
Okay. You brought up another issue, though. In terms of staffing, so right now there's 6.5. It was based on 25 kids per class. Could this board say we need to raise that number?
The number of staff?
The number of students per class?
I believe that was a stipulation that in the contract that we would go along with. I would have to look back in the contract, but if
Yeah, I think it said it said you're going to follow the class size guidelines of the district. So does that also then mean if we get into a situation where we need to be more efficient, it's a polite way of saying raise class size, that if we needed to take away part of a teacher from the charter school, that the board would have the ability to do that?
that I would have to look again in the contract. I can't answer that question off.
Yeah, it doesn't specifically say that, but it intimates that by saying that you'll follow the class size guidelines, which has with it, in a sense, a quid pro quo of FTE. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Terry, could we take a break, please?
Well, can we at least finish this topic, Bob?
This is part of the contract. Upon approval of this contract, the control and oversight of the planning grant will transfer to the JMSEL. JMSEL will make all decisions related to discretionary budget revisions and adjustments. For all the years JMCL will be responsible for determining the expenditures from the budget allocated by the district. We have no control. This thing is going out of our hands.
Basically, I just wanted to, I guess, put my perspective in there, is that I don't think 2 weeks is going to make a big difference in my decision. We have to wait for all of this. I mean, in a lot of our big projects, we're paying for these studies to come out. Why are we making decisions before our studies are coming out? I think it's going to hurt us in the long run. We're not doing, and if I can read Bob's words, we're not using our taxpayers' money wisely in a lot of our projects that I believe that we're bringing forth right now, and, you know, until we get all of our ducks in a row. And I forgot what else I was going to say here. Have we ever thought about doing this at the professional building where our alternative school is? It's a building we already own. We already heat.
I just said that.
All right, let's get back at it. We're up to item F, the superintendent's report.
He did that a long time ago.
I just want to let everybody know that the report that, Bart, did you post this already? Okay, that the report that will be posted is different than the one that you have at your places in 2 areas, and I'll tell you which ones those are when we
What
get...
report are we talking about?
Agendas.
At your places, there's a superintendent's report.
Oh.
Calendar.
Oh, yeah.
That is 7F where we're
Okay,
at.
thank you.
The first one, Plover Whiting Elementary School Edition. If you'd like to see a photo history of the addition construction project, go to Walmart's photo department page on the web. In the upper right-hand corner, there's a spot to sign in, log in using Carl Kaufman's email, and password is addition. What will be on the revised superintendent's report is actually a short update about where construction is currently, so there'll be an additional list. I wanted to provide the board and the community with a non-exempt and exempt compensation reports update. We all know that on December the 19th, the board has a workshop regarding these two, but I wanted to highlight the decisions, essentially, some decisions that the board will need to make regarding the non-exempt compensation report, which was given previously. 3 board decisions at the December 19th non-exempt report board workshop that will take place unless the board decides to simply delay those decisions. Is number 1, who should the district compare itself to, and if it's a blended comparison, at what percentages? So should it compare itself to the private or public sector, or a blend of the private and public sector? And there are some other example of ratios, 25 to 75, 50-50, 75 to 25, etc. The second decision would be, how should the district position itself in comparison to the markets selected? Above average wages, below average wages with above average benefits, or right at the market average? And the third one is, how do district employees earn a raise in the future? Straight steps, performance-based, or a blend of steps and performance? So those are 3 of the things that the board will have to wrestle with at the workshop, and possibly or decide at some point when it wants to make those decisions. In terms of the exempt report, the deliverables for the December 19th workshop from Carlson Detman are as follows, and again, this is just an outline. Review the current pay practices in the marketplace, review where the district falls in relation to the marketplace, and provide guidance on the design of the district's exempt compensation plan, ensuring that it is equitable, competitive, and affordable. And number 4, ensure that it is based on research of the school market trends, information gathered from our district's teaching staff, administration, and the board. So those are the things that will are the deliverables for the exempt part of the report. The district board meetings are now on YouTube. We've opened that up, and it'll broaden the scope and for some make it easier to see. In terms of technology, Brian Casey has been holding student focus groups with secondary students, and I sat in on one of them at SPASH. It lasted a full class period, and it was very informative and impressive. Students had differing opinions about a variety of topics, were very articulate in their thoughts, and were fully engaged the entire period. One student commented, many students don't know about Chromebook or Google Apps and other kinds of technology advances, and suggested that some type of course or workshop be offered for students. Brian will collect the data data from all 3 secondary schools and compile them, and I believe that he intends to survey students as well. And if so, then the survey results will be combined with the focus group results and presented to the Technology Steering Committee, to the leadership team, and then to the board as we continue to implement the technology plan. I wanted to provide a negotiations update and employee wage increases for the community, and the board knows some of this, and we'll be discussing some of it in closed session. So I would like to update the board and community about recent negotiations with our Teamsters, who represent the bus drivers and transportation secretaries. Board authorized wage increases for some of our employee groups, and negotiations with the Stevens Point Education Area Education Association, that is our teachers. First, the district's negotiation team this afternoon reached two one-year tentative agreements with the Teamsters for the 2011-12 and 2012-13 school years. If the board votes to ratify the tentative agreement this evening, it will be an open session after its closed session. Second, the board has authorized an increase to the base wages for the 2011-12 and 2012-13 school years for the following non-union employee groups: clerical staff, educational assistants, support services employees, food service employees, and miscellaneous at-will employees. These increases will be 0.5% for 2011-12 on the base wage, 1.5% for the 2012-13 on the new 2011-12 base wage. These employees will receive these increases prior to winter break. In addition, the board may issue a supplemental pay not on the base wage later this school year, depending on the district's budget performance and other financial indicators. And this is the second change from what you have on the papers in front of you, because I just received word during the meeting about this. On Friday, November the 1st, the district made a new offer to the SPAEA through the district's and the SPAEA's legal counsel. Your current report says, to date, we have not received notification of acceptance or rejection. During the meeting, I did receive word that the SPAEA has rejected that offer. And finally, I wanted to end on two very, very positive notes. A very, very big thank you to district staff. This year's United Way campaign in the district was a tremendous success. Our employees were exceptionally generous, and the funds collected will certainly benefit our students in the community directly, because United Way funds those types of programs. A comparison from last year to this year's campaign with the district showed the following. There was a 21% increase in employee giving this year, from $27,199 to $33,122. There was an increase in the special events giving, significantly, almost 3 times the amount. In the terms of the total campaign, employee plus special events, there was a 25% increase, from $27,704 to $34,939. And finally, the number of donors within the district also increased from 348 to 380, which was a 9% increase, and that's a remarkable showing for a district. And speaking with Sue Wilcox, the executive director of United Way, she is exceptionally grateful and wanted me to pass that along to the board and to the district staff, which I will do in an email. And finally, this is Thanksgiving week, and I think that, at least from my point of view, I have more to be grateful for, I think, at this point in my life than I've ever had before. With all of the changes that have taken place in the district, and perhaps some view all of the problems and the issues, I think if we step back for a moment and compare ourselves to any part of the world, I would say that we ought to be grateful and thankful, and I certainly am. And that includes the hard work of the board. While the administration and the board has not always agreed on things, and while the board itself has not always agreed on things, I think we can step back from that and simply say thank you to each other for the hard work that we do every day on behalf of kids, and I hope that everybody has a very safe and a very heartwarming Thanksgiving holiday.
Thank you. As we move to the consent agenda, Liz, I have you down for 9C2, which is the official district calendar second reading, and we actually put it in the consent agenda, so if you need to speak, you may do so.
I just had a question and a thank you on this. My question was just, what day is the last day for teachers on the calendar? Is it the last school day?
Let me look, Liz. Let me get the calendar.
No problem, sorry. It's kind of buried in there. There's not one listed on this year's calendar either, so I guess it's maybe a dual question.
Last year, too.
Depends on the number of schools.
And the answer is?
You have to stay all summer.
Let's take a look at it.
There's no end.
Just hold on.
It just keeps going.
Minimum wage.
It's not listed.
Yeah, it is that Friday.
It is that Friday?
Because the footnote just above the legend of symbols indicates that, if necessary, the first makeup day, if there's a snow day, will be April 6th, and the second makeup day would be Monday, June 8th.
Okay.
So it is that Friday, the 5th.
All right. I would just say that maybe that just express some concerns on behalf of, like, we have finals that day at SPASH, so teachers are giving finals all that day, and then there's not a teacher work day to...
Yeah, the calendar
grade
was actually
those.
put together by a number of people. I was not involved in that, but I do support the calendar. I just want you to know that. John Vollendorf, I think, met with Pat Leahy, and I believe that Bill Carlson and Keel were involved. Keel, was there anybody else involved in the development of that?
Well, that was the main group.
Okay, so we did involve Pat.
Okay.
but-
Oh, no,
but
I know.
yeah.
That was just a concern that came up. And then I just wanted to say thank you for the switching of the parent-teacher conference times between first and second semester, because as a parent of an elementary school student, it's very hard for me to go to conferences, and for my daughter's teacher this year, who has a parent at SPASH, she basically has no time to go to conferences, so I really appreciate that next year that was taken into consideration to help those of us who teach and are parents. So I just wanted to say thank you
Credit
for
to
that
those
as
four
well.
people.
Good, thanks, Liz. All right, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda, which consists of 8A, the minutes of our November 11th, 2013 regular board meeting, item 9C2, the 2014-15 second reading of the official district calendar, and item 9D, the recommendation for employment?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Can I ask a question first?
Sure.
I mean, can we relook at that on Friday and ask a little bit more of the teachers if that's going to be really a cause of problem? You know, to do finals, because we have to do finals that day, and then they don't have a day to finish up? I mean, are we just going to let them say, hey, who cares if we grade them or not, because at 3 o'clock I'm done?
Well, we did involve the president of the teachers' union in the development of the calendar.
No disrespect to them, but human error. I mean, maybe they think about it because they just kind of copied it from this year. Again, I would like if somebody would, if they did have a problem with it, we're able to change that if need be. So.
The board can revise the calendar, Kim?
Well, I'm hoping if anybody has a problem out there with it, please bring it forward next time. Thank you. That's all.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of our November 18th, 2013 special board workshop?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call vote, please, unless there's a discussion.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Abstain?
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, moving on. Approval of future board agenda items, and these are action items. The first one is Clean Power, and this is to get them on a future agenda. Lisa, that was your topic.
Yes. The custodial contract with them, unless there was an amendment or change that I don't know about, ends next year, 2014. I've been provided with a huge list of issues with Clean Power that I think the board needs to address. I know the administration is trying to do things different with the staffing, but again, I think this might be a perfect opportunity to get out of our contract or make major amendments, and I would like for the board to have the opportunity to talk about that.
Discussion.
Do we know when the contract comes up due? Is it school year?
Don, do you know?
No, I do not know. I didn't bring a contract with me.
And I just printed the first page, and that said 2014. I don't know what time, 2014?
Just so we know when we have to schedule this, so we're not scheduling it the week after we sign the contract for another year. So.
Is this janitorial service outsourced?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That there's a lot of complaints, concerns.
Any other comments? Bob?
I would just say that I would like first to come as information, so we have time to look at what you're going to bring to the board, so we have time to think about it, and then bring it back at a later date as an action item.
Well, I can include these issues at the next time, so the information will be in here.
Right, but I would.
You know what I mean?
I'd
Then
feel
you'll
better-
have time.
I'd feel better having you talk about it whenever it comes on, and then once the board has time to listen to all the information, then come back another time to, do action.
Well, and that's where, when it's posted as information
You said
or
action.
possible action. All the ones that come on for the board are supposed to come as information and possible action.
I would ask that if there's a list of things that have come up as concerns, and we know some of the concerns, but if there's this large list that you indicated, that the administration have a chance to take a look at those, because I don't think those come from administrators, and we'd like to have a chance to, for example, have Don and Mark Krutza and building principals take a look at them and see if they're, what they are. So if we could have those ahead of time before the board meeting, it would help us give the board information.
That's fine.
Renee, anything you wish to add?
No, not at this time.
All right. I'm going to make a comment. I believe this board has more important things to do than to worry about issues with an outsourced contractor. If there are issues, please bring them to administration and let them deal with it. That's what we pay them to do. Our time is better spent working on student achievement and other things, so I'm not going to support this one. So, Chris.
I just want to make a comment. I'm very concerned. I know there are lists that I've heard of before, but I'm very concerned at bringing information, accusations, and putting that out there. That's potential for a lawsuit. Unless you have information, that you can prove, and that's why I'm not going to support it, not because I don't want the information, but I'd like it to go to the administrators, have them look at it, and with the people who deal with it. Just my opinion.
Barb, roll call vote on Clean Power, please, to come on a
Can you
future
please state
agenda.
what the motion is?
Yes, it's to bring information, possible action forward on a discussion with about Clean Power.
And do we have a second to that? I assume she...
Yeah. I just said no one even seconded it yet. Sorry. I'll second it, just for giggles.
I might be able to have an answer to a question. I didn't see Tom sitting there. Tom, do you know when the contract is for Clean Power, or Bill, do you guys know? Okay, thanks. We'll get that information.
Lisa, did you want to pass that down so he would have it?
Sure.
Are these the list of issues?
That's why I want you to have that, so you got time to look over it.
Great, thank you.
All right, roll call, Barb, please.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Shurik?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
No.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
No.
Mr. Ruffman?
No.
Motion carries.
Glenn, I had you down for 9A1. I'm assuming it's for...
Thank you, Pass. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Thank you. The next agenda item is pay variance between old/new staff. Lisa, that was you?
It's been brought to the board or talked with administration a number of times that the issue with the pay scale would be addressed between the new staff and the existing staff so that the new staff isn't getting paid more than the old staff when they have the same qualifications. And the board needs to, I think, make a decision and talk about getting this, putting a timeline on it, getting it taken care of. So I make a motion that we put the pay variances between old and new staff on a future agenda as an action, or information possible action item.
Second.
Discussion.
I thought that discussion was going to come along with the compensation
Correct.
discussion and what we were going to do about that issue.
Right. That was the intent all along.
It's part of the presentation.
Part of the
and-
Carlson
and to have-
presentations coming
right,
up on December 19th.
and to deal with that specific issue.
And I just remember that we've been talking about this for a very long time, and it was said that it needed to be addressed and that it was going to be addressed. I do not remember that it was going to be after that, but
Did you want to withdraw and wait for that? I mean, they're going to do it, it's just that they're waiting for that study.
I don't think so. I think it's legit motion, vote on it, and vote on it. If it dies, it dies. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I was just going to say that at this time, I'm not going to support it because I think we need to wait for the information that the administration is putting together on that with the compensation study.
And all I'm not saying, the compensation study is really separate than this. This is addressing the staff. Okay. This is a separate issue.
Kim?
And my motto is that if a board member wants to speak about something, if it's addressed at the 19th, great, then we can always pull it off the agenda. We have 60 days to put it on, so if it's not addressed, that it's happened before where we said it was going to be addressed and it didn't, and we have to start this whole process over again, I'm going to vote for it just in case if it's not hit on the 19th, we still have that 60-day window to make sure it comes back to us.
Anyone else? There's been a motion and a second. Barb, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Can you read the motion again, please?
To take care of the pay variance between old and newly hired staff so that the pay variance is fixed for information and possible action.
Okay.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
No.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
No.
Motion carries.
The third item, order of agenda items, and Lisa, that had your name on it as well.
This was, and from what I thought I understood earlier, that we are starting to work on that, and I'm not actually sure if this needs to be an agenda item or not. I just think we need to start being more cognizant to our audience when we organize our agenda. So I'm not really sure if this is, who does this. So, I mean, if I just think that needs to be stated. So, if it's not appropriate for it actually to be a full-blown discussion, I'm willing to pass on that.
I think what you're trying to say is we come to the meeting and all of a sudden we're changing all these agenda items.
Yeah.
And that I would agree. I mean, if we have presentations where people have come from far away and it might be a while, then they should come first so that they're not sitting here. So that's something that we need to look at is get the people out of here quicker that are from far away on it. So
I
I
can't
agree.
hear Bob.
I agree with Lisa.
Okay.
Which part, though, Bob? That not to put it on the agenda, or we should just be considerate about it and make it on a regular basis so we're not jumping around our agenda at 6:35?
I think Terry and Angel can do that by themselves, make sure that the ones that need to go on first go first.
Well, and it's slow. Things change.
I think one of the things that could happen is if board members have specific suggestions about how to approve the agenda, just send them to Terry and Angel.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So you're not going to make a motion? Okay. All right, moving on to item 2, state inspection of all district facilities. Lisa, that's you, but I believe, Reed, you signed up to speak to that?
You know, the way you got this is good that you're actually doing something so that things can get on the agenda as compared to before things couldn't get on. But I don't know what you're thinking of doing. A state inspection of all district facilities. Are you suggesting? Is what you're? If you know, are you going to be suggesting, or hopefully that the state comes in and inspects all the buildings, and you require them to do them, or you hire them to do them? Because we just here, last meeting, $5 million, because the state failed to inspect the buildings properly, or the local people did. The Plover Whiting people missed the Plover Whiting school. That's costing us $1 million now. With the sprinkler system that you'll be talking about, that you're going to add and that you weren't going to add. So hopefully that's what you're going to do. And hopefully, she's asking to have it put on the agenda. So hopefully you guys will go along and approve it. And hopefully that's what you're asking for. And if that's not what I hope that's what you are asking for, that you require the state to come and inspect these schools. In fact, I'd have them come and inspect that Plover Whiting school right now. You got them all jammed in those little rooms. They couldn't make it work before, but isn't it miraculous how they're making it work now? So, you've had some bad experiences with the inspections. So let's figure out how we're going to get these things inspected so we don't have these big surprises that we've had in the past, and we don't have them in the future. So put it on some agenda.
It's already on the agenda, so.
Okay, so my motion would be to put the state inspection of all district facilities as an action, or information possible action, is essentially to do exactly what Reed just said. The state has both building inspectors and electrical inspectors, and with the issues that have been going on in our district that just keep showing up with safety concerns, I just want to make sure our kids are safe. So, that's that. I did already, I made it first.
How'd you make your motion? Okay. I'll second it.
Discussion. Jeff?
I guess my question is, before we put this on the agenda, is...
Let me clarify. It is on the agenda tonight. It is an agenda item.
Oh, it is agenda
and the motion was
tonight.
just made to have state inspectors come in.
My question is, do we have the authority to make them come in and actually inspect our facilities?
You can't make that. I talked to the state inspector from Plover, and the state has two different individuals, like I said, who does the electrical and who does the building issues. And you just contact them, and then you make arrangements for them to come and do them. So the only way you can, from what I understood, for it to be a non-fee item would be if somebody reported a problem. But you can request them to come, yes.
Okay, so if there's no problem, let's
Correct.
kind of play out the scenario here. What's the fee to look at this district? I mean, look how much we paid just to do the audit. We paid $150,000. What's the state's fee going to be for the same inspection?
I got the impression that it wasn't much, but then again, I don't know. I mean, what's much to one person isn't to another. It's all relative.
Right.
Correct.
Jeff?
I guess, question, what are we looking for? I mean, what do we hope to accomplish by the inspections? Are we looking for fire safety, or electrical safety, or structural safety, or
All of them, really. I mean, because I had no idea that we had grounding issues. I mean, basic electricity to me is, you ground whatever, so I mean, the idea that we had facilities that didn't have grounded electrical just blows my mind. So to say that I have any idea of really what we're looking for, I don't know. I just want I just think it's very important with the whole mezzanine thing that came up and the electrical, that we make sure our kids are safe. I mean, we say safety's the number one issue. Well, if we don't know, you know, the building burns down or whatever happens, and then, you know, the fire inspectors come in and say, well, it was because of this. Well, had we done the inspection, you know, we possibly could have prevented it, so.
Why wasn't it expected in the first place?
It's a
by the
board
state?
discussion at this point, thank you.
That's the question you should ask.
And I guess my thing is too, is that so then we don't have emergencies, where then we're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars at the last minute, and my opinion, it's shoved down my throat to make a decision if the safety of the children are important. We know in advance, they can budget probably much easier for Mr. Keck trying to figure out where we need to go with our money. That would be my thing. Yeah, I mean, why wasn't it done before? We were said not to look backwards, and I apologize for standing, but, you know, move forward and quit asking why we keep looking backwards. Why wasn't it done? I asked that, Reed, every time something comes forward. Why wasn't it brought to our attention more than 3 months prior that we have to vote on it? You can't speak or they're going to gavel you, so just don't say nothing. I don't get a correct or an answer that I want. But again, it's me. I'm just a one-woman band that plays here, so I think it needs to be done. What the cost is, I guess we have to look forward to that.
And the motion can simply be that, that I get a proposal from them as far as the cost. You know, if the board would authorize me to contact them or the administration to contact the state on the district's behalf and find out. You know, it's just that I just...
The board just authorized $5 million to totally upgrade all the schools for electrical and the bliss. So, I mean, that's covered. And I'm sure if Don, could you come up and just give us on the structural of the buildings? Because I don't see why we should be spending money that we don't. Why can't he speak?
Yeah, no, he can.
Can I tag on to yours, because it'll be the same answer, or same question? Don, you're responsible for the building, grounds, maintenance, custodial area of this entire district.
Correct.
Okay. So after you answer Bob's question, in your opinion, do we need a state inspection of all of our district facilities?
I would say we don't need it, but to be proactive, I did contact the state, the Department of Safety and Professional Services today, and they do offer this at a fee. So I talked to John Anderson from there, and I've asked for a quote, and I gave them specs on our buildings so that they can work up a quote for us if we wanted to pursue that. So if you want to, I'll find out in the near future what it would cost to have that done.
Can I suggest getting the cost before the board votes on that, so that they know what they're voting on?
Absolutely.
Thanks for being proactive, Don.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Don, do you expect you'll have that by the 9th?
I'm hoping so. I would expect so, yes.
All right, well, I'll tentatively pencil it in.
I'll follow through with them to make sure they do come up with a price.
Thank you. Pardon me?
Withdraw the motion.
Are you going to withdraw your motion? And your second?
Yes.
Okay. And it'll come back as soon as Don has the numbers.
Right.
Fine.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
New board member orientation discussion, that actually had Renee's name on it. I wasn't sure if she was going to be with us tonight, so I put mine in there, but Renee, it's yours. I know there was a handout at our places today.
Yeah, and the handout is from the WASD website. What it gives you is information that board members should have regarding the district. It's a good orientation. I know I had shared it with Angel and with Terry. I don't think Terry particularly liked the layout of it. So the layout can be changed, but I just think it's a good starting point, not only for the current board members that are seated, but also for new board members coming in. So I'd like to see that included in any orientation plan. And Attila had indicated that he was going to, with the administration or cabinet, to come up with a new board orientation for board members. And I really think that since it is the board should have input into that. And I guess that's why I brought it up, or I mentioned it to Angel and to Terry. Because if it's for the board, then the board should have representation and then the final say on the orientation?
Yeah, Renee, we are working on revising the binder that we put together for a new board orientation as part of the administration. We could certainly include this, no problem at all. And when we're finished with that binder, we'll bring it back to the board, and you can decide what you want to do with it. It's the administration's new board orientation, but if the board wants to make it the board's new board member orientation, we can certainly do that.
Any other people have any other thoughts on things they thinking back to their orientation and things they wish they would have known? Angel.
Someone mentioned this once already. I just wanted to reiterate. I think it would be great if there were officers of the board, past or present or future, other board members there. It was administration that presented the whole thing, and I think it would have been useful to have people who had served on the board for at least a year there to answer questions.
And that was my recommendation as well, that it would be helpful for new board member orientation to have seated board members in attendance as well. Bob?
I think it would be important that each new board member would get the short and abridged Robert's rules, because there's some things in there that they need to be aware of, the proper wording on when you're talking about something and how the voting goes, and then calling a question, something like that. So
any other thoughts? Okay. Disposition of closed session minutes tapes. Angel.
I just brought this back because I had initially voted that we destroy these tapes, and circumstances, I don't know, there are just a couple things that have happened within the board in the last month or so that have made me think we'd be kind of foolish to destroy them. So I wanted to bring it back and maybe reconsider. If it fails, it fails. But I've changed my mind about it. I guess I feel like there's been things that have been presented. Jeff had some issues that he had asked about, and the only way we could find out is by referring to the tapes.
I'll second that one.
Well, let's go back to the beginning.
I'm sorry, I lost something there. I mean, did Renee not make a motion? Was she not making a motion to bring her item back? Was she satisfied with the discussion? I apologize, Renee, I can't see your eyes.
No, you can't. You think we need to bring it back, people?
I would like to bring it back, at least. I mean, I don't know if you want me to make the motion or second yours. My orientation was all off the wall, and I think...
Okay, so let's bring back to the board a board orientation topic to decide how we want to do orientation in the future.
I'm going to second that. I mean, then it gives us an idea of where to go. I mean, I think every time you get revoted in, you need to go through another orientation, at least a short version of it, because every time you come to a meeting, you learn something new, either...
Can I ask that we extend the 60 days till...
I thought I was speaking, but I apologize.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
I'm finished now, so
I apologize if you're not done.
I accept your apology, but I'm finished now.
I'd like to ask for an extension of the 60 days, given the holiday in between, as well as some other major projects, if we could bring that back to the board, which we were going to bring back anyway, but at the second February meeting. That gives the board a month to make any changes or corrections or whatever it would like prior to the April election.
So there's been a motion and a second to bring it back. Can we add...
I guess I don't have a problem with the time. I actually think there's more board input versus what Attila needs to do with his cabinet. So I don't know if it would be dependent upon you, Attila, but I'm fine with extending the date.
To the second meeting in February, and I apologize, I don't have a calendar with me, so If we can add that to the motion?
That would be Renee, she would have to adjust that. What's her motion?
I think she just said it was fine.
Okay, then I'll
Fine
second
with
it.
you. All right, discussion?
Second meeting is on the
17th.
2/17?
First Monday's the 3rd, so is it the
Yep.
1st and the 3rd?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
17th.
Oh, no, we meet second and fourth.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so it's the 24th.
24th, sorry.
2/24.
And when did, when did the new people get voted in? The first Tuesday of the month?
April 1st.
So we really wouldn't have our orientation packet ready.
April 20th is when.
Yeah, we would.
Well,
The end of April, the last meeting.
the April board, the April election is April 1st, and they are seated on the fourth Monday.
Okay, so we'd have two meetings. I mean, the first meeting just to discuss and put it together, and then the second reading would come back then to it. Because it's really not going to be finalized in one session. Could be, but,
No, we should have enough time, though.
could be, but I hate to,
But, yeah, we would still have the entire month of March
March.
and a good part of
we
April.
have March in there.
I was like, what?
Any other discussion? Barb, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes?
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Scheibele?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, back to the disposition of closed session minutes tapes.
So I'm moving to keep closed session minutes tapes indefinitely.
I'll second that.
Discussion? Jeff?
State statute says 7 years, I think is,
7 years. I'll amend it.
instead of indefinitely. You just follow state statute and getting rid of them.
And
You're okay with that as a second? You were the
7
second.
years?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Jeff?
Where did the 90-day recommendation come from? There was a document that suggested destroying them after 90 days?
Renee brought that
The
in.
90-day was for the minutes, for the way that we're, is it okay for me to talk right now?
Yes, go ahead.
We did keep, the minutes are kept according to state statute for 90 days when they are taken by someone like Barb Portson, who is the board secretary, and she sits in the meeting, and she uses the taped version to construct the minutes. For a while there, when we didn't have anybody, except the clerk, no offense, Jeff, but when we had the clerk doing it, the board made a motion that we would tape our meetings, and we would keep that. If you keep it in those instances, Jeff is right, it falls under state statute for, I believe it's 6 or 7 years. I don't think it's a good practice to keep the tapes. I think what we should do is follow what WSB attorneys have advised, that if you do tape a closed session, then you would keep it for 90 days and use it for the construction of the minutes. If we have a hard time remembering what occurred, then perhaps we need to add more of the facts into the closed session meeting minutes.
Jeff, is that a minimum in state statute, or is that a maximum?
That's a minimum if you keep
What,
them.
the 7 years?
7 years, I'm
Yes.
pretty sure it's 7 years.
Is that for written?
But that again is if you are doing what we had done before. If you are only using them, taping it for the purposes of meeting minutes, then it's 90 days.
Jeff, Abel?
Again, just to clarify, that the 7 years is for the written documented minutes, and the 90 days is for the tape, or?
No, it'd be
I would suggest
7
we
years
get
for
the
tape.
state statute in front of everybody.
That would help.
So let's bring it forward so we can discuss it.
You want to put it on?
It's actually an agenda
Yeah.
item, but, yeah.
Can we
Bring it back
Can we
with
bring
more
it
data.
back and you get more information?
we can bring it back, but we've got closed sessions coming up in that. I would, after our last couple of meetings in that, I would really encourage us to keep those minutes
Tapes, you mean?
the tapes for as long as we can. We've gone back over the years, and I think it's really important to do that.
Well, either way, they'll be
You
kept
need
for
to
the night.
recognize, though, if you keep the tapes and you go back, if you keep that record, then the board is liable for whatever is on that tape. And anyone could ask for that, and it can be, you can go through all of the expense to have it transcribed, and then the information that is confidential, redacted from it. It really is not advisable, and we probably shouldn't be having so many closed sessions if you're having to do those kinds of things with taping and going back and trying to remember what happened. Once again, you need to look at your minutes.
I understand what you're saying, Renee, and I understand that you're being conscientious in what you're saying in protecting the board and the district.
I'm protecting the district.
Right. I'm saying the board and the district. But I have to tell you that written comments do not explain discussions, and discussions make a big difference when you're going back to look at history. So.
Well, you took most of the words out of my mouth, Chris, so I'll just agree with you that we need transparency and we need records because it's history, and if we have new board members coming on and there's a big issue, it gives them an opportunity to go back and listen to the tapes to find out what's going on. So.
Bob, can you speak into your mic, please?
Sure. I said I would support Chris on the idea that we need transparency, we need history, and it's more important when we have new board members coming on, if there's a question regarding something, that they have the opportunity to listen to tapes so that they can make a better decision.
Well, if you want to care about transparency, then don't go into closed session.
Yeah.
So that the item that's on the agenda about the superintendent's evaluation once a month or twice a month or whenever would be in closed session. So obviously there are board members who are concerned about too many closed sessions unless it has to do with something that they're in support of.
Well, that is the board's responsibility, is to supervise their one employee.
Right.
Jeff Ebel.
According to Robert's rules, the minutes are only supposed to represent actions taken, not discussions.
Correct.
If you need to remember what you said, then you probably should take your own notes. But that, again, I think that we should follow Robert's rules on this one.
Kim.
And that's what I was just going to say, Jeff. I mean, the discussion really has no bearing unless you have a lawsuit against you, who's for it and it's not. It's the final decision of it. Also, apparent in the last closed session, just what Chris said, unless you're for it, you're not going for it. You don't want it on there. You don't want to discuss it. So you have the right to do that, too, regardless if it's on the agenda or not on the agenda or not even being able to accept the agenda. So that goes both ways. So I'm a little mixed on this one. I mean, there's going to be hopefully some good discussion on not just the superintendent's evaluation, but also, other discussion about other employees that I believe that shouldn't get out, shouldn't be in certain people's hands, private discussions, and 90 days in the wrong hands is bad enough. I don't know how I'm going to vote on this one because there's both ways, but...
Yeah, I agree.
But again, like Jeff said, the discussion really doesn't have to do anything without it. I mean, it's the indecision. Maybe we have to make our minutes a little bit more clear then. Make them more clear.
Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I would like for it to come back so that we could know what the state statute is, we can know what Robert's rules are, we can know what legal recommendation is. I mean, I've never heard before that Robert's rules stated that the only thing you should have in minutes is the motions. I never heard that before. And then if that's true, then all of our minutes are wrong. I mean, I'm thinking if our policy is to follow this, and that's what it says, and I give you, I'm very black and white. Either you follow the rule or you don't. I mean, I get it, but, so I'd like this to come back.
I'll withdraw it and come back with that information.
I think it's a good idea.
Are you going to, Bob,
I'll withdraw, that's fine.
withdraw the second? We'll bring it back.
Yeah.
Item 5, appointment of delegate to the WASB Convention 2014. Help us out, Barb. I saw the email, but I don't remember it. There are 4 people going.
4 people going. If anyone wants to be a delegate, they can volunteer.
And those, the 4 people going are,
Angel, Lisa, Kim, and Jeff.
and Jeff, all right? And what does a delegate do? Chris, weren't you the delegate?
I was the delegate last year, so I can answer that.
Okay, what do you do?
And I'll give a recommendation that I think Jeff should do it.
You delegate. I'm good at delegating, you do it.
Exactly. I actually really enjoyed it. You got to hear every issue that came before, everybody's thoughts on them, why they opposed them or what they would amend them to, and then the votes on what are they?
Resolutions.
The resolutions that all come. It was very interesting, and I was nervous, like that I didn't have enough experience to do it, but I actually learned more from doing it than anything, which is why I would recommend you, if you haven't, unless both of you had a chance to be the delegate. Oh, if you're interested, I thought it was a great experience.
No. Can't say that I do.
Kim, you interested?
No.
Jeff?
I guess that leaves me.
All right. Do we need a formal, was voluntold?
We do.
Yeah.
All right.
Newbie gets it.
Is there a motion to appoint Mr. Ebel, our delegate to the WASB Convention 2014?
So moved. Second.
Is there, all right. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ebel.
You can abstain.
Ms. Faxon.
Yes.
Mr. Larson.
Yes.
Mr. Presley.
Yes.
Ms. Scott.
Yes.
Ms. Shibley.
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick.
Yes.
Ms. Totten.
Yes.
Mr. Rothman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Moving on to item B, business services. Number 1, the 2012-2013 annual financial report. Tom, in 30 seconds or less.
Good evening. The audit report is provided for you in background. We had no significant issues at all with the audit. The only comment found in the back of the audit is the oval covered portion of the audit is the one that you will see every year. And it's a statement since Enron situation happened is the recommendation is to hire an audit firm to conduct our audit, complete our audit, and then have it audited by a second audit firm, which we find to be ridiculous and not cost effective. So that's the only mention in the audit is the fact that we hired an audit firm to do this complete report and did not have a second audit firm audit the audit. So you'll see that every year. Other than that, I would recommend you accept the report.
All right, questions for Tom?
Do we need to make a motion first?
Sure, I'm trying to find it.
Motion to accept the 2012-2013 annual financial report.
All righty. Is there a second? Discussion? Jeff?
Just an overall concern, not that anything unusual about having the same firm do it all the time, but my concern is that there's some complacency when you have the same firm doing an audit while they're used to how you're doing business. I can think of an instance that happened down in Illinois where a lot of money disappeared because they hired the same firm over and over. Not that it would ever happen in this district, but back to what they put in there as a second set of eyes, they're telling you that there should be fresh eyes every now and then on that. So it is, I think, the board who decides, if I recall correctly, on what the policy is for who the audit firm is. So it should be a discussion, number one, by the board, but number two, potentially going out for an RFP, because it is a function that we may want to look at 2 or 3 year periods, put it back out for RFP. I'm just putting that out there as, something to keep in the back of our mind when we're doing these audits every year.
We do that. We just completed a RFP process, bid process that the board approved not too long ago, and I believe we had several firms didn't even respond to us. Do you recall?
The only firm that responded was Schenck. I actually called Clifton Gunderson, or now Clifton Larson Allen.
Right.
When they chose not to respond.
Bless you.
Thank you. Chose not to respond. So I have no problem with going to a different firm.
Krause Howard didn't respond with a bid either. We sent it out to several companies, and Schenck was the only one that responded.
So, no, Tom, excuse me, Jeff. I understand Jeff's concerns. And we've, at the foundation, we've had the same firm doing our audits for a number of years, but what changes is the partner and the folks that are actually on site doing the work.
Yes, they do change.
Does that happen with Schenck?
I have seen different people there myself since I've been here, but I have also seen one of them be the same, the gal, I can't remember her name.
The partner in charge has been Paul Dennis since the firm first went with Schenck, which was probably 2005 would be my guess. But he does not come here and work on site though either. He's always got people, he's from the Green Bay office, he's always got people from the Clover office. It used to be John Troutman, and now it's been Amber Danielski. And
They showed us.
two or three newer people on staff.
Because I
should
think
come with it.
Yeah.
Too.
So we have seen some.
Okay. Jeff, did you have a follow-up question?
2 follow-up questions. Typically, they're here when we go over this report, so that if the board has any questions of the auditor, that we can ask the auditor, not you guys. But the second is just your comment about an RFP. What is your idea of an RFP?
We sent out a 10 or 15-page RFP a year ago for a 3-year contract. It's done every 3 years, and it's done, basically been done every 3 years for the audit services, for back.
But you chose the firms to send it to? You said you picked 3 firms and you sent out an RFP to those 3.
We send out requests to them if they choose to respond, the ones that we know do school audits. Not all audit firms will do.
Right.
an audit
I understand that. Okay.
So the ones I chose, well, ones we sent them to were Schenck, Whiffley, one of the biggest ones around here.
Right.
Clifton Larson, another one of the biggest ones. Johnson Block out of Madison. Cribber Rose out of Shawano. And I think we sent to
Krause Howard.
The firms that we get a list from DPI, that these are the firms that actually do school audits.
Okay.
I'm guessing 6 to 10 of the top 20 largest schools are done by Schenck.
Okay.
Obviously not the same people here. They're from different various offices they have. We had to choose firms that we figured were actually qualified to do an audit of a school district.
Okay. So the first question of how come they're not here to talk about their...
We invited them to be here. There were conflicts and they couldn't make it. They were on vacation. It's a minor issue. It's a non-item, so we didn't think it would be a problem. But
They said that if you have any questions, they would be more than happy to come over at a later meeting. I said, well, don't know that the last 2 years Amber has been here and there haven't been any questions for her. They will come anytime.
Thanks.
The discussion?
The only comment I made is it would be good to look at that policy for the pupil activity funds if it hasn't been looked at. I know we've made changes. It's the item referred to.
Yeah, it hasn't been, the policy hasn't been updated since 97, I think.
Yes.
I did look at, it is, the date is correct on there, but I know there have been changes in, the way some of the funds are dealt with, but it seems to keep coming.
We already have drafts worked up on that. We'll bring
That'd
it
be
back at a
great.
later
That'll be
board.
coming through.
At
Yeah.
some point.
It'll be probably next board meeting.
Okay. All right. Other discussion? I believe there's been a motion and a second. Barb, roll call vote, please. To accept.
Jackson?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Cotton?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thanks, Tom. Retirement open window option.
Yes, sir. The board back.
I'm sorry, Glenn. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The board back in April of 12 adopted a retirement open window option, which included language such that by November 29th of this month, individuals needed to declare their retirement if they were interested in retiring July 1st of 2014, 15, and 16. Since that time has transpired, the situations have become a little bit more clear as to what's going on. We are recommending that the board consider making a slight modification to the declaration period by allowing individuals to declare their intent to retire in 2014, 15, and 16 by January 15th of the year in which they wish to retire. Stated another way, if they wanted to retire July 1st of 2014, they would notify us. Their declaration deadline would be the 15th of January 2014. If they wish to retire July 1st of 2015, their declaration deadline would be January 15th of 2015, the same for 16. And that's one recommendation. The second recommendation is because I was told by HR there were 3 individuals, I do not know who they are or what they requested, but that there were 3 individuals who put in a declaration of retirement in order to conform to this original policy that you established.
Order 125.
I'm sorry, did someone say something?
Yeah, Renee did.
Renee did. Sure.
I couldn't hear what she said.
I don't think she was talking.
Okay. That there were 3 individuals who attempted to comply with the deadline, because it's quite late. This is the 25th, and the deadline is just a few days away. Our additional recommendation is that you make a motion to approve a period of reprieve that would allow those individuals, if they chose to do so, between November 26th and December 13th to withdraw that original declaration and then comply subsequently to the motion of either January 15th of the year 14, 15, or 16. So it just allows people to pull it back. Now, the 3 individuals may not want to withdraw because maybe they intended maybe they were for July 5th, 14th, and they're fine with that. I have no idea, but rather than to go into their individual circumstances, I thought it would be simpler just to say we offer this reprieve period. So January 15th is ample time to allow the individuals, I think, to make that decision in their own personal planning as to what they want to do. And it does allow us as well to then post the positions that they're vacating so we have a good pool of candidates to draw from. It would be an irrevocable declaration, of course, so I want to make that clear. But that's our recommendation. Number 1, that we change the declaration period to be January 15th of the year in which they choose to retire. And secondly, that we have a reprieve period of a couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks as mentioned here, so that the 3 individuals, or 4, is it 3? 3? Okay, there's a 4th one that came in today. So that those 4 people would have the ability, if they so chose, to withdraw that compliance and reissue it in January, or just leave it sit there, or whatever. Like I say, I don't know the circumstances, so.
Let's get the, Bob?
I was just going to say I would make a motion to what Tom just said.
Well, we need to do this in the form of two motions.
Okay, that's
You want to take the first one?
fine. Motion to amend the notification deadline of the current retirement open window option for qualifying employees to read as follows. Anyone qualifying for retirement under the retirement open window option for retirement July 1st, 2014, July 1st, 2015, or July 1st, 2016 must submit their irrevocable request to retire under the provisions of this retirement open window option as is signed and dated letter to the superintendent by 4 p.m. on or before January 15th of the year slated for retirement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Chris. Discussion? Barb, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Larson?
Yes?
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Scheibele?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Carries.
Bob, you want to tackle that second motion while you're...
Sure. Motion to approve a one-time period of reprieve commencing November 26, 2013 and ending December 13, 2013 for anyone who has already filed a request to retire July 1, 2014, July 1, 2015, or July 1, 2016, to withdraw that request and to be free to comply with the new notification timeline.
Second.
Second. Discussion? Kim?
How are these 4 people going to be notified of the change? Are you guys going to directly call them?
I'll email them in the morning. In fact, some of them are sitting on pins and needles right now.
Okay, so probably 2 of them are here. And also,
I believe the word will travel quite fast.
okay, which is great, because I really think that something needs to go out tomorrow to all of the staff.
We'll take care of it.
So, if not tonight, before you go to bed at midnight, 1 o'clock, whenever.
Midnight? Okay.
Well, that's what time I'm going to get home, but, I mean, so just so they are notified ASAP. So,
Any other discussion? Barb, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Scheibele?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes. Item B3, the Plover Whiting Elementary School sprinkler system bids.
Okay, this is the time that you wanted eventually for us to get back on a report on the sprinkler system. Per your direction, we had this taken care of. Ellis Stone did go out for bids of qualified sprinkler companies. I've listed them in the memo, the numbers who were contacted, those who did a walkthrough and subsequently issued a bid. The bid numbers are in the memo. The low bidder was Apex Fire Protection at $121,000 basically. And then attached is the letter from Ellis Stone giving you the exact breakdown of all of the costs. You can see this fire sprinkler system line. It is shown as $136,229. The difference between the $121,000 and the $136, as the memo points out, is their profit margin plus a number of other issues that go into that line, including fees and overhead costs, such as bonds and insurance, etc. So based on this, Ellis Stone is saying that they will complete the fire protection for Plover Whiting. They'll put in a complete sprinkler system for the entire facility for a guaranteed maximum price, $274,248, which was lower than the original estimate. And this is a maximum, not to guaranteed price. it means that if we are able to have some additional savings in some areas here, painting or plumbing, electrical, et cetera, we only pay what we actually spend. It's like a time and material thing, and it'll stay under that amount. So the more we're able to save and get under it, we keep it. It's not, we're not turning over a check absolutely for 274, 248. We could have an amount less than that. We do have a contingency built in there, so we may be able to survive that as well. We'll keep our fingers crossed, but you always do that in a construction project. But so that is the workup. It would be done in 2 phases. The first phase would be to install, while we're working on the structure of the addition, the sprinkler systems in the new addition, so that when it opens, it's sprinkled and ready to go. And then in the summer, they would have everything set up to come into that building and boom, work through the whole rest of the building. And by the end of this summer, then, the complete building would be sprinkled, and we'd be all set. And that's the proposal, and the recommendation is listed there and subject to your questions.
Is there a motion to approve the installation of the sprinkler system for Plover Whiting Elementary School by Ellis Stone per their attached letter of November 19, 2013, for a guaranteed maximum price of $274,248, with any savings under that amount going to the district?
So moved.
Thanks, Chris. Is there a second? Discussion. Lisa.
I guess, remind me why we're doing this, because if we're going to have our buildings inspected and they say that we don't need to install the sprinkler system, then why are we spending the money on it? And it says here now that we can use the mezzanine. Well, we've already decided we're not using it, so.
All right, I believe this was done, several board members directed us to do this. And they were interested in the sprinkler system being done, stated that publicly, and we followed up on that. It says in the memo that this is not required. The sprinklers, the building was constructed prior to sprinklers being needed, and but several people on the board spoke up and said that they felt that because it's a wood frame building, and because under current code, were that building to be built, it would be required to be sprinkled, that they felt the safety of the children was such that it should be sprinkled. And they directed us to find out how much it would cost. And that's what we're doing. And the other question that you had was, what was the other part of that question?
Mezzanine,
Well, the mezzanine. The mezzanines would be totally unusable now, but if the area is sprinkled, they would again now be usable, and that is a building where there's storage problems and space problems, and it would provide space. It's a secondary benefit. It's not the main reason for doing this, but it's a secondary benefit. The primary reason for doing this is board members felt that it was a safety issue, and several people indicated that they wanted this done.
Kim?
I remember asking if we do, when we were doing this thing in different steps, and it did come up in conversation about putting the sprinkler systems in there, and I mean, I'd have to go back and look at the minutes. I asked, if we put the sprinkler systems in there, can we use the mezzanine? I believe I was told no, because otherwise I would assume the board would say, you know, $300,000 is much cheaper to use than 700 or 1 point whatever million that addition is going to add on to Plover Whiting. Now we're being told that we put the sprinkler system in there, we can use that area. This is that information that I'm not quite sure if it keeps getting lost or changes.
No, it's consistent. All you need to do is go back and look at the tapes, and you'll see.
That we were always told that if we put a sprinkler system in there, we can use that mezzanine section.
Yep.
Yes,
that was one of the first solutions to the problem, and we had an extended discussion about the fact that we couldn't do that because of the time involved putting those in. It would be so disruptive that you couldn't do it during the school year. And the gentleman who came from Plover
Sat right here.
sat right here, said, you can't use that mezzanine system, but you can use it if you sprinkle that site, and you can't just touch that site, you'd have to do the whole building.
But we couldn't sprinkle it until the summer of 2014.
Right, so the concern of everybody after it sat like that for 20 years is one school year is moving these children, which I assume we did already, and waiting until the summer to put the sprinkler systems in. Now we're spending $1.25 million to add 4 classrooms and a sprinkler system.
It's your decision whether you
I know it was
directed us
the
to bring
board's
it.
decision. I'm just
Yeah.
making a statement. It was the board's decision, not mine. I'm just saying, when things are pushed at us and rushed at us, I don't think we get to absorb the information, and we're not making wise decisions for our taxpayers' money.
Other discussion or comments? Renee?
I don't have anything to add at this time.
No, I'm fine. There's been a motion, Jeff?
Just a comment. I know and this is kind of on the subject, when the board approves, these types of expenditures, if we can stick with the plan as far as, all right, we're building the building, we had extra funds, we're not going to do something else with those funds, we're returning it back to the fund balance. We're not doing little side projects because we had extra. Make it clear that the board only approved this plan, any extra money goes back into the bank account. It doesn't go to spend on little projects without the board's approval.
I don't understand what you're referring to, Jeff.
Well,
are you referring to something specific?
At the Plover Whiting addition, we came under budget, and then we went and spent how many tens of thousands of dollars on extra cabinets and fixtures, which was not the original direction of the board because we had extra dollars. I just don't want to see these extra dollars be spent on whatever other projects that we decide if it's not brought back to the board to decide that.
So if this one comes under budget, that money goes back to the fund balance?
Goes back to, because that was the whole purpose of this. One-time expenditure, build the addition, be done with it, put the sprinklers in, be done with it, and move on. Nothing extra to update the building or anything like that. That can be handled under the day-to-day, budgeting for 5 years or 10 years or whatever, 5 years projects that, principals can submit those in our budget process. I don't want that money to bypass that budget process, and that's what happened.
I was unaware of that. Did that happen?
I have no idea what he's talking about. What's happened?
Well, we got an update about a month or so ago that we came under budget for the Plover Whiting addition, and some of that money was used to purchase extra cabinets and something else. I mean, I can try to find it and
I don't
refresh your
know
memory.
who did the report come from?
You.
I didn't write such a report.
All right. I could be in error.
We haven't purchased extra cabinets. We designed the Plover Whiting system, which obviously includes cabinetry. It's part of the school. It's part of where the teachers put their supplies. We are tight, so we are holding an out on not adding cabinets across the top in some classrooms to make sure that we're within budget.
All right.
And if we're not within budget, if we're under budget, we would allow those to be purchased, but we're not buying extra cabinets for the facility.
I'll see if I can find that report,
Okay.
because that's not what it said.
Oh, okay.
And would you mind circulating that with all of
Sure.
us? I don't recall it.
Okay.
All right. Any other issues? There's been a motion and a second. Barb, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Ms. Totten?
No.
Mr. Abel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Mr. Ruffman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item 4, the Life Skills Center Architectural Design and Construction Management Contract. Reed, I believe you wish to speak to that.
Once again, you're going to rush a project through 5 hours into the meeting. Everybody's tired. $500,000 project will be more. With misinformation, disinformation, lack of information. I dropped off a map to you people tonight. Some of you people have it. Hopefully you'll look at it now. Look at the one I presented to them, color, showing everything, and look at the map that you guys based the decision last week when you were tired. You can hardly see anything. You know, you can get it. Mr. Presley, I got it through the county people. You know, they actually went and measured distances, you know, from you. Once again, here you are. You're within 300 feet of a tavern, okay? I mean, you know, you never contacted the owner of the building. This is where you're at. This is where you're at, and I'll do everything I can at the city council meeting in the plan commission because you screwed up their opportunity to expand, okay? Simple as that. And if Mr. Winiger, you start contacting people, it'll fail again because ex parte communication. If you start talking to people, because you're on the person taking this thing out. Let me go on to the next issue. You know, and it's 300 feet from the main entrance, not the front entrance, measured by the shortest route. Okay, the next one is conflict of interest. Angel Faxon sat here at the last meeting and says that was one of the things she got on the board. She wanted to build this building for her kid. Now, if that isn't a conflict of interest, she's voting on this issue. What the heck is a conflict of interest? You ought to recuse yourself from any discussion here. The next issue is, I'm going to rush in this, you want to give me 3 darn minutes, is, you know, you're going to mix all these uses. Kids with difficulty learning, kids who don't or want to learn, you know, you're going to mix everything, and then people who didn't learn. You know, that's probably why they're homeless. Come on, has anybody done any studies that this is going to work? You throw all this stuff in. The next issue is, and it's the issue of student involvement. Okay? That was the big deal here. And here, district manager wants nothing to do with student bill LLC. You said at the last meeting, I never said that. Here's where Stevens is talking. This was in the City Times. You can get it. Stevens was talking. He wants the kids to build this building. They can do it. If the students are, I don't want anything to do with it, said district manager Tom Owens. You know, and then Winiger agreed. District Winiger agrees. This is the kind of talk we're getting. Now, I'm going to tell you, if any of you board members who are going to be running for election don't get a reduced building, and I put on here, I'm not the only guy that says you should build it someplace different for this reason alone. The other guy said you should build it closer to the school. If you don't get some student involvement in this contract, all of it, built, designed by the students, you drop this, you won't get elected.
Glenn, you wish to speak to this? All right. Tom, now.
Per your direction, we are returning with information relative to the estimated cost of the project and the contract cost from the Samuels Group. And as you see in the memo, the workup on the estimated cost of the project is $500,000. As long as we work as a team, I think we can come in at that amount. By that, we mean, you know, we don't put in terrazzo floors and expensive fixtures and things like that. We put in reasonably priced material, etc. If we're able to secure donations of material from contractors, which many people in the public have stood up at this podium and made that assertion that would happen. I certainly hope it happens. That should also help. And other in-kind donations, etc. That'll also help reduce the district cost per se. The Samuels Group fee has said that they will do the work going forward for what remains for a flat dollar amount of $45,195, and has provided us with a preliminary floor plan drawing. It is essentially the same that you had already approved, except we eliminated the garage area and move the square footage back a ways and remove the porch area to the other side of the building. So we basically cut the garage and porch off the front that was facing the building to begin with. It would be on this side, and moved it over and reduced the square footage down to the figure that is in the memo of 2,942 square feet. If you use 150 square foot building cost, that would take it at about 441. So then there'd be other costs associated to the project as well. So the $500,000 budget estimate seems to be a fairly close one, and we'd recommend the motions, et cetera, if that's your pleasure, of approving the revised floor plan, and then a motion to have the Samuels Group go forward with the design work and construction management and completion of the Life Skills Center for $45,195. If that is your pleasure, if that's what this board decides to do, then starting tomorrow, we would get Samuels Group going to begin work to prepare for the city plan commission for getting the documentation, et cetera, that they would need for the completion of the project, and then onward to the city council, because those obviously are two other hurdles that need to be accomplished. Subject to your questions.
Is there a motion to approve the revised floor plan for the LSC, excuse me, at an estimated 2,942 square feet?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Discussion. Jeff?
Is Greg still here? Greg, does this meet your needs?
Absolutely.
All right.
Bob?
I would, just a thought, Ellistone was gracious enough to give us a guaranteed maximum price, and with any savings under that amount going to the district, is there something that we could put in, like guaranteed maximum price of $500,000 with any savings under that amount going to the district? Why can't we do that for this?
Well, okay, but we're on...
Well, I'm just talking, you said discussion, I'm just...
Well, we have a second motion coming. Can we get into amounts? At this point, all we're approving are the revised floor plans that we were handed out tonight.
If I could draw a little clarity to Bob's question, this isn't a guaranteed maximum price. They're just saying their services are $45,000. We will be going out for bid on all the work, and subject to whatever we get for the bid is what we'll get. So we're not going to pay for more than what this board agrees to on the bids.
No, because in the cover letter, it says Samuels Group dated November 20th, 2013 estimates a total budget for the project at $500,000.
Yes, and that would include their fee as well as all the design fees, because there were some design fees that weren't included in their cost. There were a couple of items in there that weren't included, but they felt that their fee plus the other design fees plus the bids that they would get for the completion of this project would come in at or below $500. But it's not a guaranteed not to exceed price. Our estimated budget is $500,000. It's incumbent on us to go out with them to bid to all of the local contractors to try to get the best price we can.
Lisa?
I actually have a number of them. I thought the actual contract was going to be coming back with the dollar amounts and stuff in there.
We did it in the form of a letter. It's attached as $45,195.
And that'll be the second motion?
Okay, I would have preferred to have the whole contract. When this was first proposed to the board back in June, the proposal was to construct a duplex, and that we would be utilizing the current SPASH Technology Education Department with students for construction and labor. Okay, so that was how it was brought to the board originally. So I would like to see something in that contract that ensures that that will in fact be done, because that was the whole point of this. It was one of the points. It was a twofold project. So I think we need to actually see the contract, not just a memo. Then when I read through this and I look at it, I'm trying to understand how the Threads of Kindness and a public meeting room fit into our mission. Our mission is to prepare each student to be successful. Someone tell me how a public meeting room does that.
Okay. All of our buildings are open to the public. So we frequently have outside agencies that use our buildings after the traditional school day. This building would be, treated no different. So in that regard, it's a give back to the community. Okay. As far as preparing each student to be successful and how Threads of Kindness plays a role in that, yeah. If you're familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, what that basically says is that it's hard for a student to concentrate on academics when they don't have food, water, shelter, a safe place to live on a consistent basis. So Threads of Kindness will, of course, begin to meet some of those very basic needs that a student needs in order to concentrate on academics.
And just from my perspective, that's crossing a line. I mean, we have United Way, we have Salvation Army, we have, if we keep that mindset, pretty soon we're going to be raising the children completely because they're not getting the proper direction at home, or they're not getting whatever, they're not getting their food, they're not. So I think that's a real slippery slope. And then from what I understand, the alternative students couldn't deal well being a part of SPASH. And that was why they were given an alternative site, didn't want to have the alternative school within SPASH, wanted it off-site so that those students were more comfortable. And so now if we're selling this Life Skills Center as being able to bring those alternative students back and blah, blah. Has anybody talked to those students to see how comfortable they're going to be in coming back? Because, I've been told when I've said about, the evening classes that are offered, why don't we have those alternative kids coming back for those evening classes? And I've been told, well, no, you don't want the kids back at SPASH. You don't want them near part of that campus. You want them separated. So what's the...
Sure. Let me go back to your comment about Threads of Kindness and the slippery slope. The board did approve Threads of Kindness as a program that was endorsed and embraced by the district. If the board chooses to rescind that, it's the will of the board. Regarding the conversation with the individual kids, I can't say that I have had any conversations with the students that are currently enrolled at Charles Fernandez. However, what I can tell you is that the district is obligated to provide a continuum of services that will align to meet the needs of its population of students. This building will provide another opportunity to fill that continuum. So do we have students that will remain at Charles Fernandez? Absolutely. Do we have students that are at risk and at SPASH that would benefit from a program like this? Absolutely. Do we have other needs in that continuum? Absolutely. We just have not been able to bring those forward at this time.
So when I look at this, I'm looking at a structure, and you're telling me more that it's the facility is allowing you to create additional programs for
due to its proximity to SPASH, yes.
Okay. Then our special needs students, how are they going to deal with, we have the Threads of Kindness, we have the public meetings, all that. How are they going to deal with that public traffic? I heard discussion about this will be a place for students to go to get away or whatever. But if they're really not going to be able to get away because there's going to be all that traffic, I don't know, have you talked to...
Yeah, the layout of the building was such that each area of the building with its own identity and purpose is able to be used as such in a manner that's not going to interrupt other areas of the building. So in other words, in order to access the Blue Light Cafe area or the instructional kitchen, we aren't going to have people traipsing through the living room of the apartment program. Likewise, we wouldn't have that scenario for the Threads of Kindness patrons that would be coming there to take advantage of those services. So it's in the layout of the building that allows us to perform that uninterrupted service.
So now, from what I understand at Spash, the children cook in that kitchen that they already have there, and then they sell the food on the outside right there.
They don't sell it.
Oh, well.
It's not for sale.
Okay. So is that going to continue anymore or no?
It would not continue in its current form. It would be recreated in this building.
Okay.
And I think Mike could probably speak to that better than I. It does cause a fair amount of rerouting of Spash traffic. It's a wonderful opportunity for the kids to showcase, for the students, to showcase their talents and skills. But it's also an interruption to the flow at Spash, so
Well, I'm
this will
just
address
thinking,
that.
I don't think people are going to actually go to another building for that. I mean, you know, the average student, I don't think is going to do that, but I could be totally wrong. Then something that was brought up earlier with our other proposal with the charter schools, we've brought up the idea that we need to wait until we get these other reports back and see what we need to do. You know, if we decide that we want to go with the middle school concept and then bring ninth grade up to Spash and we need to expand Spash, is this going to impact that? Or is it going to be where we needed that area to expand the building?
I don't believe it's currently in any projected building expansion site for Spash.
Is there a reason we can't wait until we get that facility and all those reports to actually begin construction?
We wouldn't be able to.
Well, that's really the will of the board.
Greg, just to interject here, to answer that,
Okay.
one of the objectives was not to have it attached to Spash.
Okay, can I just finish the rest of my questions?
I wanted to
and
answer
then-
that question, Lisa, because I think it's really an important one. One of the educational objectives was not to have it attached to Spash.
One of the objectives was so that the students needed to leave the facility so that they felt they were going somewhere. I believe with these individual students, but this is just my opinion, that you could put the entrance to this building, you could attach it to Spash. And I'm not even recommending that. I'm just saying that where the building is now, is it going to cause a problem with expansion? But if it were attached, the students could get dressed, go out one entrance, and then come in another. I have issues with, this had gone to the city council once, and they were concerned about building expansions. Now, when you look at this map, it's got it's got the 150, 275, and 347. What happens if we take this again to city council and they say it's too close? Are we putting ourselves in a position where we're setting ourselves up for failure again? I mean, is this really what we want to do to put those, put that business in a position where, they might be limited in their expansion? I'm confused why.
I guess my response to that, Lisa, would be special education students themselves experience failure time after time after time, but they persevere and they keep going at it until they succeed. And I would hope that this board would desire that same outcome. So if in fact we go to city council and they again find that it is too close to the corner bar, then I would say we revisit Vic Aikman's proposal tonight and we look at a tertiary site.
Okay. So then, as far as logistic issues, who's going to be, for the students who need to leave the building or want to go over to the building, who's going to be transporting those students over there? Are we having aides that are going to be available to all these students to bring them back and forth? And then we also, I would assume we're having additional custodial and security and all of that. I mean, you know, because it's not attached to SPASH, so we're going to need extra staffing over there. Is that all being accommodated?
I think that those are all very good questions, and I would like to take the time to give you a thoughtful response to that. I'd like to, I guess, you know, with all due respect, I would like to see some progress towards the actual completion of the building before I were to commit to what kind of custodial arrangement we might have.
Okay. Yeah, again, the student involvement, I think that really needs to be in the contract. And I really think we need to see the contract before we approve this.
Well, and I believe the complete contract was in our packet from last meeting.
No, it was supposed to come back with changes.
I guess the first thing I'm going to maybe fall back on, I know Greg just sat down, but, you know, to do a failure with my own money is one thing. I mean, we've all failed over and over or multiple times, but to fail and waste taxpayers' money is another thing. Just like an hour ago, Bob brought up about, you know, using our taxpayers' money wisely. That's what we need to do, is we need to wait for our studies to come back, and I've said this from day one with this project. The simple little duplex, awesome. I know what the concept was. I knew we were trying to save money of renting those buildings, of the apartments we had, giving the children a little bit of an upgrade. Now, this is a bigger home than I would ever be able to afford or to do. That wasn't the concept that I agreed to a year ago, a year and a half ago. You know, you lose track of that. So I really think we need to wait till our studies come back, use our taxpayers' money wisely. I don't want to say it's wasting it, but we need to get all of our facts together, like I always say. I remember the owner of the Little White Inn. She was concerned at that city council meeting that I went to about her growth. Where can she grow? We now are limiting her to where she can grow to. If this is such a good project, we got to find a better site, and we got to do better with the taxpayers' money. I believe that we're throwing it to the wind and just saying, hey, one project, 8 projects. You know, we're spending probably way too much money of their money without none of their input. Oh, and if they think it's such a big project, an awesome project, like he said, and he's sitting back there, I know that, can we ask him to cut his fees? I know everybody's going to go, you don't do that. Baloney, you do it all the time. You know, he said it's a good project, he would stick with it. Have we ever tried to negotiate their fees alone?
Yeah, I'm not going to speak for the Samuels Group. My comment relative to failure was based on Lisa's, Ms. Totten's comment about student council possibly denying us this site, this provisional site use permit.
Right, and I mean, I get where you're coming from, that these children, every child fails throughout their life, and we can only, hopefully everybody learns from it. But when we fail with our own money. If we fail and waste taxpayers' money, I think that's unacceptable. I don't think it's a good judge for us.
I would not make that recommendation if I thought it was.
Could we call the question, please?
Yeah. Is there a motion to call the question?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Scheibele?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
No.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, so the question has been called. There's been a motion and a second to approve the revised floor plan. We've certainly had discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Scheibele?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Ms. Totten?
No.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
I am going to vote no because we don't have the contract.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Ruffman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right.
I would like to move to hire the Samuels Group to provide the architectural design work and construction management for the completion of the Life Skills Center for a fee going forward of $45,195.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion. Jeff?
Where's the contract?
I want to diddle that. Where is the contract? I want to see a contract, verbiage and everything.
I mean, I thought
Made it clear.
I was crystal clear that from here on out, I was not going to vote for anything that we did not see the contract, and we were assured that by this next meeting, because this is a great project, and I want to vote for this project, but I won't vote for it if I don't have a contract to look at.
And we shouldn't be asked to vote for something without a contract.
No, we shouldn't.
I asked that question and was given a quote. They have quoted the work as per his letter to do the revised site drawings. Proposal includes site drawings, reevaluation of the structural design, completion of the architectural documents, and construction management services, limited to those things. This is what he provided me.
Ask a question.
Angel?
Tom, did he give you an explanation why he didn't provide the contract, other than that?
I can't hear you.
Were you given an explanation why you weren't provided with the contract, since it was specifically what was asked for, besides the letter you just read to us?
I cannot. And you, Jim? We have the architect here.
I know.
Do my best. Sid Samuels, the owner of the company, did provide that proposal letter, which was supposed to be in conjunction with the contract that you have, so that the verbiage in the contract lists the dates. This more stipulates, it was our understanding that you wanted to stipulate the hard sum on the fee, and the letter he thought would sufficiently do that, and I apologize that it's not. So
We did have a copy of the contract, correct?
you do. You read it to me last week.
Right, and you made some corrections, correct, Jeff? You asked for a couple corrections?
So instead of, right, we'd revise the dates, we don't yet know the scope, but we can't produce a contract when many people at this board respectfully indicated that they want to revisit program. We're not going to produce a contract with any dates and or fees, giving you an open-ended check, committing ourselves to services that were not yet defined and wanting to be reevaluated by you. I mean, it's not fair. So we gave you a stipulated sum based on what is evidence in front of you. The floor plan that was already, by the way, all these pieces were approved by the board sitting here in large part. Threads of Kindness, Blue Light Cafe, the apartment, the plan was approved by y'all. And you're revisiting that this evening. I understand the need to do that. The only thing that was voted down last time was really the site. Because the site failed us, our contract was essentially thrown out, the plan's being thrown out. There's not a lot of fairness when we're talking here, and you're asking us to handcuff ourselves to a schedule and a fee when you want to revisit the plan and what the scope is. I don't know how to respond to that. I didn't provide the proposal letter. It was simply providing you a stipulated sum based on if this floor plan stayed the same, this is what our estimated costs are, which we would put out to the local contractors. They would validate that cost, but the fees to actually produce the engineering, to get it through, to get it to city, and to bid that are this lump sum under those contracted terms. And if those were agreeable, you can get a finalized contract. But not knowing you'd have an approved plan tonight, how are we going to give you a finalized contract for review? I mean, I don't quite understand that request. Any other questions?
Other questions or discussion?
I have another question.
Yes.
Ryan, I am so sorry to put you on the spot. Is this, I don't know enough about building to have anything intelligent to say, I want this project to go through, but if we should have a signed contract in our hands before we do it, could you let me know if this is normal, standard? I'm going to trust your judgment.
You're asking about the contract?
Right. Would you go forward with this without a contract? Is the letter...
Nothing about that.
Oh, you don't?
So, have you built buildings,
Not
homes?
commercial. I built homes. I've never built commercial buildings.
Okay, but, I mean, if you had the blueprints and you had all the specs and
We
everything...
could definitely,
No.
we could definitely be included in the building and the construction of parts of the structure. And working with Jim and Samuel's group, we already were starting those conversations last school year. So how that plays into a timeline for me scheduling, the ball would need to get rolling.
You have a curriculum, right?
Correct.
But at the same time, we wouldn't be able to break ground until May,
Correct. Or I assume.
depending on the weather.
Right.
Correct, depending on the weather, we're not going to be able to do anything until April. I mean, I can't do a contract with taxpayers' money when I don't have a contract in front of me. I mean, I know their frustration, because this is, we keep going over and over again, and we keep getting new and new information, but I am not also going to vote for a blank check to any company. And yes, 500,000, we got a total there, but I want to see more numbers. I mean, it's like sending your kid to the grocery store with the credit card. Get what you want.
Chris?
I'm just going to call the question again. We've been doing this for, I don't know, over a year or whatever.
Year and a half.
We've had a number of, Kim, you're right, we've had different information, additional information. We need to move forward on this.
Are you moving to call the question?
I am moving to call the question.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Scheibele?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Ms. Taunton?
No.
Mr. Eagle?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. And there is a motion on the floor, motion and a second, and I think we've discussed it. Roll call vote, please.
Can you read the motion again, please, Barb?
Motion to hire, I'm sorry. Sorry, I made it.
Motion to continue the contract with Samuel's Group to provide design work and to help supervise the construction and completion of the Life Skills Center for a fee going forward of $45,195.
Can I just ask explanation, Terry?
Sure.
I mean, basically, this is asking us to approve this whole project of 500,000.
Correct, because if I understood it right, Tom, their fee is included in the 500.
This is to approve their fee, $45,000. That's all the motion says. This board has already budgeted $525,000 for the project. The memo simply says we estimate the project to be about $500,000. We need an architect to finish the plans, put the bid together, help us with the city planning commission, et cetera, and then go out and bid. So this is a motion to approve Samuel's Group as the architect to help us finish this and be the construction manager. There is no more money unless the city approves it, the planning commission approves it. Then we go out and bid and bring those results back to you. And you guys decide whether you want to accept it and continue with the project or not. This is a question for this contract, for this amount that they've quoted to complete the architectural work. $45,000.
Just the architectural.
The motion.
I just want to make sure because...
Motion is, what would you,
I think it's really important. Kim, you're asking that if the board approves this, will the project go forward?
Mm-hmm.
And the answer to that is yes.
Okay. Without a contract. Okay. A revised contract.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Ms. Taunton?
No.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
No.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shibley?
What are we voting on again?
Voting on the approval of the architectural fee in order to move the Life Skills Center forward.
Oh, yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Approval of the per pupil and department allocations for the 14-15 budget, Tom.
this is part of our normal budgeting process and calendar. This is the time at which we help the staff by giving them a not-to-exceed budget amount. We have done it based on a per-pupil allocation, which has been adjusted based on a number of factors. We have gone back and looked at cost increases in supplies and looking at vendors in the country. We've seen paper, furniture, fixtures, equipment, building costs, etc., costs for the departments within the building to increase between 2 to 3%. And what we're recommending is a 2% increase in the per pupil allocation over last year. And before you then is a breakout showing you last school year's budget allocation and this year's. We base it on the third Friday count. So what they are allocated to spend within each building for all of their supplies and material and things like that, equipment, is this based on this third Friday times the per pupil allocation. That becomes their budget maximum that they budget for in 2014-15. The same is true for the department allocations, which you see there. And then you, later in the year, will be looking at the details on these amounts, etc. But in all of the departments and in all of the schools, they cannot exceed these amounts once the board sets this tonight. And that would, so our recommendation is to have the per pupil allocations for each building, for the total of all buildings rather, set at $1,169,639, and then for the department programs allocation at $1,499,431. And I should point out that in actuality the percent increase for the schools doesn't come in at 2%. They're given a 2% increase in per pupil, but because there was a slight change in the population with respect to who's in the seats, it's a 0.6 increase. So between the two, it's a 2.6% when you look at both entities. So that's our recommendation, subject to your questions.
Thanks, Tom. Is there a motion to recommend the board adopt the building PPA in the amount of $1,169,639?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion, questions for Tom?
The only question I have is I have a question on the second motion. Should I wait and ask it then?
You would. All right, if there's no further discussion, Barb, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Taunton?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shibley?
Yep.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Is there a motion to recommend the board adopt the department/program allocation in the amount of $1,499,431?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Lots of seconds. Discussion. Lisa, I know you have a question.
Yep. I'm trying to figure out why or how we could approve this automatic 2% increase when we just at our last meeting decided that we were going to do a line item budget, which to me means we could possibly be changing some of these figures. So can you explain that to me?
Sure. People have to plan and move forward. We have to give our staff direction. They have to know what their limit is and how to begin to budget. So we give them this guideline, tell them they cannot exceed that, and they move forward to their budgeting. If in your collective decision that you're going to look at their details once they submit this to you and decide to cut it, that's your prerogative. But they have to know what their limit is. We have to move a system forward. We can't continue to delay. We have to get some things done.
So you'll have a second bite at the apple at the time period we actually inserted it. I believe it was in
Well, they'll have a bite at the apple with the end of March, I believe it was, when with the change, plus in April, plus in June, plus in...
Well, and I guess I look at this and I don't understand why they can't go with, when they're doing their planning, using the 2013-14 numbers, knowing that the new budget hasn't been approved for their automatic 2% increase or whatever. That still gives them a huge starting point, and the majority of their budget they could plan for. 2% is not that much, so actually
It's a system we've devised, and the rationale for the 2% is laid out based on cost of living and the cost of materials and supplies, and you tend to move forward with the system so the people within the system know what's going on and can operate. You don't keep changing it on them.
Other discussion?
Just a question. It's not really on this stuff, but like for Jackson School, say if you were allocating, say, $61,000 per pupil allocation, and we were only coming in at 150 students, would that put the allocation at $406 a student, if I use that as an example? I mean, it's...
Well, the allocation setting for Jackson's for the expeditionary learning would be different from this, how they determine the supplies and the cost, et cetera. But if students are withdrawn from the schools to Jackson, it would be my recommendation that the corresponding per pupil allocation would be drawn down on the school. So if Ben Franklin had 10 students leave, they would lose the equivalent of 10 times this per pupil allocation because they no longer have those students.
Yeah, I was just trying to get like a, maybe that's something when you guys are working on that thing, because I just noticed like Fernandez was 219.
Well, some of the smaller schools have a different per pupil ratio because of the economy of scale. If you look at Kennedy, you'll see that they have a higher per pupil, and the same is true of the other smaller schools like Jefferson and Kennedy, Jefferson, not Jefferson, Kennedy and Kennedy. It has a higher per pupil because of the smaller enrollment. Plus, there was an adjustment made a year or two ago to offset the cost of transportation, because schools have to pay in their field trips from the bus lot to their site and then back. And because they're further out, and so was Bannock, they got an adjustment for that. We did a study on that, and the board approved that one-time change, one-time permanent change.
I was just going to say it'd be helpful if we have that for Jackson when it comes up in 2 weeks.
Well, yeah, this was done before the checks.
Right, I know. Yeah, it'd be helpful.
I don't know where that's going, so.
Right, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Further discussion or comment? Barb, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Baxton?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Ms. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Scheibele?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Cotton?
No.
Ms. Brofman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Online enrollment module recommendation, Greg, I think that's you.
Okay, so if you've ever been in the Bliss Building during our 4K enrollment, you will have experienced the line that snakes all the way around the interior of the office building and then around the outside of the office building as, roughly 550 to 575 parents, many times first-time families to the district, try to jockey their place in that line to secure a spot for their 4-year-old or soon-to-be 4-year-old. And what that really speaks to is customer service in the Student Services Department, especially in the area of enrollment. 4K is a one-time event, an annual event, obviously, that we can point to and point to roughly 550-plus families that would benefit from online enrollment. In addition to that, though, we have hundreds of families enroll in the district throughout the year. Oftentimes, families will try to expedite that process by doing as much of it online as possible, and we currently do not have online enrollment as an option. So the documents that you have in front of you would add the Skyward Online Enrollment Package, the module, if you will. And we do currently have overtime as well as additional secretarial time that is being allocated during our busy seasons. We suspect, although we don't know to what extent, those costs would be offset by the lessened need for overtime and additional straight time. So that would be something that I'd be happy to report back to you once we've seen the net impact.
All right, is there a motion to approve the purchase of Skyward Online Enrollment Module as provided for above and attached?
So moved.
Second?
In a second. Discussion? Jeff?
I know when this came up on the superintendent's weekly reports, I'd asked for a cost-benefit analysis of this. I mean, if you had to estimate, Greg, how much?
I'm sorry I didn't get that request, Jeff. I would hazard a guess that probably 2/3 of that cost. I think I'd be comfortable saying that we're easily into it for around $10,000 in terms of straight time, additional clerical time, as well as overtime that's currently being funneled for those costs.
I guess my second question is, instead of kind of putting the monkey on our back as far as registration, because we do have a partnership out in the community, we have off-site 4K, why can't the providers do the paperwork and then turn it into Bliss and then we process it?
Yeah, I can't remember if it was 5.6 or 6.7, it's in the background of your memo. The district made a conscious choice to go to centralized enrollment, and the reason for that, Jeff, was largely due to inaccurate information, and the enrollment is directly tied to our state and federal funding mechanism. So, several boards ago, they made the decision to move away from that local or off-site enrollment and go to a centralized enrollment. So it's basically more control over the span or the errors.
And I guess the last question is, why is it $16,000 just to install a software program that has a $4,000 maintenance fee?
Yeah, we'd have to get somebody from Skyward, I think, to answer that question. That number is, however, down from $21,000 with our significant district discount.
Bob?
I was just going to say, if this is approved by the board, maybe you could come back a year from now or saying, we spent this X amount of dollars and hopefully there was a savings there for us in time and energy.
It's a 3-year contract.
Other comments or questions?
Just a thank you to Skyward and the administration for this. I think is really proactive. If you've ever been in this building for registration for the 4K, and I have a number of times,
it's pretty hectic, it's pretty wild, and I think this is a great opportunity for parents and for us to keep the information moving forward and accurate, especially for our staff. So, obviously, I'm going to...
Jeff?
Are we getting rid of so they have to go online to do this, or are we having both?
We would still have enrollment packets here for, parents that don't have electronic access. But certainly, we would try to funnel as many of those parents to online.
Could you have a computer set up at Bliss so that people could enter it on site?
That's a great question, Renee. We do plan to have a kiosk available for families.
Other questions or comments?
I'm sorry, did you say you do plan on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
I just had one question.
Where's this money coming from? It's not budgeted, is it?
Thank you. No, I do not currently have this incorporated into any student services budget.
And maybe you've asked it, I guess Jeff was asking, I'm not sure, but what is the cost savings? Have you, I didn't see that in the paperwork that you had identified that.
Yep, I don't have that information for you. I'm sorry. I could certainly get that to you.
Could you get that and we could vote on this at our next meeting?
I certainly could.
Now, does this affect the 2013-14 budget or the 14-15?
Well, I see that our business office has left the building, so I'm guessing that it would have a direct impact because it would be made available to us immediately. So it would have an impact on our current year's budget.
We didn't budget for it.
We have a motion on the floor, so we should probably vote.
Can I have a question?
Sure.
I'm a little confused if we're saying that this is going to be more accurate if we have the same people filling out the enrollment, whether it's online or on paper.
Yep,
I'm not so sure that's going to actually happen.
No, I understand your question, and the difference is that when they complete the information on paper, that's not where the problem, I mean, you know your name and your address and your telephone number. It's when we take that handwritten document, is this O and A, is that 5 and S, and then somebody has to try to decipher that and then keys that information into the system. What we're essentially doing here is we're eliminating a step, and the parent then is able to key that information directly into the system. All we have to do is go in there, validate that the enrollment packet is complete, and then the family is essentially enrolled.
Kim?
You're going to assume that everybody's going to fill it out correctly online, not key in, I mean, because I get a lot of information that grown-ups, key in, and an O is a 0 or a 5 is an S, dealing with numbers and addresses. So we're going to assume that you're still going to have a cost factor of people going through this, double-checking, making sure it's correct.
The element of human error will, always be a potential.
Jeff?
Just a comment. Ashley, our student representative, had a really thought-provoking statement. We live on our budget. We didn't budget this item. It could be a great program, but we didn't budget it this year. We're going to be asked later on in our agenda to find money for a program, a 10 and 2 program at our high school, and to find money for that. So if it means that this comes back next year on the next budget, I'm good with that, because we could implement that before the school year even starts, and it would be in our budget. Whereas if we have to find $100 and some odd thousand to alleviate some of the workload at SPASH, here's 20 some odd thousand, it's almost $30,000.
Craig, has the 4K registration for next year taken place?
No.
right, there has been a motion and a second. If there is no further discussion, Barbara, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
No.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Scheibele?
I'm going to need to abstain because I did request information that could be shared at the next meeting.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Ms. Totten?
Nope.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item C3, Liz and Glenn, you both wish to speak.
I just...
Nice seeing you 2 days in a row, by the way.
All right. So I just wanted to, we came in a couple of times, just kind of reiterate some of the things that we'd kind of talked about before. Obviously, this feels kind of last minute with second semester starting in January. So I just wanted to remind everyone that these decisions have been made close to the school year starting in the past. 2 school years ago, the decision was made to eliminate the 6 and 6 for teachers because the burden of that additional class in terms of grading and preparation was overwhelming. And they hired some additional people at the semester. And then the following summer, the decision was made again in August to, again, eliminate that 6 and 6 because that burden was overwhelming. So you've got this 6-class preparation and planning and grading and additional people to learn, to know and get to know them and try and differentiate for them. And then we've got future needs related to RTI. Our RTI plan is coming into place next month. We have to offer differentiated services and interventions for students, and it's just not possible with the way that our schedule is set up. So, Mr. Devine and Keel put together this great proposal with our resource centers to get students more help in their core areas, to allow the teachers to meet with them. We have students, we're doing the 80-20 grading scale, we've got RTI, we have all these things going on where students need more time with their teachers, and we don't have that time to give them during the day, and this program would allow us to do this. And I understand, it's going to cost money, but this was done cost savings a couple years ago. We've saved a lot of money by not replacing teachers and by having us teach these extra classes, and I guess there's only so much you can put on to your employees before eventually they break. And I think we're getting to that point. So I just really would, please approve this for us so that we can help our students, and you can help your staff be better teachers by just relieving a little bit of that load. So thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Glenn?
Glenn Randleton, 24 Brawley Street. Just want to give you 3 additional things. All of you should have been sent an email from math teachers who currently did the 5 and 1. It was sent to you, I believe, Saturday, possibly Sunday, yesterday, listing from 4 different staff members who currently are part of the Math Tutor Center, just giving you some ideas of what it was like with the 4 Center, just asking them questions. Did you get more prep time? That was universally no. Did it help all kids? Some said yes, some said no. Some said, well, the kids who show up really get helped. Not everybody shows up. And then the third question was, academically and professionally, how did it change things? I won't go into that. But there's one thing, just to give you some perspective, a lot of dollars, especially with educational funds, brought along when we talk about savings versus cost. In 2011, when the 6 and 6 went in, we didn't replace 8 teachers at SPASH. All of those teachers that retired, of the 15 that retired, those 8 that didn't retire, they were all near the top of the pay schedule. You're looking at $80,000 plus per package. Now play that out. Even just the first year, you're talking about over $1 million+ of savings that the district has gained from SPASH being understaffed with large class sizes and not allowing one-on-one time, which this project does. So when you talk about the $170,000, you're talking about a buyback, or you're talking about the $400,000 moving forward or whatever. This is just buying back the time that was spent, and we can do it. RTI and PBIS are set up specifically for people to be able to interact one-on-one with the staff. And with the proposal that puts together, it focuses, when I have students who have issues, as far as reading issues, specifically with the history test, I know they have someone who can work individually with them with U.S. history, but also on reading. It really does individualize the task. It's a cost savings, and you've got to ask yourself, where are we going with this? I mean, I understand money is tight, but we've got to look at justification. When ELL teachers come up and say, hey, we need 2.5 positions, the administrator's there, you're like, okay, how much is it going to cost? You got them. When elementary teachers come up and you go for staff, you got them. When SPASH comes up, oh, wait a minute, let's make sure they're doing well. Are we going to take back ELL positions because they haven't quite learned enough? Are we going to take away elementary staffing because we don't feel they haven't reached some numbers? I think that's a real false structure to base a decision on. You know how the staff feels, and hopefully you'll know what it can do, because it can do a lot of good at not a lot of investment for what you're going to get for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Glenn. Mike and Keel, I think this is your show.
Did you guys bring pizza?
Yeah. No. I've been waiting all night to talk to you.
We're worth it.
Welcome to the morning.
Well, you know the situation at hand, and I hopefully you've looked through the memo, so we'll go through it very quickly and won't read all that to you. But basically, Mike and I have been working for several weeks on the plan for the 5+1 for the second semester. Mike and I went through the schedule, and there are 21 sections of classes that would need to be covered for the second semester. And we put together the tables with the help of Human Resources. If you look at the second page, you have the cost breakdown as effective as we could make it, that's based on a mixture of analyzing our current, the second semester master schedule, looking at where we had part-time teachers potentially available that could fill positions, whether 0.1, 0.2, or 0.3, whatever it might be, and having actual costs for those people if they would be able to take it. Then also having to estimate somewhat if we do have to post for positions. We've got, in those cases, an average established. So we tried to get the cost to be as accurate as we possibly could based on the information that we have. And that's the table that you have where the total cost would be $107,011.18. That's an estimate. It would, as you see, the approximate cost to employ external staff being $45,000. That's where we're talking about posting. We wouldn't be sure exactly what our costs might be, differ slightly from there. So I want you to be aware of that. We also, because as we were looking at trying to be accurate about what the costs meant for SPASH, and being that this, as Jeff was just saying a moment ago, that this is an impact on the current school year budget, we did look at what it would have cost to do this plan for the full year this year. And so that's the second table, and I apologize for the size of that, but that's the only way I could shrink that down to get it on the page. And looking at that, we put together estimated costs for the first semester at $153,500 roughly. So an estimated total cost for the year would have been just over $260,000. So that's looking at where we would have perhaps had a couple of full-time positions added, where we would have used some of the part-time additions that we're doing second semester, where we would have to post additionally, to give you an idea of what it would have been for the full year. We do understand that this is a significant cost change for the current school year budget, and certainly understand the importance of that in considering that. What we also did to, because as Liz had said, there are several things that we are working on at all of the schools, but RTI being one of those, and some of the support systems involved. So Mike and I really looked through and tried to determine how we could make better use of the resource centers, and how we could provide support to the students if we were to go with this system. And that's the last two pages of this memo, where We look at staffing. A science lab, we had 4 sections, 4 teachers a day available in a science lab that they had set up to provide support for students. The math lab was in place where we had teachers each hour. But we didn't have teachers available in social studies and English, and so those we were able to staff all periods of the day based on this plan. Essentially providing support for students that would need additional time with a teacher. There are several different teachers that would be available each period and at different locations, as you can see with the schematic that Mike designed for the upstairs area by the library, different locations where students could be assigned to get additional help. A couple of things that we wanted to make sure that we did with this is we don't want it to be haphazard. Students go for help if they feel like they need help. Probably isn't a good enough system. It doesn't work for RTI. We want to have a system in place where students would be assigned for help. Students would be directed for help. They also could volunteer and go for assistance and go whenever they need it. But also have a situation established there where information on students is collected. We keep track of how many students we're helping. We have an idea of if they're improving, what kinds of things we're doing that help them improve. So we want to be monitoring the student performance too, to see that the things that we're doing that we establish are actually helping them to perform better and to do better during the school year. So we'll be looking at those measures. We've established there the kinds of things that we've looked at in the past, but as we said in the memo, we'll be definitely looking at test scores, state assessments, ACT score, some of those standardized things. We'll be looking repeatedly at the DNF lists, the attendance rates, behavior reports, so a lot of the information to see, what the impact is on our students and tracking that better and keeping track of those things. So we are certainly available to answer questions, so I didn't want to take too much time going through that, but any questions that you have, we've spent a good deal of time trying to work this system into a workable program.
Chris?
A couple things. Since we haven't budgeted for salaries, raises for 11, 12, 12, 13, and this amount, the 107, is close, maybe not exact in that. So is this, you put something into place, and it's really hard to change that. It's really hard to say, oh, by the way, we did a 5-1 or whatever, and we're not going to do that next year. So I'm assuming some of the tracking you're going to do is going to be during the summer. I mean, you're going to be doing ongoing tracking. But you would be doing some in the summer also. Because I'm assuming that this is going to come back. This is for this second semester only.
Correct.
And that. So I guess my question is it sustainable?
Yeah, well, I'm going to go back to your other question first. It's very difficult to measure the success of a program in a school because the beginning of the following year actually occurs in the middle of the previous year.
Right.
So no matter what program you put into place, if you have a pilot, for example, you're probably, if you really want to legitimize the pilot, you're probably talking about a 2-year time span and actually looking at results during the 3rd year of what is then a 3-year pilot to determine if the 2 years were successful. At the end of the 2nd semester, if the board chose to do this, we could look at things like behavior, attendance, grades, GPA, but we really couldn't look at any standardized measures. The standardized measures that we have now are, we could look at also final exams as an independent measure. The standardized measures now are, for example, at the sophomore year, the plan. At the junior year, it's the ACT, but not all students take that.
Right.
AP, not all students take that. The only really one that all students take at any is the WKCE. And they took that, and they won't take it again until next fall, so you're really looking at another year beyond that in order to determine if the second semester of this year alone would be successful. So it's sort of a lick and a promise, saying, you know, we hope, based on what teachers are telling us, the presentations that have been made, the accountabilities that are in place here, all which make common educational sense, that it will show improvement. We can go a little bit on the experience of Ben and PJ and some of the successes that they've had, but even their standardized measures haven't necessarily shown that there's been improvement in that, but it's teacher anecdotal data as well as grades and students feeling better about things and so on. So it's a very, very big gray area, Chris. And the other answer is no, this is not in the 12-13 budget, but the reason I believe that there's no recommendation is because this was requested by the board.
Right.
And so the board has to make a decision to tell the administration to find $107,000 in the budget in order to do this, and if it wants to do it again next year at a minimal cost of roughly $260, because of the estimates that they used for first semester.
And Chris, if I could just add one thing. First of all, the 21 teachers that would be replaced one class, if you just take a look at the core labs, you can see if you add 8 and 8, that's 16, and you add the 4, that's 20, plus one of those other teachers would go in the resource center. That's a tremendous service to our students. We also have a time frame we have to consider, and that's one thing why HR got the figures for first semester, because we'll start registering in February. So we're going to have to know some staffing assumptions if we're going to go with a 5+1 or a 6 and 5. So, you know, those are key points that we need direction from the board. You know, I think this is the right way to go. You know, of course, I'm a biased principal, but, you know, if you look at, you know, many high schools, and we're really a 7-period day, even though we have 8 periods, one's a lunch, and teaching 5, having a resource center, having a prep and a lunch, that, you know, it's pretty standard. I've also heard this group say we have to look at the 4 task force, because you never know what the task force is. What is that going to bring? Are we going to have some different types of intervention enrichment times built into schedules? Are we going to look at different type of scheduling? That could be a factor as well. But you know, a massive change in the high school schedule will probably not come next year, because we're going to be registering in a few months. So, you know, it is kind of imperative that we get some direction from the board in terms of how you want to go. But I strongly support this 5+1.
Just, well, one comment is reading what you've put in as far as the resource center. I mean, I don't think there's anything, and I know, Angel, you've mentioned this, I don't think there's anything more important than having students with their teachers for even other than their classes. That relationship, that understanding of the struggles that students are having or what their abilities are or not, to have that in place. And you said that they would be assigned or directed or volunteered to be in these. I think that structure of what we put in for the resource centers is a real positive, because I know I've heard from students and from staff that it's really difficult with all the things we've added in to know your students. And, you know, it's a lot easier to help students when you know them than it is. And I've had an experience where teachers didn't know, and students were kind of left on their own to figure out how to succeed. So,
Kim?
I would like to make a motion. I don't know if I can read this early in the morning, but the plan submitted fulfills the board's request for a plan requested for 2013-14 second semester, and the cost with the implementation of this plan is estimated at $107,011.18. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay. Make sure I got that 18 cents, we couldn't round it to 20. Okay.
Second.
Further discussion?
I have a question.
Sure.
When I sit back and I look at, the elementaries and how when they need more staff, we give it to them, and how when the junior highs were staffed, they staffed it so that they would have more of that teacher contact and all that kind of stuff. And this may sound, I don't know how it's going to sound, harsh, but what do we have against our students at SPASH? I mean, I almost feel like once they get there, we no longer think they need that attention, when in many regards they need more then. So for us to even, I mean, I'm 100% behind this, but why is it just for one semester? I mean, this is what they're asking for is minimum, and I just don't get it. Is there some philosophy I'm missing?
First of all, Lisa, I have nothing against the staff at SPASH. The reason it is a second semester figure is because that's what you asked. If you want to continue this, I'll take you up on it right now.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense.
Can I change my motion for starting second semester for the future until we need to adjust it?
That's what I thought you were asking. What would it cost second semester? The first semester figures were thrown in there so you know what a year total would be. And then is that something that the board would like us to do?
Yes. No, I just don't get it.
Renee, any questions from you?
No, I support going forward with the second semester.
Jeff? All right, thank you. Jeff?
Is it in the budget? Do we have money in the budget for that, or?
It hasn't been budgeted for this year. If the board passes this, you're essentially directing the administration to fine the $107,000. And if the motion is to carry it forward to next year, to incorporate it in next year's budget.
Well, the way I understand it, this is just for this semester, right?
Yeah.
That was what was requested by the board.
Yeah.
Okay. And are there any recommendations on where the money would come from?
I don't, because we'd have to go back and look at the budget and see where we could find the $107,000.
Lisa?
And while I think this is all good discussion, again, when elementary came, slam dunk, those students got help. I mean, it just, again, why are we so like this with the students at SPASH?
And I can answer that, because one of the guidelines that the state and the board set up are different in terms of class size allowances at different levels, and it's clear to everyone that the class sizes are controlled at the earliest grade levels for the best results. So when you go over even just a few at the elementary level, you have to respond and you have to balance those classes. You have to add support. And what happens is the guidelines for that become more loose as the students grow older and the class sizes grow. So the board guidelines, we look at having an average class size around 32 at the secondary level. So we allow those to grow, and that's typical across all school districts, that as the students mature, the class sizes grow.
And I just think, if we're intelligent enough to realize that students need a lower ratio at the elementary level, I would, and understand that the administration is going to have to find that money, whether it was in the budget or not. I would like to think, because this is for the students, and this is for a lot more students than 150 or the 4 handicapped children who need a different type of life skills center up at SPASH, that I would hope this board supports it. So.
And when I look at the process, for me, and not being involved in establishing the budget for this year too, I know when I came looking for a .1 additional section of physics for the high school, and I felt like I'm asking for, this additional money because, the budget's already set. So for me, it's a great deal of money, and it's a big change, and it's not something that I could come in and say, at this part of the process, oh, we should spend this extra money.
And I understand.
So it's difficult that way, but we do follow the board guidelines that way as closely as possible, and as far as this big a change in the budget, that's, I have no idea where the money would come from for this.
Jeff?
Could we direct the administration to come up with a proposal on where money would come from to fund this for our next meeting? Is that possible?
We do run into a problem with, we have to get things moving if we're going to do this. Mike has to be able to...
2 weeks?
I don't think we...
Jeff.
I'd have to hire.
They can still...
They have to find it anyway.
Okay, yeah. Suppose.
Well, I just was going to make a comment about the budget. We've always been told over and over for 4 years or however long I've been sitting on this chair, the budget is movable. I know $107,000 is not an easy piece of furniture to move, but we also were reminded a handful of times that we made our employees, our staff, did a savings of $1.5 million, and if I said that wrong, in their insurance. By things that they did, they helped us out to save that money for them. I would really, the money we're spending, I would really, really like to see that this board approves that we help our staff out in, well, yeah, staff and students, because it's only going to do that trickle-down effect that I just had a conversation with my boss about, to make our students be successful in every factor of their life, so.
If there's no further discussion, Barb, a roll call vote, please.
Is the motion for second semester or second semester and next year?
Second semester. If we want to go...
Unless I can amend it.
14, 15, we can take a motion after this one. This is only, the motion that was made and seconded is only second semester.
Okay. Can I ask this question, a clarifying question?
Sure.
With that motion, does it take into account all that's in here? For example, the plan, does it take into account the resource centers and labs? Does it take into account the accountabilities? Or does it just take into account spending the money to hire the FTE?
No, I think it takes into account the resource labs and the accountabilities, because the primary mover here is student achievement.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Sherrick?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Now, a question for you all. For the board, do you all wish to make a similar motion for the 2014-2015 school year? I think you heard Keel and Mike say that they're going to start registering kids in February, and between now and then, we're not going to have any more information, the evaluation information. So does somebody want to make that motion, and we get that on the table for
I'll make that motion.
next year's?
And I'll second it.
Well,
Yep.
okay, then let me help you with the language.
Okay.
How about we're implementing the 5-1 SPASH plan for the 2014-2015 school year at an estimated cost of $260,579.65. That sound all right?
Yes.
Good.
Terry, is that related to this agenda item?
Whoop, hold on, was there a second?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm sorry, Chris?
Is that related to this agenda item?
Yes, because it's just SPASH teacher workload is the
Yeah,
agenda.
it's the whole thing. I think there's enough information here that... Discussion. Jeff?
Is there any reason that we would want to see how that works out before we go and commit to another $250,000? Is there any advantage to say, sometime next spring and we review this and see how it's working?
We won't have any information before the time that the high school students register. Terry asked me that question earlier, and I said, it won't matter if you make that decision tonight or in February. You don't have any more information.
For scheduling, we need to do that.
The kids are going to start registering for classes, and you need to start working on staffing in February, and we're not going to know how effective this is after a month or so.
And one of the things, too, that you had the presentations from the teachers. They've been working on this and as a team working on this plan. So I think that's also one of the things you want to recognize is that they've been patient and bringing this back to you and talking about it.
Other discussion? Renee, I can't see your hand.
No, you can't. But I don't have any questions.
Other comments, questions? Barb, a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively?
Yes.
Ms. Shira?
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Thank you.
I am going to leave the meeting at this point. If you could announce that I am hopefully excused at this point.
Good night.
Thanks, Renee.
She wants to be
Good night.
excused at this
Or
time.
good morning, I guess.
Actually.
Folks, it's 10 minutes to 1, and we have a closed session to get into. Is there any interest in postponing the policy discussions to the next meeting?
I think
let's
that's a
table.
great idea.
What about human resources, though? We have to do that, don't we?
No, we did that.
That under consent.
I missed that one.
It's under consent.
So those will move forward to 9/7.
It'd be easier to postpone than table.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a motion to postpone the first and second reading of policies
So
to
moved.
September 9th?
Second.
I'm not anticipating much discussion. Let's go right to roll call vote.
Okay. Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Shively is excused.
Yes.
Ms. Totten?
Yes.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes. The last item before we move into close, folks, are board member suggested future agenda items. Anything that we talked about tonight that we asked to come back, we'll add that to the list. Is there anything else you would like to see added to the list?
Jeff's got his hand up.
Jeff?
The two closed session items that were on the last agenda, I'd like those on future agenda again.
Sure. Okay.
That would be the two contracts.
Mm-hmm.
The two administrators.
Anything else? All right.
Emily, you're quiet.
If not, I need a motion to move into closed session pursuant to state statutes. Do you want to
Yes.
read this? I'm
Sure.
losing my voice. Thank you.
Contemplated closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C, and Parent E to discuss and take action if appropriate concerning negotiations with the Teamsters Local 662 for a 2011-2012 collective bargaining agreement and a 2012-2013 collective bargaining agreement, including the impact of such agreements on other employee classifications and negotiations with unions representing other bargaining units in the district. Contemplated closed session pursuant to Wisconsin Statute 19.85, Parent 1, Parent C, and Parent E to discuss and take action if appropriate concerning negotiations with the Stevens Point Area Education Association for a 2011-2012 collective bargaining agreement, 2012-2013 collective bargaining agreement, including the impact of such agreements on other employee classifications and negotiations with unions representing other bargaining units in the district.
Thanks. I appreciate that. Roll call vote, please.
There's a question
Oh,
from the
sorry.
audience.
I thought I had signed up for 11 or 12.
Possibly we did, but we're postponing that.
Is it policy, Glenn?
No, it's closed session.
Maybe that's what this is. I can't read it. Did you wish to?
I was just going to yield my time to our chief bargaining.
Okay.
Did she sign up?
TJ Farrell-Kozak, 3288 Feltz Avenue. Thank you, Glenn, for yielding your time to me. As the chief negotiator for the Stevens Point Area Education Association, I want to state on record that there is not a tentative agreement between SPAA and the school district. We have not had negotiations meetings since July 8th and 9th, 2013. It was quite a shock to me to see these two additions on the board agenda, which were added in the 11th hour. It's alarming that the rationale and notion of placing them on the agenda was given as standard pro forma language, as Dr. Wenninger told Liz Anderson earlier this evening. There is nothing pro forma about this. There is no tentative agreement to ratify. The facts as of now are that SPAA has requested mediation back in late September, early October for the 2011-2012 negotiations process. Until late last week, our association and the mediator were still awaiting dates from the district. The mediator's initial request was sent to the board president on October 9th. The district board finally responded to her on November 21st. 6 weeks. That's 6 weeks to get back with dates. This is just another example of how difficult the district has chosen to make the process. Even though you just heard that we rejected an offer that was sent to us on November 1st, I want to clarify that we were not openly conducting negotiations. We were awaiting dates for mediation. The board may have sent an offer through the lawyers, but we had already agreed to mediation at that point. Both sides had paid their fees. Furthermore, as I stated numerous times at the bargain table, SPAEA has not even opened up negotiations for the 2012-13 bargain formally with this school district. We also have a prohibitive practice claim currently filed regarding the 2011-12 bargain. Speaking on behalf of SPAEA as the chief negotiator, I am respectfully asking this board to either remove it or withdraw it from the agenda, or publicly state the error in placing it on tonight's agenda. In the 15 years that I've been involved in negotiations, I have never seen items such as 12, 3, and 4 be placed on an agenda last minute. To be fully transparent, SPAEA had no prior knowledge or discussions with this board that would have warranted these two items being placed on the agenda. I want to make it very clear that I do not want the lack of transparency on the board's behalf to affect the integrity of SPAEA's leadership. As we have stated numerous times, we need an avenue to communicate with the board so that errors of this magnitude do not keep reoccurring. Thank you.
All right, is there, we need a motion and a second to approve going into close as Angel had read to you. Is there a motion to that effect?
Motion to go into closed session.
Is there a second? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Sherrick?
No.
Ms. Totten?
No.
Mr. Ebel?
Yes.
Ms. Faxon?
Yes.
Mr. Larson?
Yes.
Mr. Presley?
Yes.
Ms. Scott?
Yes.
Mr. Rothman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. We are in